ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越すほかげになる。
愚かなる弟、子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越すほかげになる。
愚かなる弟、子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越すほかげになる。
愚かなる弟、子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
飛来神の術。アマテラス。
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越すほかげになる。
愚かなる弟、子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
飛来神の術。
ولما اجدادنا جم قرروا ان هم يسجلوا التاريخ على الحجر بأزهى الوانه، عشان احنا لما نيجي بعدهم بآلاف السنين نشهد على عظمتهم. والمصريين دايما كانوا هنا بيشهدوا على التاريخ وبيسجلوه وبيشهدوا عليه. أعزائي الحضور، أهلا وسهلا بكم في البطولة الرسمية للعبة موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج في الموسم التاسع MPL MENA. النهارده هو الجراند فاينل الكبير اللي الفرق دي بتتنافس عليه بقالها أسابيع كتير جدا، ويمكن النهارده هو اليوم الوحيد اللي تقدر ان انت تسجل فيه كل احلامك وتثبت هدفك. وعندنا فرقتين بس هم اللي وصلوا لحد الجراند فاينل عشان خاطر يقدروا ان هم يثبتوا نفسهم. ولكن بطولة يعني في جوائز، يعني برايس بول، يعني بطل واحد بس هو اللي ما يكون موجود على العرش، ومفيش كينج من غير تروفي. انا عاجبني الانرجي وعاجبني الحماس بتاعكم، بس مش واخدين بالكم ان في حاجة ناقصة. ناقصنا التروفي. تحية كبيرة قوي. الابطال اللي موجودين النهارده واحد منهم بس في نهايه اليوم النهارده هو اللي هيشيل التروفي ده، وهو اللي هيتربع على العرش وياخد كذلك البرايس بول. فاجان اسمع حماس الجمهور. جراند فاينل وتروفي بيست اوف 7 lots of odds on the line موجوده عندنا النهارده. ولكن قبل لما نتكلم في المباراه اللي موجوده عندنا النهارده عندي مفاجأة. هم اكشلي خبرين حلوين قوي لأي حد بيشجع وبيحب موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج، وأي حد بيحب الإي سبورتس أو الرياضات الإلكترونية عموما. إحنا في MPL مبسوطين جدا وفرحانين إن إحنا نشارك معاكم إن إحنا بقى عندنا سبونسر شيب من أكبر سبونسر شيب موجود للرياضات الإلكترونية في الشرق الأوسط، القدية سيتي. بقينا رسميا عيلة واحدة مع القدية سيتي، ودي مش سبونسر شيب هتقعد معانا لمدة سنة ولا سنتين ولا 3 ولا 4، 5 سنين هنكون موجودين برعاية القدية سيتي في عيلة MPL. obviously مفيش سبونسر شيب أحسن منهم، لأن هم أكبر مجال بيجمع بين الترفيه والرياضة وكل حاجة ليها علاقة بإن إحنا ننزه بمستوى الرياضات الإلكترونية في الشرق الأوسط وفي الوطن العربي. والخبر الثاني بالمناسبة السعيدة دي إن إحنا إن شاء الله السيزون اللي جاي سيزون 10 من MPL MENA هيكون مقام في المملكة العربية السعودية. فأجان قبل لما نرحب بالفرق وقبل لما نتكلم عن كل حاجة هتحصل في البطولة النهاردة للمرة الأخيرة، عايز أعرف من الجمهور، هل أنتوا مستعدين؟ أنا like your energy. النهاردة في عندنا فرقتين كلكم عارفينهم، فما اظنش ان انتم مستنيين مني اقدمهم ولا اي حاجه، ولكن اعزائي الحضور في وجودهم النهارده للمره الثانيه عشان خاطر يثبتوا نفسهم وعشان يدافعوا عن اللقب في الجراند فينالي، رحبوا معايا ومعاكم بتيم فالكونز. Give up the energy جمهور. عجبني ان انتوا كلكم مستعدين، وعجبني ان فريق فالكونز كذلك الانرجي والحماس موجود عندهم ومستعدين للجراند فينالي. لكن زي ما اتكلمنا التروفي ده واحد بس اللي هيشيله النهارده، من الفرقتين اللي موجودين معانا. One more team is missing عشان خاطر يقدروا ان هم يحاربوا من اجل اللقب قصاد فريق فالكونز. Let's hear it out for Geekay Esports. طيب هنسكت كلنا ثانية واحدة عشان أنا بقف على استيجات تقريبا بقالي 9 سنين. أول مرة أشوف جمهور بيشجع فريق من غير ما أنا حتى أقول. فهنبدأها واحدة واحدة، وعجبني الإنرجي اللي موجودة عندكم. كام واحد هنا بيشجع جيكاي اي سبورتس؟ اوكي I like the energy. وكام واحد هنا بيشجع فالكونز؟ هايل. التروفي موجود، البطولة موجودة، عرفنا البرايس بول، حماس الجمهور موجود. ما بقاش باقي غير ان احنا ناخد كلمة واحدة بس من الفرق نشوفهم لو هم جاهزين النهارده عشان خاطر يخشوا للمباراة. حابب اتكلم اكشلي مع بويت واخد منه كلمة واحدة بس قبل بداية المباراة. بويت, this is the grand finale and I hope you're as excited as I am. Give one message to Team Geekay before the grand finale starts.
Good luck, Geekay, and let's do our best today. And I hope you don't get 0-4 to us. Have fun.
Thank you. مش عارف انت سمعته ولا لأ، بس هو قال ان هي هتخلص 4-0، وقالوا ان انتوا ما بتعرفوش تلعبوا اللعبة، وقال ان هم هيدمروكوا، وقال ان هم هيدمروا الجيم النهارده. قال كل ده. ايوه انا ما بترجمش غلط 100%. قال مش قال كده صح؟ عشان تعرف ان انا ما بكدبش. وجه رسالة لتيم فالكونز قبل بداية المباراة.
انا شايف ان الكلام سهل، نخش جوه نشوف اللي هيحصل.
شايف ان الكلام سهل، نسمع لهم تحية كبيرة قوي. خدنا الكلام، عرفنا كل حاجة عن البطولة. جيكاي فالكونز بليز fist bumps and head to your battle station. اتكلمنا مع الفرق، عرفنا البرايس بول، وعرفنا كل حاجة مستنيانا عشان خاطر نخش للجيم. فأعزائي الحضور بشكركم جدا على الانرجي الجميلة اللي موجودة معاكم، ولكن المباراة هتبدأ في خلال دقايق فمش هأخركم أكتر من كده. وظيفتي انتهت على الستيج، ما بقاش باقي غير ان انا اتجه لاصدقائي الموهوبين في دكة التحليل والتعليق. فياسو دوم بيج ويونس بليز تيك ات اواي ونسمع لهم تحية كبيرة قوي.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the English coverage of the MPL MENA Grand Finals. This is going to be very interesting. It's another best of 7 between our Team Falcons and Geekay Esports. We're going to be your casters for tonight. My name is Uomi. With me is Sheffin. We're going to be giving you the action live in this best of 7.
Yeah, it's going to be
How
so
you doing
fun.
there,
Uomi
bud?
and for ID casters. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Pretty good. It's been a biannual kind of like occurrence of MPL MENA Grand Finals. Usually IDcasters are the one casting that. And it's nice to see you here, MPL PhD. Me.
Oh man, it's an honor to be with you here, Shefin. And of course, covering the grand finals of MPL MENA. There will be a lot of action for tonight with Team Falcons and Geekay Esports. Their last meeting ended up in a 3-0 in the favor of Team Falcons. Despite the regular season being shaky for Team Falcons, it seems that playoffs is a whole different thing for Team Falcons. They're undefeated so far between their meetups.
Yeah, it's already rare, the fact that Falcons is not really dominating the regular season. Usually, we can kind of count Falcons as the TLPH of PH, SRG of Malaysia, Onyx of Indonesia. Usually, they win out on most of the games that they played. And thankfully, now, going into the playoffs, they got back on track. And I guess they're regaining their old form here, Uomi. Meanwhile, for Geekay Esports, it's quite the complete opposite for Team Falcons. They were dominating regular season, but come to the playoffs, it's literally the hardest path, or like the worst path you can take to get to the finals. It's a 3-0 in their first match in the playoffs, then a full-on 10 games and 2 best-of-5s to get here to the grand finals.
Yeah, really tough path in the lower bracket for Geekay Esports going towards this grand finals. And as you said, Team Falcons, we're really used to Team Falcons just dominating the MENA region. And during the regular season, they weren't able to dominate as much as they wanted to, finishing 4th, honestly, and Geekay Esports finishing 1st. And with that, it's still quite a surprise for everyone watching MPL MENA during the playoffs that Falcons did dominate Geekay Esports 3-0. The first 2 games of that series in the upper bracket semifinals went down to the wire around 20 minutes. But with game 3, Shefin, they were dominated in 13 minutes. A fairly quick victory coming in from Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's insane how good they are currently, Team Falcons. And you can kind of expect it, right? But we got something for you guys here. Video that we want you guys to see.
And I love the esport vibes, and I love the community overall, like all of the tournaments, MPL, MSC, and M7. Like it feels me like it gave me life.
أنا بلعب موبايل ليجند عشانها ممتعة وخفيفة، والجوائز في البطولات تستحق العناء والتعب.
أنا بلعب موبايل ليجند في البداية كفور فن يعني، لكن يوم دخلت الإي سبورت بديت استوعب أنها ممكن تكون مو فول تايم جاب، بس راح تكون وظيفة لي بالنسبة لي كعمري. عبال أخلص الجامعة بالنسبة لي هذه أشوفها وظيفة حاليا.
Yeah, that's the mindset you want to have, right? Trying to get the opposing opponent's moral as down as possible, and for you to have that moral advantage is gonna be so big for you coming into the game. If you already won that in that battle, it's gonna be super easy to not only strategize the battlefield but also execution, Womi. That should be silky smooth for Falcons if they do have that mindset. Meanwhile, though, for Geekay, I hope the loss in the first match of the playoffs is not gonna, you know, hurt them that bad mentally. Hopefully, they can actually give out a good fight against Team Falcons, which is so far in this region very much undefeated for most of the part.
Hopefully, man. And for the upcoming draft, it's going to be a real battle between the two coaches, especially with a lot of shared heroes as well between these players. We're taking a look at one of the heroes that's, I think, mostly played in the jungle right now. The Harley will be in tight contention for this grand finals, considering that both teams really perform well with this hero. But before we head on towards the draft, let's watch this video about Geekay Esports. I believe that they have some words for Falcons.
First, I want to win like A2 tournament, like qualifiers, you know, like qualifiers to S2 tournament. I never won it. And second, about money. Because about money.
Because I like mobile games. I was a child. I was 12 and I don't have PC, you know, computer. I have only phone, and my classmates playing Mobile Legends first time, and I'm so interested in this game.
حاليا عمري 25 سنة. بديت موبايل ليجندز تقريبا صار لي يمكن 5 سنين. بديت هيك يعني كلعب مسلي يعني فور فن بدايتها. بعدين لقيت حالي فيها اني يعني مستواي كويس فيها فبلش طريق الاحتراف.
Wow, Geekay players sharing their motivations there, Sheffin. One of them even said out loud, honestly, that they're playing for money, and there's no shame in that. It's a pretty hefty prize pool we're talking about.
Well, you know, we go by the same rule here for us casters right here. That's why we're up at 10 p.m. casting MPL MENA games. But who cares about that? It's gonna be fun because so far from my experience, MPL MENA, the grand finals has always delivered. Even though sometimes it's kind of like a 4-0, 4-1, the games are always very much competitive most of the part in Uomi. And I think one thing that really makes this kind of region very interesting is how different the meta game currently is. You've touched upon the Harley picks for both teams, which is, I believe, quite prominent for both junglers, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Very prominent between both junglers for both Geekay and in Team Falcons. And usually when we see this early on in the blue side draft, or maybe even on the red side if it's not picked. But again, there's only so much that you could do during the drafting phase. It still falls down to the execution of both of these teams. And probably there will be a lot of targeted bans as well. We're looking at the Yuzong as well. Very off meta, as you said. There's a different way that these teams here in the MENA region of MPL play. And it's going to be very interesting if we're going to see a lot of those target bans. And honestly speaking, if they went on for, let's say, meta bans only, that would be interesting too, considering that these unique hero pickups might just be the key for success for both teams.
Yeah, especially when it comes down to the wire, right? Maybe we're going to the game 7. Usually you just fall and lean to the comfort instead of just strategizing what, you know, not really, I guess, like guaranteed to work. Usually just want to go back to the old comfort heroes that you really play in ranked games and all of that. But we're 2 minutes away from the drafting pick, and I believe Uomi.
Yeah, definitely. A few minutes from now, we will be looking at the pick and ban phase for the first game of this best 7 grand finals. And as you said earlier, Sheffin, we are looking at a potential 4-1, 4-0 in this best of 7. So it's going to be very important who gets the momentum first, considering the Team Falcons have been very dominant so far inside this tournament. It'll be very interesting in how Geekay might respond as we head on towards the draft a minute from now. Let's talk about a few of the picks that we might see tonight. I feel like apart from the Harley, the Valentina could also be tightly contested in the mid lane, especially in the hands of Cuffin. We have seen a lot of Valentina plays coming in from Cuffin as well. And looking at the meta, Valentina does cross out a lot of boxes for both defensive and offensive ends.
Yeah, even Valentina can still be flexed to the XP lane, right? Even if back then there were some very kind of like weird Valentina picks, even though the Sora was not big, can still be flexed to the XP lane if you really need that copy towards maybe a roamer or maybe a mid lane hero. So it's very much flexible in the approach. But we're gonna see. Those are the beauty of this region, man. Like last time I think I casted this region, I saw a first phase Clint ban in the grand finals, which is incredibly ridiculous for other regions out there, but for this region specifically, it could work, and I think they actually won the series that time. But speaking of Uomi, these two teams have some kind of like history back then in the Season 6 MPL MENA. I believe Geekay was in fact in the grand finals against this same guys, not really in the same organization though. I believe it was Twisted Minds in this MPL MENA were they facing the grand finals, but unfortunately they were not able to go through, not able to get the gold. They gotta settle for the silver. So maybe there's a bit of a personal vendetta here coming into the matchup.
Oh, hopefully that does spice things up for a lot of the players here, having that personal beef or personal history between each other, a little bit of motivation to add to the sauce of getting that championship as well. And we're not just talking about a championship here for MPL MENA, we're also looking at slots for the upcoming MSC and Esports World Cup, which will be one of the highlights of the year for the MLBB Esports roadmap. And we're going to explore the win rate here for all dynamic maps right now. And it seems that Team Falcons does have the edge on all three except for Broken Walls, where it seems that Geekay does get an advantage there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if these stats are reliable though. I'm always a believer in stat. I don't think stat never lie. I don't think stat lies at all. It's just like us interpreting it as humans are the one who's making the error. And so far, from what I've seen, not really that big of a sample size, Suomi. So I'm not sure if you could draw out a conclusion based on the stats. Although I would be very surprised with maybe these two teams have some kind of like preference in the map that they play, because for me personally, like I'm cool with any maps that I play, man. It's just a slight change. Maybe if you were really like playing Hellcurt, for example, or Hilda, Dangerous Grass can really help you, but other than that, not really that big of a deal for each map changes for me.
Well, maybe for us casual RG players, that might be the case, but for a lot of our professional teams, I think Expanding Rivers and Flying Clouds do a lot for a lot of their games, especially for early game rotations, double laning for gold laners, and for Broken Walls and Dangerous Grass. I do agree in your sentiment that it doesn't do much, honestly, very neutral compared to the other two. So it might be very important on what kind of map they're going to choose early on. In my experience watching top tier teams in the Philippines, a lot of them do prefer Expanding Rivers or Flying Clouds to emphasize the early game. So hopefully a lot of the teams here in MPL MENA will be catching up on that type of strategy. And knowing Boyet, who also looks for ideas here in MPL Philippines, it might just be something that Team Falcons might be up to against Geekay. This is a very important series for both organizations. We're also talking about an MSC slot, one of the biggest MLBB tournaments to date.
Yeah, I think at this point, if we're being real, maybe for us fans, it would be more prestigious for our favorite team to win M Series, but for players out there, it's for a good reason, man. They prefer the MSC over the M Series. I don't want to mention the exact reason, but it is what it is. So surely these two teams have some kind of like personal motivation in terms of how do I say this? Material benefits, I guess.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's nothing wrong about I would say putting importance in the type of prize pool we're looking at for the upcoming MSC. Especially, it's also happening in one of the most, I would say, popular countries in the world. EWC is happening in Paris, France, for the first time ever after back-to-back years in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. It will be going to Europe this time around, and for the winning team tonight, they will be able to fly out and play in Paris. And meanwhile, for the second placer for tonight, who will not be winning the grand finals of MPL MENA, I believe they will be getting a wildcard slot, getting another chance to qualify for the actual MSC bracket.
Yeah, but still, it's not really fully guaranteed that you're going to participate in the main event anyway. So it's a whole different, I guess, like value or benefits if you actually win out on this tournament. First placer gets 30k USD, meanwhile the second placer gets a 13k. Meanwhile, I want to update you guys about who was the third placer. It's Geekay Esports in this tournament. So we have that already, intact. But for now, we're gonna be live for Falcon versus Geekay just in a bit. Just be patient with us as the players are setting in, trying to feel out the situation and the atmosphere here in the I believe what stadium was it again? It's a really nice place. it's a really nice place.
It's a
Let's
really
put it
nice
that way.
place. I believe that they're competing in Qiddiya City, one of the gaming centrals of Riyadh.
Oh,
and there are multiple arenas there, so we might have to confirm what arena they're actually using, but there are multiple arenas for esports right now in Riyadh. A lot of respect and a lot of love shown by the actual country itself for the growing esports scene, and the biggest mobile title in the country right now, and MPL MENA in this upcoming best of 7 grand finals. We are just waiting for the draft to start already for game number 1. You told me your predictions earlier, Sheffin. It's around 4-0, around 4-1. Does it still stand as we head closer and closer to the draft?
Yeah, I'm a big believer of momentum, especially in the playoffs. Unless you're Bigatron in MPL Indonesia, the momentum really doesn't really make anything for you, you know. But for Team Falcons right now, from the history that we're, I guess, like familiar to throughout multiple playoffs, they've been pretty much undefeated. They've been the ruler of the region, and they only dropped a single game out of a possible, I believe, 3 best-of-5 series, I believe, for me. So
yes,
that's something that you wanna look out for. The fact that you're already that blazing hot coming to the playoffs, I don't think you're gonna lose your touch immediately in the grand finals, and it's gonna be tough for Geekay, man, if you wanna actually win this one out against the mighty Team Falcons.
That's true. A lot of preparation. They really had to prepare for this one, considering that, as you said, Team Falcons have been the ruler of this region for quite a while now. I still remember back in M5, all the way back to the M series that happened in the Philippines, which was also members of Team Falcons, former members of, actually still members of Team Falcons, but I believe they were in a different team back then, who were actually sent as representatives as well. But I have to confirm on that. I do remember Troll as well, just getting so much international experience. Now playing for Falcons, I feel like that international experience have, I would say, matured into the decision making that they have right now in a playoff series, and that's very different between regular season and playoffs, mainly because a lot of pressure are on the roamers when it comes to series like this.
Yeah, it gives you that mental edge, right? You don't care who you're facing against if you're already facing the best of the world. It's like the Onyx, the Team Liquids. Back then it was the Echoes or Blacklist. If you have that, you have that experience already intact for you, then I think it will make things much easier in domestic scenes. Hopefully, Geekay will not crumble upon that I guess like experience from Team Falcons, because we've seen in other regions out there the experience doesn't really dictate what's happening in the result, or like what the result's gonna be. In ID specifically, we've seen TL ID season 14, I believe, with Fabian and Aaron Shiki coming into the scene with a storm, you know, coming from MDL, immediately winning it out in MPL ID against RRQ in the grand finals. You might have those kind of stories in PH too, right?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of underdog stories that we all know and love. And I feel like when I do look at MPL ID, I always seem to think that Onyx Indonesia has always been the rulers. And I tend to forget that there were championships in between of those Onyx ID golds. And one of those being is Team Liquid Indonesia, in which case I do feel like one of the fan favorites as well here in the Philippines, considering Team Liquid's success in the Philippines. And when we look at other organizations such as Onyx and maybe even underdog stories, I haven't seen, it's been a while, Sheffin, looking at underdog stories in the Philippines. Usually it's just Team Liquid. For the past few seasons of MPL Philippines, it's always just been Team Liquid. So hopefully we see something different tonight for MPL MENA. Maybe a bit of a fight coming in from Geekay, or maybe a total upset. Who knows? They're fighting not just for a trophy, but also a slot for a big money tournament. MSC, baby.
Yeah. For sure, and they are the #1 seed for a reason, right? They're definitely no slouch. They're definitely not a pushover here in MPL MENA Season 9. Geekay Esports was able to rack up, I believe, 6 match win and 1 match loss with a +9 net game difference for the first seed. So, you know, the fact that you already won in that sense, you already won the regular season, the long battle, then surely it's gonna give you some kind of like mental boost. But hopefully it doesn't crumble with that 3-0, I believe, in the first match that they played in the playoffs. We've seen other, like, it doesn't always, it's not guaranteed. If you're losing 3-0 before with the grand finals, we've seen, I believe, M5, it was Onyx Indonesia winning it out against AP Brand 3-0 in the upper bracket final. But in the end, it was a 4-3 win for AP Brand. It was almost a 3-1 comeback from Onyx ID, but yeah, it didn't happen.
That was a big emotional roller coaster, dude. That was a emotional roller coaster for everyone involved, and hate to see Kyrie cry on the stage as well. That was a big moment for everyone involved, and to be honest, dude, that could have been Indonesia's. You guys have this on record, but that could have been Indonesia's championship to take home. We all know what happened. There was this one play, one baksha, 4 people in the bush, and that's all she wrote. That was the ending of that series. And funny that you brought that up, Chef. And it was in an interview with Ogwin quite recently, now Team Falcons Ogwin, who played for AP Brand back then as the roamer, told me about what happened in that Game 7. And while we're waiting for the draft, we'll be entertaining you with these stories so far. And Ogwin told me straight up that it felt like everyone was just exhausted at that time, Sheffin. He said that his flicker plays weren't working, Flap wouldn't hit his combos, and it's just like everyone at that point at Game 7 would have made an error. It just so happened that Kyrie had the worst one. Yeah, that's what he said.
I gotta be honest with you. But for you guys out there that's still waiting for the match to happen or the drafting phase to happen, we still have something for you guys. A redeem code. Who does not like a redeem code for you all? You might find diamonds, you might find maybe skins there, or maybe some trial cards for you guys out there to use in the game,
Yeah, it's down there below. Make sure to claim that while you watch and wait for the draft to happen, and hopefully our English-speaking audience is able to claim this as fast as you can and claim those prizes before we flash them out. You have a couple of minutes, couple of seconds to get that. And I love when we go for a technical process like this one, Chefin. We get to give gifts for everyone watching. Hopefully this has no claim limit. Hopefully I could claim this myself.
Oh man. Hey, we got diamonds already, Womi. So don't be too greedy. Don't be too greedy. And
hey man,
I want to go back to
too much diamonds.
That's true. That's true. I think one of the I believe the seniors of MPL ID caster, shout out KB, he gave me a Suyo skin just because he felt like it. That's how it is for the people that has a lot of diamonds. I think he has like at 1.1 million diamonds from the contents that he made.
That is
from being MPL ID casters. That is ridiculous, man. Like I would have, try to make some money off of it. Unfortunately, it's illegal for us casters to do that.
It is illegal. Very illegal. And to be fair, with the diamonds that we do get, I feel like it is hard to keep up with so many skins coming up in there, especially with the the ongoing Naruto collab once again. This time we have Itachi and Minato. It's just so much, I've already spent too much diamonds on the last Naruto collab, securing all 3 skins, and now we have another 2. I was only able to get the Itachi one, brother. Wasn't able to get the Minato, but it's okay. I don't play Gushin. I'm a Benedetta 1 trick, so doesn't even matter. When's the next collab? Give me a Benedetta skin.
You know what? Like I have a, I guess like a list of collabs that I would like in the Mobile Legends, and Benedetta would be the perfect hero for a single character that I really like. I think Virgil from Devil May Cry could really suit Benedetta collab, man. Maybe it's like a cross-gender type of thing, but it doesn't matter, man. I think it would look super, super cool. And hopefully we get a lot of game collabs out there. Not just so far, I believe King of Fighters we have, the Hello Kitties, Lissandrios.
We also have Attack on Titan.
It's always fun.
And Jujutsu Kaisen.
Ooh, yeah. For sure.
The Hello Kitty one was such a big surprise, Chefin. I did not expect the Hello Kitty collab for MOBB. Like that was like a ball thrown in the air, and I didn't know if I wanted to dunk it, but hell yeah, I did. got the Claude
Hey,
skin,
you gotta finish it.
got the Florian skin. I mean, it's pretty cute, you know? It's nice to use.
Well, the Claude skin is really good, I think. And the sound effects is super cute as well. I think one of the things that I don't really expect the collab is from SpongeBob. And it's actually pretty cool, you know? Seeing Patrick the first time in Pro Scene is so jarring, man. Seeing him just walking around, you know, being a goofy Patrick, like it's so funny. At first, I can't really take it seriously, but it settles in for a while.
That's true. I hate to say this, but I wish Cyclops was a bit of a meta pick. You know, give that guy a buff so we could see actual SpongeBob inside the game. And I think MLBB as of now is the only MOBA that you can look at and say that you could see Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen juke it out against SpongeBob in the mid lane. Then suddenly you have Mikasa from Attack on Titan flying around looking for Gojo. But here we go. We also have Naruto in the XP lane trying to defend Gojo. This is a possibility. Insert a random Mai Shiranui, Masha, anywhere else, you know?
Love that Mai Shiranui skins for a lot of reasons. But yeah, it's also pretty interesting that Gojo is the one that's out of the meta right now. So Gojo is pretty weak in Land of Dawn compared to Patrick, which is super meta currently, I believe. It's not as meta as it was in the first start, or like at the start of the regular season of MPL IB or MPL PH. People are starting to figure out how to counter the glue, you know. People are starting to be brave enough to pick those Faramis or Vexanas, and also that Winter Crown will just pretty much negate the grab, the combos from the Patrick in the late game. So it's still pretty, I guess, strong, especially with the flex too. If you're up against a Phoveus, that's a really good lane matchup, and Phoveus so far is probably one of the top tier EXP laner in the current meta game.
Definitely. Phoveus is even banned out for the most part, considering that Harith also wants to make an entrance in the gold lane. Sometimes in the jungle, but very minimal jungle appearances, just a lot of gold lane dominance as well. Phoveus is one of those heroes that could counter out that gold lane, I would say, meta pick as of now. But I think you mentioned the Clint earlier, Sheffin, and the Clint actually has been a good response as well against the Claude, which is a meta pick as of now. So it's going to be very interesting to see if we're going to see a Clint moving forward here in the best of 7 series. But I believe that we are nearing our draft. Hopefully that was it.
We're gonna
all right,
I'm sorry, we're gonna take 2 break, guys. Please be patient with us. We're gonna see the draft quite soon, I believe. So see you in a bit.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。飛来神の術。俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。ふっ。行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。愚かなる弟よ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。飛来神の術。俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。愚かなる弟よ。 行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
زي ما انت شايف الاجواء الجماهير، حابب بجد اشاركك فرحتي، اشاركك شعوري. انا بجد مبسوط ان انا موجود في حدث كبير زي ده للمره الثانيه على التوالي. عندنا MPL MENA زي ما انت شايف تشجيع الجمهور. انا بجد متحمس جدا وفخور جدا ان انا موجود معاكم النهارده بجد والله.
صراحة احنا كمان بصراحة مبسوطين ان انت موجود معانا النهارده، واكيد وجودك فارق معانا جدا، واكيد لك محبين كتير موجودين بالجمهور ليك. فقبل ما نبدا المباراه طبعا حاسس ان احنا مش هنطول اكتر من كده علشان طبعا الناس كلها مستنيه الحماس. فممكن اسالك سؤال سريع، احنا عارفين مستوى فريق الفالكونز قد ايه خبرات اللي عندهم، وشفنا النهارده فريق الGK. عايز اعرف منك ايه اللي ممكن يحصل النهارده في المباراه، رايك مين اللي ممكن يفوز؟ خلينا نتكلم على اول جوله، مش هكلمك على السيريس كامل. والGK مطلوب منهم ايه النهارده علشان يقدروا يفوزوا قدام فريق فالكونز؟
والله هو فريق الGK فريق كبير طبعا، ما اقدرش انكر طبعا خبراته وانكر طبعا مستوى اللعيبه الكبير بتاعهم ان هم كانوا موجودين معانا على الستيج قبل كده. بس ان انت تواجه فريق زي فالكونز، فريق كبير عنده خبرات، شارك الستيج لمده سنين، عنده خبره عالميه، انت بتلعبه في حتته، انت بتلعبه دلوقتي، انت بتنافسه في ملعبه. هو دلوقتي موجود معاك على الستيج، عنده خبره اعلى اذا كنت هتلعبه ماكرو مايكرو. فانت دلوقتي الGK انا شايف ان انت عشان تدخل او تدور على مفتاح الوين لازم تلعب على حته اوت اوف بوكس. لازم ممكن نشوف حاجه بيك اوف، ممكن نشوف شن. طبعا احنا عارفين طبعا الدول ميد طبعا بتاع الGK، شن طبعا وفواينوك طبعا هم فيهم ناس كتير صحابي، بس انا مش هتحيز. لكن فريق الفالكونز فريق كبير، فلازم نشوف حته اوت اوف بوكس، لازم نشوف لعب جديد، لازم نشوف ستايل جديد، لون جديد. انا شايف ان هيبقى في حماس النهارده كبير والله يا لاست.
بص يعني لو نتكلم عن حماس، فانت قلت الGK مش هتحيز واصحابي وناسي، باين مش في تحيز خالص يا ريس. انا شايف حاجه زي كده من الاول. بس انت قلت فعلا نقطه كويسه جدا، ان فريق فالكونز هم فعلا عندهم خبره كبيره جدا، سنين شاركوا في بطولات العالم. فانت النهارده انت مش هتلعبهم اونلاين، انت بتلعبهم على الستيج في اللي هي ده ملعبهم، انت بتحس انك داخل ملعبهم. ففريق الGK زي ما انت قلت محتاج يخرج اوت اوف ذا بوكس من البيكات اللي هو بيلعب بيها، محتاج يكون مظبط درافتات كومب جديد يفاجئ بيه فريق فالكونز. طيب انت طبعا ستريمر كبير وليك محبين كتير، فحب اقول لك يعني غش شويه فريق الGK كده، ايه بعض البيكات اللي ممكن يخرج بيها يفاجئ بيها الدرافت بتاع فريق الفالكونز، يفاجئ الكوتش، يفاجئ اللعيبه نفسها ان هي ما لحقتش انها تحضر حاجه زي دي، ما لعبتش قدامها في السكريمات. يعني غشش فريق الGK، اصحابك بقى ما تقول مش هتتحيز وبتاع يعني غششهم شويه.
والله هو انا شايف ان الاكتر او ممكن يتميز بيه فريق الGK ان دول ميد او تريو الميد بتاعهم على توافق كبير. انا شايف ان دي نقطه الباور بتاعت الGK، دي الباور كده بتاعت الGK اللي بتحس ان هي ماسكه التيم في الايرلي، ماسكه الجيم بلاي عموما. فانا ممكن اشوف مثلا بيكات بيك اوف مثلا من شن، ممكن اشوف مثلا نلعب على عنصر المفاجاه، نلعب على ستايل جديد، على نستغل السينرجي اللي موجوده معانا في الميد. ممكن ده يكون فعلا يدي مفتاح كبير، او يكون مثلا مدخل لفريق الGK ان هو يفوز. وانا بجد بتمنى للفريقين التوفيق النهارده، واتمنى اشوف مباراه جميله بجد يعني.
بص يعني اكيد انا وانت وكل الجمهور اللي جاي النهارده نتمنى ان احنا نشوف مباريات فعلا حماسيه النهارده، مباريات قويه. اكيد الفرقتين محضرين لبعض قوي. يعني لو هنتكلم ان فريق الGK زي ما بيقولوا ان هو محتاج يخرج اوت اوف ذا بوكس، فهو اكيد عارف حاجه زي دي، وعارف ومدرك جدا جدا مستوى فريق الفالكونز عامل ازاي. فبالنسبه مش هنقول لك يعني انت ما قلتليش على فكره انت تتوقع مين يكسب اول ماتش؟
رغم ان انا قلت لك ان الجيكي اصحابي وان انا مش متحيز، بس انا الصراحه بتوقع الفوز لتيم الفالكونز.
طب هنا ريز بيتوقع اول فوز يكون لفريق الفالكونز. هيكون في رد هنا من جمهور فريق الجيكي؟ لا 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 لا. دلوقتي ريز قال طبعا يعني ريز قال لنا اتوقع اول مباراه هتكون من توقعاته لفريق الفالكونز. انا مش عارف ينفع اقول توقعاتي ولا لا. ينفع؟ بص يعني انا بصراحه فريق الفالكونز على قد الخبرات اللي عنده والستيج، بس هتحس ان هو بيخش اول مباراه بيجرب كده، اللي هو انا لو هكسب المره 4 ماتشات اللي بعديها، فتحس ان هو اول ماتش بيخش ممكن يجرب فيه. فانا لو اتوقع ان اول ماتش يروح لمين، فانا اتوقع ان هو يروح لفريق الجي كي. هنا اللي بقوله بقى انا، جمهور فريق الجي كي بيتوقع ان الجي كي اللي هيفوز معانا اول مباراه. مين هيفوز اول مباراه؟ انا سامع الفالكونز اعلى الصراحه. انا سامع الفالكونز هو الاعلى. طيب خليني يعني بص يا ريز، انا قلت جي كي وانت قلت فالكونز، بس الجمهور برضه هيكون له عامل دور تاني. فانت متخيل طبعا فريق فالكونز لعب كتير جدا 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 قدام الجمهور، لعب كتير يعني جمهور عالمي، جمهور هنا محلي. فعنصر الجمهور ده هل هيكون مؤثر؟ مش هنتكلم على فريق فالكونز ان هو خلاص هو اتعود عليه، انا هتكلم على الروستر الخاص بفريق الجي كي. هل عنصر الجمهور هيشتغل عليه بالايجاب ولا هيكون ممكن يوتر شويه اللعيبه؟
انا شايف ان فريق الجي كي عنده خبره عاليه، فما افتكرش ان وجوده على الستيج او ان هو ما كانش موجود على الستيج كفريق فالكونز، يعني هو كانش موجود زي فريق فالكونز بقاله سنين ما شاركش الستيج على شكل عالمي اكتر. فانا شايف ان الصراحه ان فريق الجي كي لا، فريق ثابت، فريق متمكن، فريق فيه لعيبه متميزه، فريق على خبرات عاليه. فانا شايف الصراحه ان هم هيأدوا عادي، والجمهور طبعا زي ما انت سمعت اصوات الجمهور والتشجيع الجميل لفريق الجي كي. انا متوقع ماتش جميل، وشايف ان دي حاجه مش هتهز في عزيمتهم ولا في ادائهم في الماتش النهارده، وبجد انا متحمس جدا اشوف ادائهم.
خليني اقول لك ان انا كمان متحمس جدا جدا لماتش النهارده، والمتحمس اكتر ليه بسبب الجمهور الكبير اللي متواجد معانا النهارده في مصر هنا في قاعه حسن مصطفى. بصراحه جمهور كبير، تشجيع، حماس، دي حاجه تخلي اي بلاير هنا متحمس ان هو يطلع الماكسيموم الخاص بيه. فبصراحه شكرا ليك يا ريز، مبسوط جدا ان انت موجود معانا النهارده في حدث كبير زي ده. شكرا لوجودك معانا، وطبعا شكرا للحماس اللي موجود، ومستنيين اكتر من حماس الجمهور. فشكرا ليكم النهارده دلوقتي لحد اول انترفيو، فمش هخلينا نطول عليكم اكتر من كده. خلينا نروح بالمايك معاكم للكاستر الاعزاء. المايك معاك يا يونس.
And to that wonderful Falcons fan riling up the crowd, welcome back to the casting desk. It's still me, Uomi. With here is Sheffid. We're gonna bring you the action of this best of 7. And finally, after quite a while, we are back here, and hopefully the draft will be starting soon.
Yeah, hopefully, because I'm really not, I'm not, how do I say this? I'm very looking forward to the draft itself because we mentioned it over and over again. It's gonna be fun for seeing the meta game in other regions out there. Every time I cast MSL Thailand, I always brace for a Valir pick. I always brace for the super Prio Harith pick in the first phase, and for a good reason too. And hopefully we get to see some different flavors here in MPL MENA. So far from what I see in the statistics, it's not that far off from the main regions out there in terms of like the pick and ban rates. You know, it's mostly still with the Jushin, still with the Marcel, Phobius, Freya, Harley, and all that stuff. So hopefully you get to see something new here.
Yeah, hopefully something new, something fresh, something that they cooked up specifically for this grand finals. And we've talked about the stakes, we've talked about the prize pool, we've also talked about the upcoming draft, and we also wish that there were some sort of personal history between these players. And frankly speaking, Sheffin, we've also talked about the MLBB collab skins, and just because of that one Naruto commercial that was played right before the stream started once again. And I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of English viewers right now. I honestly checked as well, Chef, and it's being streamed live as well in the MPL Philippines page. So for any Filipinos watching right now the English broadcast of the MPL MENA Grand Finals, shout out to you guys, and hopefully a lot of Indonesian fans as well tuning in.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Indonesians are gonna watch the Indonesian broadcast for me. They got their own thing here.
Oh yeah, they got their own.
You know? Yeah, I'm sorry to say this, but we barely get recognition from Indonesians out there in our own broadcast. It's mostly, I would argue, even there are more Filipino fans for MPL Indonesia in English broadcast than Indonesian fans in English broadcast of MPL ID. So that's just the reality of it. We just gotta, it is what it is.
Live with
That's
it.
just how it is. ID.
Well, a lot of Filipino players and honestly enjoyers of MLBB speak a lot of English too. And a lot of, honestly, call center agents in the Philippines tune in to the English broadcast more. Considering the hours of work that they have, they just tune in to the English broadcast or watch the rebroadcast and on their ears, watch when they can. And hopefully they are watching right now for the MPL MENA Grand Finals, because there's also a lot of Filipinos out there in Riyadh, and I think a lot of siblings as well. I think that goes for Malaysia, Indonesia. A lot of what's the term there for Indonesians? Like Indonesians working abroad, because us, it's OFW, which stands for Overseas Filipino Workers. Do you guys have a term for Indonesians who work abroad?
We do have it. Oh, English term, I don't think we have, or at least if there is one, I don't know. But for the Indonesian terms, it's TKI, which means Tenaga Kerja Indonesia. That means Indonesian working power, if that's the correct translation. That's the word for word translation. I'm sure I can find a better translation, but this is how it is.
Wait. Let me get rid of it. TKI.
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 It's TKI.
Oh,
it's
TKI.
an abbreviation
Okay.
of yeah. So there are a lot of imports in MPL MENA, Womi, and as always, the Filipinos are always everywhere. If we're talking Mobile Legends, there are 21% of the league are Filipinos. Ain't that crazy?
Holy.
Even the Saudis
That's
are
crazy.
outnumbered here in MPL MENA.
Hey man, I feel like MPL MENA is just handing out jobs for Filipino imports as well. And given with the success that they got from Boyet, I'm pretty sure that Boyet paved the way for a lot of other Filipino imports inside this league. I'm actually looking at the teams right now to check which team has the most, and I feel like at this point Boyet is the most prominent out of all, considering the dominance of Team Falcons. But are there any other, all right, let's talk about Indonesians. We have Indonesians here in MPL MENA. Have you taken note of any Indonesians in MPL MENA?
We do have one, I believe, and it's an ex-RQ member. It's Aether. I'm not sure if he's still in the roster, because I feel like Aether is on a different team right now. Oh no, he's actually still in the MENA team. He was participating for Evil SG in M7 World Championship, and unfortunately for this season's MPL MENA, he is eliminated already in I believe the first day for GS team. So shout out to Aether. You did your best. Hopefully you can make Indonesian name proud a bit more in the next seasons. So that's the only Indonesian import in MPL MENA. But other countries are also contributing in the imports in MPL MENA, Womi.
Yeah.
Even the EU, Spain, we got Mark.
Yeah.
Ukraine, we got Flado Security, and Tiso from Poland, out of all countries. Damn.
insane. Yeah, we even have a Korean, Orange Bob 25. And to be fair, like the most I think of imports a team could have is 2. So I feel like a lot of these teams are just maxing them out as much as they can. Of course, for Team Occupy, who actually finished 4th, I believe. No, they haven't finished 4th yet. They are purely Egyptian, which I feel like is an achievement already when you're looking at a league like this dominated by imports. When you find success with a one nationality team, it talks about how strict the organization is. But it's pretty hard to win a championship right now without the help of global talents, I would say. May it be for Filipino or Indonesians. Team Liquid right now has a Singaporean coach, and so far Aeon has been helping out Team Liquid Philippines a lot.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most surprising acquisition that I've ever seen in Mobile Legends. I don't know if I'm being hyperbolic here, because you see in other regions, right? They're trying to get Filipino coaches. I mean, there are like tons of them here in Indonesia. Coach Bam back then for BTR, now he's on Geekay Esports in Malaysia. We still got a lot of Filipino coaches here in Indonesia too. So like I was like baffled. Like, why would you import a coach for, arguably, or maybe like objectively, the strongest team in the world from Singapore, and no less, which is not really the most prominent region out there, but still the result definitely does not betray the move itself. So far, Coach Aeon has been amazing for TLPH, even with the whole shenanigans in the gold lane with Oheb, with Aaron Chiki, the failed move. Now they are quote-unquote gotta settle with Teddy. But they're number 1 seed, only losing once. Actually, was that the record for MPLPH? 13-1?
No. It's not a record yet. They failed to get that record, but Teddy is a good fit so far for Team Liquid Philippines. But you mentioned Aaron Chiki, dude. That's one of the saddest things that early on in the regular season for MPL Philippines. We were so excited, man. Like, if I'm being honest, we were so hyped that we're gonna have like 2 Indonesian gold laners playing in the Philippines. Obviously, there are a lot of doubts coming in from communities, but we, as casters, we were so hyped to see international talent from a rival country playing on home soil. Dude, that was a storyline in itself, and not gonna lie, brother, Aaron Chiki is hella marketable. I mean, look at that face.
Oh yeah, not only the face, the attitude as well. I don't think there are other Indonesians with Aaron Chiki's attitude. He's super confident, pretty much want to talk trash with literally anyone. Even the GOATs themselves taste at least the trash talk, maybe not the in-game skills of Aaron Chiki. Unfortunately, he was not able to get that M6 World Championship, falling short against Onyx. And it's hard to go up against the prime Onyx there with Super Friends, King Kong, especially with the meta supporting them as well. And gotta say, even though Aaron Chiki's move failed, but we still have Savero in Onyx PH. So that's something that we're really proud of for the Indonesians out there. Even getting a moniker, the pressure. On his first season.
That was from an interview. Really we did like force that one on Savero. Savero was straight up like, in one of the interviews, I think the host asked Onyx Philippines after winning, did you feel any pressure playing against ex-player, ex-organization? And Savero, after a very short pause, he goes like, I am pressure. And they were like, okay, fam, you are the pressure.
Yeah, hopefully the nickname does not affect what's going on in the game though, because I believe I heard Liquid Danson, one of the TLID people here in Indonesia, in Mirko's podcast. Once Aaron Chiki got that moniker of the untouchable, it kind of gets into his head of like, I will not try to, in a way, play super aggressively because I still want to keep that moniker for myself. And it kind of like, in a way, sets a limit in your brain of like, what's the optimal thing to do. And you have that untouchable thing in your head, and that really messes up your mind.
Yeah, it sometimes do add unnecessary pressure when you're named that way, and I feel like a very similar moniker for the untouchable would be the Bulletproof Super Marco, M5 world champion. I think he stopped caring about the moniker. He started just flickering in front of people, trying his best not to die after aggressive maneuvers like that one. And hopefully, I feel like Aaron Shiki is having a swell time working overseas as well. Hopefully, he's able to recover, bounce back, find his way back to either Indonesia or the Philippines. If I'm being honest, brother, I'd like to see Aaron Shiki in the Philippines. As much as I know he's one of Indonesia's finest, it's very interesting to me to see a Indonesian gold laner accomplish one at most to play in Philippine grounds. And I feel like it's a very sad or a bittersweet interview or it wasn't even an interview, it was an article published that Aaron Shiki actually said that he wanted to win championships with Carl Tizzy. And I feel like that would have been far off. I feel like in this world with the run that Team Liquid has right now, of course, no offense to Teddy and Daiki, I feel like Aaron Shiki would have done the same thing with the 4 horsemen of the cavalry. Sanji, Sanford, Carl Tizzy, and JP are just so dominating as a 4-man unit as of now.
Yeah, hopefully Teddy is still doing well too as well. I think he is definitely doing well, but from the fans themselves, sometimes, you know, your name is not really the one that's getting talked about. And you can't really blame the fans when you have 4 all-stars, literally, for probably the greatest 4 of all time in your team, and you are just there as a shadow. It's just unfortunate, I guess. But the fact that they're still doing really good in the league, 13-1, I would assume that Teddy is doing mighty fine, you know?
Oh, yeah. He is. Especially with signature heroes such as the Claude. Hopefully, we do see a lot of Claude in this upcoming series. One of the meta picks here for the upcoming grand final. And I feel like it has been a running joke as well for the Philippines that Teddy is just farming MMR for Claude. And do you have like a gold laner like that too in Indonesia? Do you have like a gold laner that you know that would only pick one hero and that hero alone?
Right now, no, not really. It used to be Arfi with the Granger, but after the M7 run now, he is not only a Freya merchant, he is an Obsidian merchant, he is pretty much every merchant in the book, so he's no longer a Granger merchant. But I mean, like, Claude pick is probably one of the strongest pick you can use in the gold lane, man. Not only it brings you that stability, it kind of wins you the lane too against the other like meta picks. Even Harith, the one that's super strong in the early game, you can still kind of maneuver around the Sacred Visions and all that. And and unfortunately, guys, we're still gonna have to wait just a few minutes or so to get yourself into the game and the drafting phase, so bear with us just for a little longer. We're gonna be back for MPL MENA Grand Final Season 9 with Wami and Shefin.
Welcome back to the grand finals of MPL MENA. We're finally the draft pick of this best of 7. Once again, we are your casters for the English broadcast. My name is Romy. With me here is Shepin, who will be bringing the action live as the game 1 starts. It's going to be dangerous grass with Team Falcons in the blue side and red side for Geekay.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis on the Rome bans here, like even 4 by now with the Marcel ban. The Cho, I mean, makes sense. Troll really likes the Cho, and it's been a known fact ever since his international days too. But the Hilda and the Baxia seems like for Falcon Esports, or Team Falcons, they do not want these heroes that can dictate what's happening in the early game and give out a huge kill pressure in the river. And obviously, the Freya is always gotta be banned.
Oh yeah, Freya definitely a demon in the XP and in the gold. I think a lot of Filipinos remember the wounds Arfi inflicted upon Team Liquid's Golden Road with that pick. So with the Freya taken away, it's up to Geekay for the last ban of the first phase. The Harley is still very much open, but they will be taking out the Phoebus instead, which means that Team Falcons, they have the potential to get that Harley right in the blue side. And for the side of Geekay, they do have the options to take an early Zeus Jin or a Suyo.
Unfortunately for Falcon Esports, or Team Falcons, they're not really well versed in using Jushin, despite Coffin being, I believe back then he was called the Sons of the MPL MENA region, but Jushin is not really one of his strong suit. But the Harley so far boasts a 100% win rate for both junglers. Uomi has been picked, so it's gonna be very tough for Geekay to be able to counter this one. Something that comes to mind immediately is the Jushin. That's usually the standard response, but for Geekay here, other than that, maybe something like a Harith or a Suyo.
Yeah, definitely they could delay the Suyo, but it looks like they're going to go for the Guinevere instead. And that will most likely go to the hands of their jungler, but could potentially still be a flex pick in the Roam. We have seen some Roam Guineveres around the MLBB esports landscape, but it's very rare compared to the jungle Guinevere that is most commonly seen. And now for Team Falcons, they actually have the chance to get an Eve here and potentially match against this Zhu Shin. And you also mentioned the Harith, Shepin. That could be a primary pickup as well for Team Falcons. However, that's going to be a lot of magic damage for their early draft.
Yeah, I don't think Harith is going to be the option here unless I do think the Harith is one of those exceptions where you can actually be a solo carry in the late game despite being solely reliant on the magic damage. That's one of the exceptions, Harith and Nathan. But it seems like it's gonna be a more DOT, more kiting kind of draft here with this Alice and also Eve. Still an abundance of magic damage. Now for Geekay, with the Phobius gun and also the Alice being picked here for Falcon or Team Falcons, they can go ahead and try to secure those combos for the XP lane. They can set up the early game objectives well. Something like an Arlet comes to mind with the Jushin and also Guinevere as well. You can pretty much burst down literally anyone in front of you if you land the combo. One thing that's really beautiful about this combo is you can start with the Guinevere with the spatial migration, or you can just start with the final slash. But no, it's just gonna be a Claude, which is quite standard here. And for Geekay, they do have an option to ban the options for the gold lane for Team Falcons after this.
Oh yeah, definitely. Team Falcons not picking their gold lane pick early on means that Geekay takes out that Clint pocket pick coming in from Saano, and currently that is one of the best picks that Saano could have picked in terms of his mastery of it. But it seems that it is well respected by Geekay here. We did talk a lot about targeted bans, and this is something that we are seeing right now in the second phase of our banning in game number 1. The Kali taken away as well. Geekay is still looking for their potential roamer and their potential XP laner. So this is a great ban coming in from Team Falcons. They could potentially take out the Hilda as well.
Hilda is already banned.
Hilda's already banned, actually.
It's pretty much almost the same thing with the Greed. You want to pretty much discard that early game pressure, but the Grok ban, which is super interesting here. Grok, despite it being one of the more prominent picks or maybe the meta picks early on in the season for other MPLs, but the more time goes on, people just realize that it doesn't really secure you that mid-prio. But despite all that, Geekay still wants to ban the Grog. I guess this is one of the signature heroes of Troll, and it can be comboed quite well too with the RWM or the incoming Throne of Ruin. Even the basic attack and the combo to the walls as well are very handy if you're playing with a Harith. That can be Harley's potential will be elevated if you have that.
Yeah, definitely. And this is something that we've seen so far in terms of mid-roam tandems with a Grok and an Eve dominating a lot of the early game waves and in terms of space control as well around objectives. And with that, Team Falcons taking away another option in the roam pick. But it seems that Geekay, unbothered with the meta ban picks coming in, ban roams coming in from Team Falcons, they're going to go for the Hylos instead. Not really much of a combo for both the Zushin and the Guinevere, but it does offer a lot of defensive and offensive options in terms of sustained combat.
Pretty much a standard pick, you could call it. If you don't really know what to do, then Hylos can never go wrong. Super tanky in the front line. The Glorious Pathway just gives you a way to get out of team fight as well. And the potential Revitalize that's going to be used is also a way for you to sustain yourself early when you're battling for mid-prio. So it's going to be a Galot Kacha and also a Moskov once again. Two teams, it feels like they're not really going for the Hail Mary or the quote-unquote weird picks, but never mind that. Geekay shifted towards for a Paquito here, which is for laning phase against a Alice. I've never really seen it happening, but I'm gonna assume that the more time goes on, the Alice becomes a bit more stronger against the Paquito, but in laning phase, surely that burst damage that it gives you with the passive as well is gonna potentially secures you the lane against this Alice.
Definitely agree. This Paquito recently on our latest and live patch as of now has been buffed. A lot of that buffs come into his wave clear and his survivability during long combos and fights. So apart from the burst damage that you did mention about this Paquito, we might be seeing a Paquito that could not just burst people in the front line or back line, but also survive to tell the tale. So it's going to be very interesting heading on to game number 1, considering that this is, I would say, very much experimental, considering that the Paquito buffs have been live for about only almost 2 weeks. So hopefully Geekay is very prepared to bring out this Paquito. The last time that Paquito was relevant inside the meta was way back 2 years ago in M5.
And I think the biggest buff there is for the Paquito in this patch is that damage reduction that it gives you when you are triggering your, I believe, passive, right? 10 to 40% damage reduction. That is insane. It's going to scale with your level as we're going to jump towards the first game here, the grand finals between Team Falcons against Geekay Esports. The first meeting in the playoffs was Falcon pretty much dominating Geekay 3-0 without any kind of reply whatsoever. Geekay, the #1 seed in the regular season. Can they actually prove that they actually #1 seed worthy of the championship in MPL MENA Season 9, Womi?
Well, we're about to find out as we head on towards game number 1. And we talked a lot of emphasis over momentum in this type of series. Whoever gets game number 1 in this best of 7 might just be taking home the big trophy at the end of this MPL MENA region. And of course, not just a trophy, but also the chance or the right to represent their country in the upcoming Esports World Cup. And so far, as of now, no big crazy rotations just yet. Invades, not that big as well. I would say that both teams here would like to play it safe.
Just gonna feel the water, trying to just feel out the situation first in the first game. Just try to get as many information as you can in this first game to build on Game 7. It's gonna be a long series potentially here between the two, as looks like there's gonna be a skirmish in the mid lane there. Some HP bars are getting poked in behind your camera, but both teams still pretty much healthy currently.
Yeah, very healthy. And so far, no first blood. I think Lethal Wonder will be going to the hands of Geekay, and rightfully so. They do have, in terms of levels 1 to 3, better early game. I feel like when you're looking at Harley, you're looking at the potential of a snowball by level 4, but we're yet to see that. I feel like it's going to come in.
يمكن انك تكون الفيرست بلود لهذه الليله ولهذا النهائي. كوانك مايسترو الفريق يغامر قليلا ويحاول على انه يضغط على جهه الميدان. شين بالضغط العالي، حذاري شين، حذاري من الحماس هنا، شين والدخول ولكن حذاري وريش بي. نعم جيكاي اي سبورت يخطف التحيه الاولى على من؟ عليك الان يطرد.
فليكر موجوده وكمان ريفايتلايز من ناحيه اللاعب
strikes first and they're playing with the HP bars quite well as well. Replay actually, I believe.
افضليه على مستوى الافضليه، فانا اروح واميل ناحيه فريق فالكنز.
Bear with us everybody. There's still
شفنا
تغامر قليلا يا شين. قلنا انك كويس ولكن حذاري، فالكون لا يرحم، فالكون لا يريد. نعم انه
Team Falcons in this first game of best of 7.
And that is a crucial pickoff right before the turtle, which means Team Falcons have prior control over this turtle, secured as well, coming in from Boyet. Goes in for the 4-man Throne of Ruins as they get another kill. Aizen goes down, and it seems that the Moskov doesn't even have to go there anymore. Team Falcons take a commanding first turtle and a kill.
Definitely a trade worth taking for Team Falcons, and good freeze here with Forzano against Yaga, the Claude. And this is an interesting matchup because the long lane's going to be secured by the Moskov the later the game goes. So Team Falcons definitely have that leaning or to be leaned towards to in the late game. But now looks like Boyet is eyeing the situation. It's going to be a special migration Violet Requiem combo, and it bursted down Troll even through the revitalized. Now Coffin in trouble. They're going to get chased down. Boyet is the next on the chopping block. There's still the rune for Coffin to get away from the danger. Geekay strikes back Womi with 2 kills consecutively.
And that equalizes the game 3 minutes in. And it's very interesting considering that the high uptime heroes coming in from Geekay is just clutching in these kills early on. And this isn't looking good for Team Falcons. As much as you want, when you're looking at the Harley, you want to get clean kills. Get that snowball rolling for Boyet. And sadly, that shutdown slows him down for quite a bit for the next few minutes. It's 40 seconds before we see the next big turtle. And Geekay is already putting in their own barricades around that objective. It feels like Geekay is also inching towards this purple buff, maybe just for vision, but they're also looking to get some kills.
Look at that. Aizen already eyeing for a burst down with his combos of punches, but it looks like he's just gonna go back and clear out his lane just a second before he's setting up for the next objective. I would have gone for a cut immediately if I were the Potato, but right now Sanji already has an advantage, but he wants to recall here. The Alice choosing to recall first before actually rotating. Interesting decision. Looks like there might be some lane swap too after this, potentially, as we're going to go on towards the second turtle.
Yeah, second turtle already started here. Geekay trying to control the turtle for themselves, but Falcons already in prime position to take this second turtle instead. Boyet trying to burst him down into half HP, but Aizen is already around the corner with full stacks on his passive. This could potentially be dangerous for the Falcons as we head on to coming in from his high loss. First pathway already used as well. Alice looking to sell out a lot of numbers coming from Team Falcons, but it seems that everybody's just slowed down by the glorious pathway as well coming in from this high loss. Geekay looking to get this second turtle. One retribution is always going to take from this Guinevere. Well, here comes the SOG to 3, and he does have to take away his HP bar very low out there. The turtle still up for the taking. Anybody in this team fight can get it.
Yeah, it's still continuing right now. Still waiting for issue. Now, looks like Sanji's gonna secure a kill towards Warnock. And Turtle's gonna be taken by Zeno. Geekay building on a good lead in the early game, but Aizen's gonna get taken down by Sanji. Again, 2 kills for the CXP laner, and looks like Falcon or Team Falcons, they're gonna beeline towards the mid turret immediately, trying to just get that outer cleared away from the map, and that is a pretty good win to take.
Not only were they able to secure a kill, sure, the turtle did go to the hands of Geekay, but taking down that mid lane turret is very high value, especially 5 minutes in. That allows Team Falcons to make plays around the map, around the entrances of the jungle of Geekay. And that might just be very crucial for this Harley, considering that he wants to get more kills. Currently, Boyet is 1-2-2. Do not like this score early on, but they do have some late game insurance in the form of Sano on this monster. Still give it to the Claude, man. The Claude is really one of those marksmen that's really dangerous. Comes super late.
And Aizen will be the X factor of Geekay Esports. The fact that you can deal out burst damage as an EXP laner in the late game, and you got that buff intact for you, that damage reduction is going to come in handy, but early gives some just get away from potential danger and getting some knockups to his control. Some pokes here and there, nothing much happening. Meanwhile, top, those sound just going to get pushed down. Not yet, going to throw in, it goes forward, and that is going towards Zeno. And now, punches, but no kills just yet. It's gonna be a blitz by Yasmin by behind. He still survives now he goes back to the turtle pit. Aizen super low shot. Wanna push the 2-1 line. He was able to get a kill towards Sanji. And now that 3 magic is only thrown as a desperation attempt from Boyet. DK. Was that a win?
Wow. I think that was equal trade in my eyes. Still, it's very even looking at the gold score, but I'd say that still is a win for Geekay, considering that they were able to shut down Sanji and also space out Boyet. Nobody was able to take that last turtle. That fight went on for way too long, turning that turtle to a lord. And Geekay as of now still lost that turret in the mid lane a few minutes ago, and that would mean that they have to play defensively for a while until they actually have big damage coming from this squad. But that was a very, very early rotation coming from Yaga, just securing his golden staff, going in for a 3-man blazing duet as well.
Super aggressive. He secures that golden staff. I believe he already secures that DHS, so that's enough firepower to you to work with in this mid game. Already participate in the team fight and make a big difference with this squad, especially against this kind of heroes, man. Mostafa will be the prime target now. Beacon towards the backline. What's gonna be the follow up here? Super low is coming, and he gets taken down by the Falcons. Ivan's gonna get taken down. Sanji still very much healthy. One more knockup. Very good. This might be the combo, but back off. Zeno taking the brunt of damage from Falcons. Now Sanji with a He's just gonna back off. So far, super chaotic in this early of the game, Momi.
Yeah, super chaotic. 1-for-1 trade right before his board is started by Team Falcons, and turns the real estate around his board. Team Falcons already controlling the entire corridor. I feel like Geekay without this squad is finding it hard to actually get this. It looks like Falcons will be securing that one for Team Falcons, and he will be trying to win this team fight after the main knockoff from different SOD match on the street. No kicks on, looking for more kills, and he's able to get out of that real estate. Aizen with his Paquito combo in the background, survived the heavy match and was able to go out of that fight clean. They did lose out the Lord, but they do get 2 kills out of Falcons.
Yeah, too many overextensions here for Team Falcons. They should have just back off after the fact that they secured the Lord there and play with it. But apparently now, Team Falcons, despite all of that, they still have quote-unquote the win rate after the wave clears and all that. Sano was able to secure an outer tier turret up top, and now they're just gonna play with the Lord with Sanji and also Troll already healthy, 100% HP after getting back to the base. And so far 8-8 in the kill count. Geekay and Falcons, no big advantages from both teams in terms of economy, but in terms of map pressure, it looks like Team Falcons is definitely leading by quite a lot with all the auto tier towers getting taken down. So they're trying to go for the mid tier here, or second tier tower in the mid. With combo AOG too. It's not gonna connect towards anyone in the back line though. Super low is one of them. Sanji is super low as well. He's stuck in no man's land, fighting on his own, and he's gonna get taken down out of the fight. 2 kills for GK.
Oh man, another one of those overextensions that we talked about a few minutes ago. Oh no, Aizen checking the bush. He's gonna pay the price. Goes down to the deadly magic. Geekay, they already won a lot from that overextension coming from Team Falcons around that mid lane turret, surviving as well. But Geekay, they just had to find something around that right bush mid. Sadly, what they found is like 3 members from Team Falcons ready to burst down that Paquito. And now the game is once again very much equalized. Nobody in clear favor except where Falcons to the map control.
That is a really big advantage there in the long lane. 3 turrets are still intact for Team Falcons and Geekay Esports. They're only relying on the inhibitor turret, only a single turret left in the long lane. So with the fact that Sano is on a Moskov, that should be a clear big advantage for Team Falcons to build on towards the next Lord. So Geekay Esports, they're just gonna have to play a bit more cleanly, trying to find that clean and perfect execution or like catch towards potentially Sano, because he's going to be the main man for Team Falcons from now on. Already online, definitely. I believe he already secured that Swift Trinity. Still sitting at his 0 death. So he is healthy and he is ready to fight.
Oh yeah, definitely ready to fight. And with the SOGs been landing, I guess it's important as well, but it has been not the long SOGs that we've been waiting around cross map. It's mostly SOGs in key position inside the fights that we've seen so far, and this is a fairly high kill score game. 13 minutes in, we have 19 kills in multiple attempts that didn't really follow through. Yaga already getting the Malefic Gun as well, same time as Sano, and this is very important for the next fight, considering the Claw does have a big power spike the moment you get that item, and that's considering that he also has the Swift Trinity in his hands as well. Aizen in prime position to potentially get a burst down here, but sadly he does find the Alice only, and it's quite impossible to get down this Alice. Oh, Rapidus works that way.
Still hard to get up. Vegas with the backline. Good flicker by Coffin. And it's like the Regage is going to be there. Sano takes the SOD. And 2 kills secured for Team Falcons. Good damage and all. After the final Requiem combo, Ninja's going to finish the job towards Sano. But it's still not an equal trade. It's only 2 kills or 2 kills secured by Falcons or Team Falcons. But for GK, they lose 3 in the end. And they just get a beeline towards the Lord here. There's absolutely no way Zeno is contesting this one as long as the Falcons play the housekeeper.
Yeah, Sanji already on the job of zoning out this Guinevere as the Lord is being taken down by Team Falcons as we speak. Half HP on that Lord, and the Alice is trying its best to keep out the Guinevere. First half they already used as well. It seems that they're giving out this Guinevere, going down with the AOG, and Boyan secured that Lord as well. One off, nice knockoff from the end for this Guinevere. They have to get out of this one. That team has already taken down the life. SOD comes in, finds the 1, and Shen goes down. It looks like Yaga will be next here. Blazy Duet won't be enough to buy him his life, but he is hiding inside those bushes. This might just be a micro outlay that we're looking at with BMI enough to make the distance, and Sano's just looking for his next victim here and might just give this off to Sanji instead just to play it. It seems that Team Falcons will be continuing the push here in the mid lane. Lord is being held by the Paquito downstairs, but Boyet will be responding to that situation very quickly, trying to burst down Aizen, but the fight is already happening around this Alice. Gonna go blood clean away. Aizen does go down. The Lord still survive, which means that they could potentially force a bump here in the bottom lane. No holy shields available, which means that this could be a potential inhibitor turret for the side of Team Falcons.
Sanji has the flicker AOG combo with the Throne of Ruin, and Yaga is out of the fight. No Purify, only flickers when it's blood. Combo with the special migration, only getting 1, and there's not much damage at all from GK. Geekay Esports, and Team Falcons is pretty much running down, pummeling down on the members of Geekay Esports. Game number 1 will be secured by Team Falcons convincingly.
Wow, and after back-to-back consecutive chaotic team fights, Team Falcons pulled through with the first Lord of the game, I believe. And what a dominating display of Micro in those team fights. I actually didn't expect that it would be finished down to the first Lord. I feel like DK did have tools to defend, but I think if you're Team Falcons, you just take the W, take the opportunities and the errors committed by your enemy, and that gives them the lead. Momentum is in the hands of Team Falcons. The last time that these two teams met, DK did not score a point against them in the playoffs, and as of now, it's still like that, Sheffin. It's now 4-0 if you count their upper bracket meetup.
Yeah. It's now 4-0. Definitely Geekay Esports definitely in a tough situation right now. And I feel like the execution was so subpar for Geekay Esports with this Guinevere comp. One of the things that you rely on when you're playing a Guinevere comp is that synergy, right? And they do get some combos here and there with the knockoff of the Magician, with other knockups as well from the Bakito, especially too. But at the end of the day, you're not really targeting the wrong, the right person. You know, mostly Sanji is the one taking that full combo of that chain CC, and you don't really have that damage as well working out for you. In the early game, you have to rely on Sanji and pretty much the DOT building up for you. But even in the late game, I don't really see Yaga being that difference maker once the combo connects, right? Or maybe the lack of combo itself is also what makes Yaga was not able to be super, you know, a big difference maker in the late game.
Yeah, and we didn't really see that late game come to fruition as well. This was a fairly quick game, less than 15 minutes to be exact, and hopefully we do see something more tangible for the side of Geekay. You're right, the combos weren't landing. We were seeing some of the Guinevere Zushin pickups. We are seeing the Violet Requiem, but it wasn't the right person. As you said, it kept landing on Sanji. That's the worst person to use your Violet Requiem on. The moment that you go in full combo on an Alice, you're technically losing out a lot of your damage. And let me just correct myself, this wasn't a less than 15-minute game. It was a 16-minute game with Team Falcons getting the win with that bottom lane siege after that prolonged Lord fight. And I would say Sano played spectacularly here. He did only get one death, but overall this was mostly the Eve putting in a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I'm really surprised with Coffin, man. Not really the most eye or like mind-boggling KDA. It's a pretty good KDA. 3-1 and 14 is actually a really good KDA, but you know, the kills are not there for him. But the reaction time to get away from the potential combo from the dives that's coming from Geekay Esports has been super amazing for Coffin, especially with the RWM as well. The calculation was also on point, especially in the early game. He was able to get some kills secured in the early game, and that was the one that really secures the mid prio for Team Falcons super early in the game.
Yeah, and we're gonna actually watch the highlights from that game number 1. Talking about mid prio, there were a lot of fights that happened in the mid lane, and early on, around 5 minutes, Team Falcons already securing that mid lane turret meant they had so much real estate to work around with come mid game, and we've seen that in fruition in the next few fights. The SODs were landing, and to be fair, Sano didn't have to come to a lot of those parties, and he could have just actually farmed it out against the Claude. And as you said, Violent Requiem was landing against Team Falcons, sadly onto Sanji, and Falcons want that. They want the Alice to tank the hits as much as possible.
That's not really a good thing for Geekay Esports, and I'll even go as far as to say just get away from the Guinevere comp, because from the execution itself, there's not much going on for Geekay Esports. Just find another way to win at this point. But maybe they want to just try it out a bit more. Still definitely a best of 7 for this grand final, so they can still kind of like test the waters just a little bit, but not too much, because you know, Team Falcons, there's a reason why they are multiple times MPL MENA champions, also the reigning champion a lot of experience for this team, and also the players, especially given a lot of different organizations. You can see there, right? Yaga a bit too not really of a difference maker with the Blazing Duet, still trying to farm up the items. And I feel like one of the reasons is the fact that these backliners of Team Falcons knows not to group up. Boyat knows he has to be super independent. He has to make his own opportunities. What I'm trying to say, and also Coffin has to be super safe in his approach, especially once he pops the RWM, and he was really safe in that game. And that in itself really divert the eyes of the players of GK. Should I go for Boyet? Should I go for Coffin? Or should I go Orsano on the other side of the map? Which is, none of the options are really good. So, like it or not, they have to play it super safely, front to back, but didn't really work out for Geekay Esports at all. But MVP of that game earlier is gonna be Coffin with that 77k damage and 89% kill participation, Naomi.
Yeah, definitely one of those mid laners that you'd like to respect the pick off at this game number 1. I feel like the Eve was the perfect response for that Zushin pickup come red side first phase, and we did see a lot of RWMs connect, and as you said, it was fairly safe in those team fights, and that's mostly because of the, I would say, scattered priorities coming in from Geekay as well. And I feel like this Eve pick capitalized on that, and basically all the objective fights was controlled by this man, very deserving of this game 1 MVP of this grand finals. And look at the MVP highlights. Again, mid lane was the lane to go for both teams here, and sadly for Geekay Esports, they lost that fight early on. Again, losing that mid lane turret by minute 5 is something that you do not want to happen. Nobody wants that, and the moment that you get that and you allow this Harley, you allow all of the people coming in from the side of Falcons to just free farm or make plays inside your own jungle. I think for the most part, Sano was just split pushing. When you mentioned about this Blazing Duet coming in from Yaga that didn't make much of a difference inside a team fight, Sano was just split pushing like a real hardworking man, my guy.
Yeah, he's definitely a hard worker for sure, getting all the minions, getting the turrets, and this is just a beautiful combo from Team Falcons. You can see that from a mile away. Even Stevie Wonder can see that too, with that flicker available for Sanji, with the AOG loading up as well, with the RWM that covers a lot of grounds and also can reach, heroes 10 miles away. It's easy to chain CC that, and I feel like for Team Falcons, they've built up a pretty good composition here in game number 1. From Team GK, it's not to say that this composition cannot work. It's just it requires precision, a really good execution, and unfortunately for Team GK, nothing worked out.
Yeah. We did try to see the brighter side of it, but sadly, the execution was not that clean. And as you said, the margin of error for that type of composition is very, very thin. You would like to see good combos and the right people, or maybe even not forcing team fights where you can just go for the backline. You're looking at a Guinevere, you're looking at a Paquito. Most of these heroes have tools to go straight to the backline of Team Falcons rather than focusing on what's in front of you. And I feel like Geekay has to realize that entering game number 2, maybe use the actual toolkits that the heroes that they have, because I feel like if you go front to back, might as well just play Fredrin, If you want to play a team fight, then just go front to back, play a Fredrin, play a Baksha, no shame in that. But you had Guinevere, you had Claude, you had all the tools to enter the back line, and we did see that this game number 1.
Yeah, and that is why Coffin was able to pretty much get taken down only once throughout the game, despite all the up-and-coming dive from the Aizen and also Yaga as well. Didn't really happen a lot of times, and I feel like that requires creativity too, not only precision, especially for Yaga and Aizen. Those two are the one, their job is to wreck the backline, right? So it requires a certain amount of flair in a way for them to be able to make this composition work, and also some individual prowess from those two side laners as well. And yeah, not happening at all. Coffin was able to pretty much put his eyes on the mid trio especially, and he is super safe in that game. Didn't really have to, micromanage where the hell is the Bakito, where the hell is the Cloud most of the time. And that says something about the poor execution of Geekay.
Yeah, and hopefully we see them brush it up because there's not much time to learn in a best of 7, especially in the grand finals. And the journey inside MSC is very different when you're going to play from wildcard to the actual main stage instead of just going straight to the main stage. Sure, there's more prizes to be won if you play in the wildcard, but I actually going to risk it all? Honestly, wildcard has a lot of good teams inside of it, and I feel like at this point, you wouldn't want to be one of those teams to be proving themselves in a wildcard. You want a ticket straight to the main stage. You're talking about Paris, baby. And for MPL MENA, that's a big stage to present what MPL MENA MLBB is.
And especially with the global scene growing more and more in China region, even the South Korea and Japan, they're starting to pick up their steps here in MCT. So the competition gets tougher and tougher, not only in the main stage of MSC, which we have 2 Filipino teams there, almost guaranteed to be in the grand finals. You also have to consider this lesser known region that's still growing. They're trying to make a name of their own, trying to make their own style of play. And that's trouble. Back then it was Tiovo with Kid Bomba, and now they are one of the, I guess, like the main power of Mobile Legends, not only Dark Horses anymore in the current, I guess, like power map.
Yeah, with the current landscape of MLBB esports as well in the global stage, I would say that the Western region, especially with Team Spirit and Aurora Turkey, those are teams to watch out for in the Western stage. They are very much at the par of a lot of our Southeast Asian teams. And we look for MPL MENA, they're still looking for that one big break. And hopefully, whoever wins the grand finals here for MPL MENA is able to actually prove themselves in the world stage. But as of now, I feel like we're going to go back to this best of 7 series with game 2 underway already. As we said earlier, Sheffin, it's going to be really hard for Geekay to suddenly adjust, to suddenly find a way to get back to this series. And looks like we're going to have Expanding Rivers. No, we're gonna have Flying Cloud as the map of choice. Wait, they're gonna go Dangerous Grass again. Holy RNG, boy. Back-to-back Dangerous Grass games.
Damn, you got trolled twice. Not by troll, by MPL MENA, but still it looks like the Cho ban in the first phase is gonna stay for Geekay Esports, with the blue side Hilda ban as well for both teams. So it seems like there's a bit of a Hilda bias in MPL MENA, and it's kind of deserved, especially if you're playing in Dangerous Grass. We mentioned it before, and against heroes like Harley, Hilda is super difficult to face, right? Because it's not really a target that you want to go for with that deadly magic. And in terms of like chase potential and damage trade against the Harley, the Hilda is just probably one of the hardest roamer to deal with.
Oh yeah, we've seen it happen sometimes. Hildas even build like Fury Hammers early on just so they could mess around with jungles a bit further. A very interesting ban, however, coming in from Geekay. They take away the Harley themselves despite playing on the blue side. And for Team Falcons, which means this Suyu could be a potential better pick here, but we have seen a lot of Leomords flying around between the players that we're looking at right now. So Soyo might not even be a big pick here, entering the first few picks inside this Game 2 draft. But a very interesting ban coming in from Geekay nonetheless. I am honestly quite baffled as to why they take away the Harley when both junglers here definitely want that, but looks like they're going to go for the Marcel instead. A very high, I would say high mastery hero to play. So this is a big pick coming in from Geekay.
And I like the Jushin ban from Team Falcons, right? Because they know damn well they're not gonna pick the Jushin for Coffin. Didn't really play much Jushin, and if you actually played in the regular season, didn't really find much success either. But speaking of success, they are picking heroes that they found success with Valentina as well. Coffin's signature hero So far, I believe in 13 games this season, 9-4, and the win and loss rate. So that's something that's really good. A lot of Team Falcons fan are looking forward to, and the Phobius as well. Can never go wrong with the Phobius. It's a nice lot of pick as well. Now for GK, they're gonna think twice to pick heroes like a Suyo or Harith, but they're just gonna shy away from that and just go for a full-on, maybe just like what you said earlier, Womi, a full-on front to back here with the Baksha as well. And I believe this Baksha is not gonna be flexed towards the roam because Marcel is gonna be there. That's a lot of kill pressure in the early game.
Oh yeah. With the Gord and the Baksha being picked together, this already ensures that this Phobius won't be able to just have free reign in the front line, but a very early glue pick here coming in from Team Falcons says that they could potentially go in and dive the Gord instead. So now for Geekay, they're still looking for their potential gold lane and XP lane. And I feel like if you're already looking at the glue as a potential roamer here on the side of Team Falcons, you would like additional ways to deal with this. Someone who could melt down this glue.
So you're thinking of something like a carry, or it doesn't really have to be necessarily carry. Obsidia can provide some shred as well. Something like Claude can still go front to back, even though he definitely has a bit more dive potential. But I want to point out the Valentina pick here from Team Falcons, man. I think GK has done a good job so far from not really giving this Valentina a lot of things to work with. Yes, you do have that golden hour to steal if you are Coffin, but at the same time, other than the golden hour or the ultimate that this Valentina provides, the first skill and the second skill of the Valentina will not do it will not be a threat towards Geekay Esports in the early game. In terms of poke battle, the Baksha and the Gord will definitely outpower the Valentina in the early game.
Agreed. It's really hard to fight a Baksha early on, and when you're playing a Valentina, you'd like a snowball a bit faster than this Gord, but it's quite near impossible considering that the wave clear coming from Gord is really good as of now in this meta. A lot of jungle bans on the side of Geekay, which means that Team Falcons have to relegate into something else. I feel like with that Leon Mord, you are left with another tank jungler. Fredrin still comes to my mind, but I feel like if you're Falcons, you're lacking damage already. Sure, you have some sort of magic and physical burst on your first 3 picks, but you need a bit more. And this is the answer. They get more burst damage in the hands of Saano's Clint. This is something that they played very much during the regular season, and Saano loves this pick. This is like his Pikachu to his Ash Ketchum, dude.
Even got banned in the first phase, I believe, a few years back in the Grand Finals, which really baffled me. But I'm not sure about this Clint pick, man, against this kind of composition. Yes, it is a comfort hero, so technically you can never go wrong with that. But in the grand scheme of things, there's a lot of dives coming in from Geekay Esports, and also the range from this Gord is just pretty much going to make this Clint's life so hard. But looks like it's gonna be a Guinevere jungle this time for Team Falcons. So hopefully they can actually execute better this time. They do have the early game damage with the Phobius as well, and also a lot more damage from the roam provided by the glue potentially. But for GK, they're also as strong, or maybe I think as strong in the early objectives with the Lapu Lapu as well. So that's a good way for them to match the early game advantage of Team Falcons. After the last 2 picks, even though I criticized the Clint pick so much, I'm still kind of leaning towards Team Falcons. Maybe it's just the Team Falcons bias.
Who knows, right? Based on the execution coming in from Team Falcons, I kind of understand. I honestly feel like I'd like to trust this Clint, even if it's not the marksman that we're looking at specifically. I mean, there were other options. I think the Harith was clearly open for anyone to take. Phobius Harith was an option here on the side of Team Falcons. They still went for the Clint. That just means that they probably have a lot of practice on this hero, or probably has a lot of comfort in terms of Sano. Sino. So hopefully this does work out for the side of Team Falcons. And you did mention that execution is a big thing when it comes to Guinevere comps, and this time the Phobius and Guinevere, I believe that's one of the more popular combos for this type of jungler.
Yeah, the Dark Wave combo can already be utilized immediately once you get level 4. Not even level 4 actually, but we'll see here for the second game of the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 9 between Geekay Esports versus Team Falcons. Team Falcons was able to secure the first game convincingly in 16 minutes for themselves. We're going to jump on towards the Land of Dawn to decide who is going to take game number 2 here.
And this is very important for the side of Geekay, considering that momentum is already in the hands of Team Falcons. If they're able to secure a game early on in this series, that at least resets the field back to 1-1. But if ever Team Falcons is able to get game number 2, they might just take this game 4-0. And this is something that Boyet, the jungler of Team Falcons, said early on in the post or pre-game interview, that he wishes that GK wouldn't get 4-0'd by them, but obviously he'll work his best to get that 4-0 and secure his ticket to the MSC. And now we're heading on to a fairly passive early game once again. This is the same thing that we've seen in game number 1. A lot of poke down in the mid lane. Both junglers are just gonna stay calm and get their level 4s.
And looks like they just want to contest for a Lethal Wonder here. Maybe an incoming fight from both teams. Baksha definitely has a bit of a disadvantage in terms of range. Zeno is going to use the shield unity, but now getting stunned up by Troll. Chansey is going to come. Now Zeno got nowhere to go. The damage is already coming with the flicker as well. Troll super aggressive in this early of a game. Boyet still waiting for the special migration once again, but no, he does not need to wait for that as he secures a kill towards Zeno. That is a bad early game for GK.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like that is already a mishap in terms of judgment. Why would you want to fight a
100%.
Glue and Valentina early on? It's one of those decisions that you have to rethink twice, thrice even. Glue is one of those heroes that the moment he hits level 2, level 1 is already a menace to deal with, but level 2 is even harder to kill. I feel like Falcons baited out that Lethal Wonder wonderfully as they set up for the first hurdle of this game. I don't expect any of our gold laners to actually respond to this first hurdle, but with this upcoming first hurdle, I feel like Team Falcons have a clear advantage in this one, especially if Cuffit is able to take away. There's going to be a mid lane gag here coming in from Team Falcons. So they try to go in for Quanoff. It looks like Xenos is going to hit his ultimate here. Golden Croissants actually buying him a bit of time. Troll looks to be in trouble. Oh, Golden Hour actually finds 2. Look at the fear coming in from Cuffin as well, as the Guinevere is able to escape with his life. A clean getaway coming in from Team Falcons, but because of that fight, DK already establishing good position around this turtle. Half HP, nice dark wave coming in from Sanji, has to push her away, but Troll looking in for Quanoff, but the turtle is secured here by the side of DK. Seno securing it. It looks like they're going to secure some kills right after. Team Falcons scattering to get Seno, but Seno is going to go away with his life, plus the turtle. Overall, a win for GK.
Yeah, clear win for GK. Getting a bit too hasty there from Team Falcons. They knew they kind of had the advantage with the fact that Zeno was already got taken down in that early 2 minutes. But now, especially migration combo and a Wild Requiem, and that damage is enough to get Ace Aizen down to 0 HP. A kill secured down below in your bottom left of your screen. And Falcon, now they're kind of equaling the economy here, slowly but surely.
Yeah, and this is very unfortunate if you're Team GK. You're already securing a good advantage around objectives after a botched early game fight, and Team Falcons getting a freebie in the XP lane is something that you don't want to get, considering that you're also relying on this Lapu Lapu to be a secondary engage after Sino going in with this Baksha pick. There's no really clear stun apart from the golden hour that you want to reserve for crucial timings only. So look at the items right now. I feel like the XP lane has different objectives for both teams here. Team Falcons looking for a tankier front line on this Phobius. with the Dreadnought armor. Meanwhile, for this Lapu-Lapu already securing his War Axe in just a bit, and I feel like this is going to be on time for the next big turtle fight.
Yeah, and that would be huge for Aizen, right? That's just, it's just gonna be it's gonna be ridiculous. And there you go, immediately on cue, just as he said, Womi secured that War Axe, and it's gonna rotate up top towards the second turtle. GK is definitely taking this one super seriously and trying to take this one from the South Troll. Getting immobilized, but not much follow-up just yet for both teams, as Zeno's just gonna roll around and try to get some advantage here. Special migration and Violent Requiem combo. A kill secured towards Shen. Good one coming in. Mystic Gush already used though by Quanok, and that is a huge resource to burn for the total fight. But it's still happening. Dark Wave one towards 2, and Troll and Sanji's pretty much shooing away anyone from the total pit. Yaga still gunning down people from outside of the total pit. Now Dino is gonna get stopped in his track and getting stunned up, immobilize everything in the kitchen sink from Team Falcons. As they're gonna beeline towards the purple buff here. Golden Hour by Shen. I don't think that's gonna do him any good. Just a bit of a delay. And Boyet still takes the purple, still wants to go for more. Super aggressive by Boyet.
Yeah, Quanok burns that Mystic Gush once again. Geekay, they already had something good happening for them, but Team Falcons once again finds that pickoff right before the objective. I feel like if there's one thing to brush up on for Team Geekay, it's their positioning right before this turtle fight or the upcoming Lord fight. It seems that Team Falcons always has this active thinking or active looking around the map if there's one target that they could pick off right before that objective. And this time, it was Shen. Not only did Geekay lose the roamer right before that second turtle fight, but they also lost access and given access to that golden hour.
And Shen is the fail-safe of GK, right? If there is some sticky situation, he's gonna be there with the golden hour to get them away from trouble. And if you erase that before a team fight, Team Falcons is gonna gain huge value. And this is what you should have done in the first game for GK with the Guinevere Com. Get someone away first before the real team fight even begins with the special migration combo. And so far, Team Falcons is doing that much better. Now, Shield Unity connecting him towards Troll. Mystic Gush once again. Not really utilized properly by Quanok, and he is super low in mana as well, despite I believe he bought 2 mana necklace, Womi.
Oh, well, that just goes to show this. Been spamming abilities left and right. Does go for the reset right before this turtle. Thankfully, for Team Geekay, they really will be alive. All five of them are alive for this upcoming turtle fight. And Team Falcons, led by 2000, will be starting the second turtle. Jen looking for a perfect golden hour here, but does find only Boyet inside the realm of his golden hour. Boyet gets stunned up quite a bit, and he goes down. A page on Yaga's Sky Piercer. Another golden hour goes down. Half HP on this turtle, and that's going to be a refuge for Vecino. They're going to go out of that fight, and PK finally find something for themselves. Comes down from 2K to 1K, and I believe that this should be a retreat call. Please do not fight this one.
Yeah. I was bracing for a team fight, to be honest, because all 9 of them were in the mid lane, but looks like they're just gonna scatter around and try to get the waves in the bottom and at the top lane. Aizen's gonna take the top and try to maybe take the turret for himself too if Boyet does not defend that. But it looks like Zeno wants to go for a flank, but still trying to play it safe here for Geekay after the win that is secured in the turtle pit. Now economy actually starting to only lean by a little bit for Team Falcons after what it was 2.5k gold lead for Team Falcons.
Oh yeah, Geekay definitely played that well. They got a few kills. They got the turtle. I feel like Shen played a crucial role onto stunning up Boyet with that golden hour, then setting it up for Quanok and his ultimate Mystic Gush. Flicker Force here coming in from Cuffin. That is huge for Team Geekay. A minute from now, the Lord will be spawning in Falcons. They won't have Flicker on Cuffin, and we all know that Cuffin is one of those players that really like to play aggressive, and now Aizen Brave Spider away for safety. Golden Hour onto 2, and they're going to go in with the Rhapsodies, but it's not going to be enough to get a kill against Troll. Falcons still hold a lead, but not as big as the lead that they held a few minutes ago, and they're going to go in for Sano. Make that a perfect dive coming in from Geekay. Zeno just tanking a lot of those turret shots, and now Geekay fully equalizing this game. I believe that that fully equalizes the game.
But for these two teams, Wome, they don't really have a hero that can pretty much shred down the Lord immediately. So expect a long Lord dance from both teams, especially with the fact that the long lanes third are equal. So the wave management is going to be not much of an advantage for both teams, actually. So for both Team Falcons and Geekay has to rack up their brains to actually set up for the first Lord here. Boyet already eyeing for a good position, trying to get the flank and the combo with the Dark Wave as well from Sanji, which has the flicker intact. So gotta watch out for that. Coffin already has the golden hour. Everything is available for Falcon currently.
Yeah, and the only downside here for Geekay is that they don't have a flicker on that Granger, but Zeno starting in the fight. Half HP and a lot of people here. 2 golden hours pop in at the same time. A lot of bullets landing onto Aizen, but it looks like the Guinevere does find Shen, and the Glue finds another one, but Troll goes down. Yaga takes him out. Aizen looks to be in trouble. Sanji in the back line. Yaga looking to escape with his own bullets, but Zeno looks to be the next target here. Saano right in front of everyone gets down on that jungler. And it seems that Team Falcons have fully taken control of this Lord. A disaster for Geekay.
Good call to be a bit greedy and get the kill towards Zeno. They knew they could have gone for the Lord without really taking any retaliation from Geekay Esports, but if you can get more, then why not? They were able to get the Zeno away, and this Baxia is going to fall off even more in the late game. A hero that is not really built for late game now becomes even more of a worse hero comes the late game, as Boya is going to farm up a Storm, try to get all the camps for himself and set up for the Lord fight or Lord usage here. Sanji getting bursted down. Mystic Gush goes forward again with the shoulder bash, but now he is out of the fight. Boya though already used the special migration. Troll super low. Aizen still on the front line, taking the brunt of the damage from Sano and also Coffin at the same time, and that's a kill towards Aizen. And now the Glue is gonna caught up in the golden hour. Zeno still trying to get that shield unity to stun someone, but he didn't manage to get anyone. He decided to clear the Lord. It looks like fight still happening. Boyet still dying for a chase here towards Yaga. He is super low. Mystic Gosh with the flicker as well. Winter Crown was able to be executed, but the projectile connects, and Yaga was able to secure a Sky Piercer stack for himself. 4 kills for this Granger.
And yet again, overextension coming in from Team Falcons. They did get the Lord pushed by itself in the top lane, but it was held by Zeno, which means that they don't really get a lot or any damage at all in the inhibitor turrets. Team Falcons, despite having a 2,000 gold lead, does lose out off of it. It's like a negative Lord play for the side of Team Falcons as they still hold a less than 1k gold lead 12 minutes in. Geekay has been spectacular in finding those responses, especially with Quanok bursting down Sanji on this Phobius. We did see that Sanji decided to go for the shoulder bash, which was a bit weird on his end, but I feel like Falcons, they were just too confident in trying to win a team fight that was already a losing fight against them.
It's all about try to not make it a front to back, a pure front to back for Team Falcons, because that would definitely benefit GK with the fact that they have a Granger and also Gord at the same time. The range is crazy. They gotta be a bit more creative with their approach, trying to get Boyet getting that pick off first before the real team fight begins, and he's already eyeing for a good position here. Let's see if one of them got caught up with the spatial migration, but he shows himself, so no real danger there. But now golden hour is gonna be popped. Troll super low, did not manage to get anyone with the mount, but now Aizen super low as well. The back line gonna survive. It's a Sky Piercer stack again for Yaga. 6 kills now. Coffin trying to flicker out of the danger. Sano super low as well. Boyet gonna be next in line, and he is gonna get taken out. Another Sky Piercer stack for Yaga. Only 2 left alone for Falcons.
Yeah, snowball secured here for the side of Geekay. Quanok is playing out of his mind. A lot of damage coming in from the Mystic Gushes. And Yaga already getting a lot of pages at his Sky Piercer. Team Falcons in deep trouble as the Lord is getting for free as well for the side of Geekay. And this might just be an inhibitor turret for the upcoming Lord Siege, or maybe even the game if Team Falcons play it not smartly. They really have to stop disrespecting the damage coming in from Geekay. I feel like it's been a couple of minutes that Team Falcons have been just overestimating the time that Troll can buy for the side of Team Falcons.
Absolutely, man. And I feel like right now Sano does not have any angle at all to be able to be effective because the range is not really working out for him. He got outranged by the Gord and also Granger, and if he's deciding to be a bit more aggressive at the front line, there's a lot of punishes as well with the immobilization from Shen. Xeno can also use the shield he needed to catch him. Aizen is also there with the dive, so this Clint pick is also getting worse and worse in the late game. No shred at all for Team Falcons. Golden Hour is going to be popped in the top lane. Sanji already half HP. Sano still trying to clear the lane here with a Clint, and it looks like Geekay Esports will not force things just yet. Just gotta take it slow and farm up a storm. 4K gold lead so far from GK.
Yeah, and Boyet trying to find a trade downstairs for Team Falcons. Able to land some chip damage onto that inhibitor turret in bottom lane. But GK, with the largest gold lead that they've gotten throughout the 15 minutes of this game, able to translate that into an inhibitor turret in the mid lane. One of the best lanes that they could get an advantage in, and now they're looking for plays inside the jungle of Team Falcons. Team Falcons, on the other hand, they do still have a chance to go in for pickoffs, as you said. I feel like if you're playing a Guinevere, that's always option number one for you. But we haven't been seeing that. A lot of proactive plays coming in from Shen. Now with NP Kuras, doesn't really fear any damage coming in from Sano as well. And here we go. Looks like they're going to find that one pickoff. Bursts down Shen. And now Aizen caught into the photograph. And they're going to go for Sino instead. Yaga just going in with the bullets downstairs. Yaga still going in with a Rhapsody, but Aizen looks to be in trouble. And now Sino looks to be next. Troll getting him to Sano. And now Team Falcons, suddenly they're back in this game. Man, Geekay cannot have a break.
Dude, I don't get it. What was that from Kwanok and also Shen? It was pretty clear they were camping in that bush, in that specific bush earlier, and they already know that Boyet was already eyeing for a spatial migration. Do they want to bait out a spatial migration towards Kwanok so he can use the golden hour? That might be the case, but at the same time, you are playing with fire there. No need to take those kind of risks when you are already up in economy and also in the map as well. I do not get that approach from Geekay Esports at all, and feels like they're just gonna throw somebody the advantage that they're worked so hard for in this late game to ashes. They do still have a 2.5k gold lead though, so it's still quite fine. Aizen shows in the top lane, and now Falcons looks like they want to gamble on this.
Oh yeah, and I feel like they're going to gamble. Great spatial migration coming in from Boyet, but he's going to get bursted down by this Rhapsody. And Troll in the backline finds Yaga. Looks to stun Kwanok in as well, but he seems to be very deep in enemy territory. And Aizen already inside that fight. Sano trying to look for damage, and looks like Sanji goes down with a burst damage coming in from this Granger as well. Troll looks to be the next page in this Sky Piercer. A great stun landing from Aizen, and now 4 members from Team Falcons go down. I feel like this isn't even a Lord angle anymore. Geekay could just end this at mid lane.
Yeah, it's only Valentina. There's not much Coffin can do, but watch. The wave is still pretty much healthy. Aizen's gonna catch up to the team fight. It looks like the wave is finally appearing here for Team Falcons. But now Kwanok is gonna go in, and that's gonna be the end of game number 2. Team Falcons was able to get equalized. Geekay Esports with the strikes back. And it's now 1-1 in this grand final.
Oh, wow, a momentum shift in Saudi Arabia right now with Geekay Esports securing that game number 2. And now we have a grand final series going toe-to-toe against each other. And after that Team Falcon 16-minute victory, I honestly thought Geekay will be out of it. But now, looking at how Geekay Esports responded, kill after kill, teamfight after teamfight, I do feel like that Geekay Esports could potentially learn its way out of this. And this marks actually their first victory against Team Falcons in the entire playoffs. And I feel like that's the most interesting bit. This is the first time that Geekay beat Falcons in playoffs this season.
And man, oh man, Team Falcons, man. I said it in the draft earlier. The reason why I am leaning towards the Falcons more is because I've seen the proof that they can execute better than Geekay Esports. But the draft is quite questionable from Team Falcons. Yes, you drafted for comfort, but you're up against a Gord, you're up against a Baxia. That is not something that you want to shred with a Clint. Like, that is just... I don't think that's gonna work. You can see the lack of damage immediately with the amount of special migrations and the File Requiem combo that Poet was able to land, but the follow-up seems to be lackluster, and it makes sense because it's a Clint, it's a Valentina, most of them are utility. The only real damage dealer that they have in the late game is Sano, and there is no way Sano is bursting down a Baxia and also Lapu Lapu in front of you. So I don't see a clear plan here in the late game. I do see a plan in the early game to dominate it just by mid-trial, with the fact that you have a special migration setup and also the glue at the same time that could punish the Baxia early game. But the later the game goes, it's tougher and tougher and tougher. A lot of these picks are just gonna fall off in the late game.
Oh yeah, we did see it fall off come late. I think at some point Sano was landing his bullets. There were a lot of times that he would survive the entire fight, but you couldn't really feel the damage coming in from this Clint the moment that everybody groups up. And usually the kills that do clock in for Sano are the ones who are isolated or even set up here by Boyet just for him to finish off with the Sky Piercer. So you're right, definitely. This is not something that you planned for late game. I feel like for Team Falcons, this was all in for the early game, and sadly it didn't work out for them. And Yaga had way better scaling with this Granger, despite it being more of an early game centric, early mid game marksman. The Sky Piercer stacks came in raining the moment that we came in by mid to late, and that did give a big advantage for the side of Geekay Esports as they clock in their first win in this best of 7 series. And now we are entering a confirmed, correct me if I'm wrong, the math goes as 4 matches, like a confirmed 4 matches or confirmed 5? I feel like this is confirmed 5, right?
5. Yes. Quick maths.
Oh yeah.
But
5 games.
Yeah. At least 5 games. So what Boyet said earlier in the interview will not happen. It's definitely not going to be a 4-0. So good for GK. But that's not to say that GK is safe from criticism, though, because in the early game there were some really questionable decision making. You pointed out in the first kill, I believe, Romy, with that taking the Lethal Wonder. You should know better that you're not going to contest a glue with a Baxia, especially, yes, you might want to get the Lethal Wonder, that's fine, but you already used your shield. You need to get to the Lethal Wonder, so there's no way for you to get out. So GK, despite them winning this game, there are still a lot of things to fix. Falcons even more. In the late game, it is still kind of winnable, even though the advantage is definitely on GK Esports. But they play it super honestly from Team Falcons. They play it like they have GK's composition. They want to play front to back, and I don't think that's gonna work. The only one that's not playing front to back is Troll, who's trying to get a mount on towards, I believe, Yaga. He was not able to do it, but that was a valiant effort. But what could be better? If Boyet also follows through with the flank, if the other members were also there with the flank as well and try to get the damage dealers first before they pounce on the front liner, because there is no way you get Sano, like you're trying to just isolate in the Baxia, you're trying to just isolate Troll in the front line against Granger and a Gord. Meanwhile, you're, GK on the other side, they're isolating a Baxia against a Clint.
Yeah, so basically a losing fight on both ends. And by the way, our MVP for game number 2 will be Yaga on his performance in that Granger, going in for 11 kills with 0 deaths. Great positioning and of course great itemization as well, emphasizing a lot of sustain against that glue. And we did see a lot of effort coming in from Troll trying to get that back line, but as you said, there's no way that this Clint will be able to actually deal damage on those targets, considering how far off Gord and Granger was in this game. But very much a spectacular performance coming in from this Granger the moment that he gets his snowball. And it did take quite a while though. Early game was very messy for both squads here, but the moment that he got his first few Sky Piercer stacks, it came in spades. It just went kill after kill and ending up with 11 means that he has a hot hand entering game number 3.
Yeah. Man, this is just tough for Team Falcons. I don't see them winning the late game here with the picks that they secured. I always say comfort is good in this kind of scenario in the playoffs, but you know, maybe not this comfortable. You can see here, this is the perfect example of things not working out from Team Falcons. That last fight was so bad from Team Falcons, and the fact that they should have known, right? Troll was not able to get the mount, but Sano and Coffin stayed to duke it out against Abaksha, trying to just burst him down. That is not a good decision making at all, as we're gonna see the hit map here for Yaga. Just you know, the usual hit map for gold laner. It's gotta be in the gold lane. I'm not really sure why we're showing this, to be honest.
Try to get your double lane and try to get your kills early on with Sky Piercer. Sadly, he did not get those kills early, but come mid to late game, that was a great translation of all of their efforts. And now we are entering game number 3 on even grounds. And I would say for Team Falcons, they did lose momentum, but I feel like when you're looking at veteran players such as Troll, Boyet, and the others, it honestly feels like momentum doesn't mean much. It's just something that they have to learn as we enter game 3.
Yeah, but we have some redeem codes for you guys out there that's still watching in the English stream. Sorby Unlimits, there you go. Just copy paste or use your Google Lens to pretty much scan that. And that should be some maybe free skins or free fragments or maybe free diamonds if you're super lucky. So test your luck here with the redeem code. I'm definitely already in the process of redeeming it myself, if I'm not too late.
Well, hopefully you're not too late, and hopefully it's diamonds for some of our lucky viewers in the English broadcast of MPL MENA Grand Finals. And I believe we will be hearing out words from valuable guests inside the MPL MENA region. So just in a bit, we will be sending you towards the main stage.
كان موجود واضح ان احنا مش هنشوف نتيجه ال 4-0 اللي كان ناس كتير بتقول ممكن نشوف سواء جيكاي او فرق فالكونز. هما الاثنين كل واحد منهم يبتدي يحاول ان هو يلعب على ان هو ينهي السيريز بدري، ولكن في نهايه الجيم الثانيه اتاكدنا ان احنا مش هنشوف 4-0 وفريق جيكاي فريق فالكونز هما الاثنين مستمرين في الصداره. اجان لسه السيريز كده ريجاردلس هتكمل لغايه اخر لحظه موجوده عندنا في البيست اوف 7. مين ده؟ انت ايه اللي طلعك على الستيج؟
لا مش لازم.
وليه لابس ان اير؟ معاك مايك كمان؟ خدته منين ده؟
سلطته من واحد كان معدي.
عملت ايه؟
سلطته من واحد كان معدي.
حيوا معاه كريم يلعب تحيه كبيره قوي.
ايه مين؟ يا ريتني كنت قلت لهم ان انا جاي النهارده. انت جبتها ولا شوف عاملها موت.
الحمد لله انا زي الفل. انت اللي عامل ايه؟
انا زي الفل ان شاء الله. يعني ايه الادارات كلها انت عايش
كده؟ انت عارف احنا ايه اللي جابنا هنا ولا احنا فين ولا انت عارف انت
هو
فين؟
انا مبسوط ان انا معاكم النهارده يا جماعه. بس انتوا بتعملوا ايه هنا؟
احنا هنا موجودين في اكبر بطوله في الشرق الاوسط للعبه موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج على $30,000 في الجراند فينالي النهارده.
انا مبسوط قوي يا جماعه ان انا معاكم النهارده. بعد الرقم ده عامه انا مبسوط قوي.
اول لما سمعت الفلوس
لا ومبسوط قوي ان احنا يعني مش متخيل ان الايفنتات وصلت لهنا يعني كده.
وصلنا اوبفيسلي. يمكن انا بالويم كده قدامي حوالي تقريبا اكتر من 3000 4000 نفر جايين يتفرجوا على النهارده بس، و$30,000 برايز بول وبيست اوف 7 جراند فاينل. ف لوتس اند نوتس اون ذا لاين. واظن ان التورنمنتس بتكبر بشكل كبير جدا. ما كنتش متوقع توصل لهنا صح؟
مش متوقع توصل اكتوبر. ده الموضوع بعيده قوي. محذوفه بس عايش عامه ان انتوا عملتوا وصلتوا حاجه لغايه هنا. ايه الاجواء؟ قول لي.
النهارده في الجراند فينالي هو كده يوم واحد، لان الفرق دي بقى لها شهور بتكمبيت. ويمكن انا اول مره في حياتي اصلا اشوفك مهتم بلعب الموبايل. في العادي عارف ان انت راجل بي سي جيمر قوي.
دي حقيقه.
ايه خبرتك مع لعب الموبايل؟ هل لعبت اي لعب موبايل قبل كده؟
لعبت العاب موبايل من زمان جدا.
زي ايه؟
في لعبه التعبان دي لو تعرفها.
ايه؟
التعبان؟ عارفينها يا جماعه لعبه التعبان صح؟
تعبان؟
اوكي. تعبان بيلف حوالين نقطه معينه، يعني الموضوع بيكبر منه، بيخبط دماغه في الحيطه، بيخسر كل حاجه. فانا بس دي اللعبه اللي انا اتربيت عليها وكبرت عليها، بقيت العبها في حياتي الشخصيه، بقيت الف حوالين النقطه بحاول اوصل لها، الموضوع بيكبر مني، بخبط دماغي في الحيطه، بخسر كل حاجه بس الحمد لله يعني.
لا انا ما كانش قصدي على لعب الموبايل عموما، انا قصدي على موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج، لعبتنا احنا، لعبتها قبل كده؟
لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
لعبت موبايل ليجندز؟
لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
طب مين هم الهيروز اللي انت بتحب تلعب بيهم في موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج؟
لعبت موبايل ليجندز. انا لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
قول لي اي هيرو بتحبه في موبايل ليجندز.
انا قلت لك انا لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
اسم اي واحد فيهم، اسم واحد حتى.
اساميهم في حرف بيضايقني.
فيها ايه؟
حرف بيضايقني كده. هو اسمه هيرو، فدي مشكله تانية يعني. انا مش عارف اقولها لك دي، بس تمام.
وصلتني متاخر شويه، اساميهم فيها حرف بيضايقني، بس حقك عليا.
ماشي يعني لو عايز تعمل كده على الستيج انا تمام يعني.
انا اسف. لعبت موبايل ليجندز قبل كده.
لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
لعبت ايه تاني على الموبايل طيب؟
لا انا لعبت موبايل ليجندز بس طلعت صعبه. يعني الشباب الله اكبر عليهم، وانا شايفهم ماسكين الحاجه كده. عامه يا جماعه اللعبه دي مش سهله، فيها تفاصيل كتير وزراير كتير، وانا للاسف او دي مش يعني ربنا اراد انا ايدي صغيره، فدي حاجه مش بتاعتي. فالشباب بلاقيها لا يعني ماسكين الموبايل تركيز وانتباه وماسكه موبايل، مفيش نشال يعرف ياخد منه الموبايل ده في اي لحظه من اللحظات.
حصل.
بس يعني اللعبه طلعت صعبه. هو الفكره ان انا بتوه في الجاليري، فدي مشكله يعني. انا في الجاليري بتاع الصور ببدا اسال صور على صور ثانيه، فللاسف انا ما اقدرش اوصل للمستوى اللي ممكن يخليني العب كده. بس بعد الحوار الفلوس ده انا موبايلي
$30,000.
انا موبايلي 95% عامه، لو عايزني تدخلني اي حاجه.
ولا 95%؟
انا ممكن اخش.
انت ما قلتليش اسم ولا هيرو انا اسف، تعالى ننسى الهيرو.
لا الهيروز خلاص ننساها، بس حته البرو بلاينج عامه في الالعاب دي لا جامده دلوقتي. يعني انا ما كنتش متخيل بصراحه ان الموضوع يوصل لكده. الشباب عامله شغل، وفي حاجه بقى انا بحقد على الموبايل بلايرز عامه، كل البرو بلايرز انا بحقد عليهم في حاجه. اي رياضه تانية الموضوع بيبقى صعب في التسخين. لعيبه الكوره بيلفوا تراك، في رياضات تانية بتبقى خطر. الشباب جوه قاعده بتسكرول انستجرام وتيك توك بقالهم نص ساعه على ان هم بيسخنوا. فبس تمام يعني حياتهم حلوه. ممكن حد يرن على صاحبه يقول له قوم هخش جيم دلوقتي، البس الجراب وتعالى بصراحه.
بس بيتعبوا وسكريمز وبيقعدوا وقت طويل في تورنمنتس
لعب.
طب هل انت اصلا في العادي فكرت ان انت تبقى برو بلاير لحاجه من الحاجات دي، او موبايلك بيجي معاك الكلام ده ولا؟
لا بصراحه، بس دي مشكله تانية. انا عندي مشكله كبيره مع الموبايل يوزرز.
ايه هي؟
بس قبل ما نتطرق ليها، هو في اهالي انت قلت لي النهارده صح؟
في حاجه ايه؟
في اهالي وكده صح؟
في اهالي اكيد طبعا، في اهالي كبير جدا جايين ان هم يدعموا اولادهم. اي حد النهارده جاي يشجع الشباب عموما من الاهالي ممكن يرفع ايده. في حد من الاهالي، في حد متجوز هنا جاي يتفرج على التورنمنت دي حتى بعد ما اتجوز؟
حد هنا متجوز
يرفع ايده. في حد هنا متجوز؟ القاعه كلها سناجل ولا ايه؟ في اهالي اهو.
طلعوش. طب ممكن اطلب طلب يا جماعه مننا كلنا، ممكن نفتح فلاشات الموبايل؟ معلش
عمرو دياب ولا ايه؟
معلش مش هغني والله العظيم.
ممكن نفتح فلاشات
الموبايل؟ ممكن نفتح فلاشات الموبايل كلنا. ده في فلاشات فتحت اهو.
في فلاشات كتير قوي، كله بيفتح الموبايل. هو فلاشات الموبايل مش عارف كريم محتاجها في ايه، بس هو محتاج فلاشات الموبايل يعني.
ايوه قلنا ولا ايوه. تعالى بقى عشان دي مش هتتكرر تاني بالله عليكم.
يلا بينا هناخد صوره مع كريم. تحيه كبيره من الجمهور. ولا عمرو دياب في زمان.
ماشي يا جماعه نزلوا ايديكم، انا خدت اللي انا عايزه خلاص. انا تمام، انا كده متراضي.
بس كده؟
انا مش كل يوم هطلع ستيج، فانا تمام، انا خدت كده اللي انا عايزه يعني.
بس ممكن تخليهم يلعبوا بيها شويه.
لا انا خلاص، انا متراضي والله.
ماشي.
بس عامه
خدنا الصوره.
نرجع بقى للمشكله.
نرجع لموضوع الموبايل.
انا عندي مشكله كبيره مع الموبايل يوزرز عامه. احنا كلنا هنا موبايل يوزرز وموبايل جيمر. مشكلتي مع الموبايل يوزرز ان انا ممكن اكون اشتغلت في حياتي شهور كتير قوي، قررت ان انا اشتري موبايل غالي قوي، ونزلت لاصحابي مبسوط بيه على اساس ان هم هيتبسطوا يعني. لقيت كله بيبارك لي ما عدا واحد.
مين ده؟
المفروض ان هو بقى الموبايل يوزر. الشاب ده فجأة الإضاءة كلها بتطفي، سبوت لايت عليه، وبيجيبني يفتشني في موبايلي، بيبدأ يمسكه كده. هو بيقول عليه عدة عامة، هو ما بيقولش موبايل، هو دايما بيقول عليه عدة يعني. بيبدأ يهين بيقول لي أنت عارف أنت ماسك إيه؟ فبقول له 12 شهر من مرتبي. فبيبدا يقول لي لا ده مش الموبايل ده لا شيء يعتبر. بيبدا يطلع من جيبه عربيه مصفحه مدرعه مجهزه لنهايه العالم، فيها كل الامكانيات اللي ممكن تنقذه من الزومبيز من اي حاجه، ارخص من موبايل 90 ضعف. بيبدا يفهمني ان هي فيها 3 بروسيسورات، مروحتين. انا لسه شايل تكييف السنه اللي فاتت. حوار المروح ده انا مش فاهم.
هو راكب الموبايل وهو جاي اصلا من كتر السبيكس اللي فيه.
بالظبط. انا ما كنتش عارف ان الموبايل فيه بروسيسور
اصلا.
دي حقيقه وربنا ما بهزر. انا ما كنتش عارف ان الموبايل فيه بروسيسور زمان. دي حاجه ما كنتش.
احنا بعيد قوي يعني.
اصل ليه؟
عشان يشغل اللعب الناس دي بتكمبيت، فمحتاج ان الموبايل ما يسخنش، محتاج كولينج مراوح كتير.
دي المشكله الثانيه، ان انا قررت ادور على الموضوع ده. فروحت فتحت النت زي اي حد، دورت على الموبايلات اللي بتبقى موجوده دلوقتي دي. فلقيت ان الموبايل بقى فيه مروحه، الموبايل بقى فيه ليكويد كولينج، ودي حاجه جديده عامه انا اول مره اشوفها في حياتي. الموبايل بقى فيه بطاريه 8000 ملي امبير باين. انا حاسس ان انا بعمل اعلان بس مش مشكله عادي.
8000 وصلنا 8000.
الموبايل بقى سمك كده شبه البيتزا اللي امي بتعملها في البيت كده بالظبط. الراجل ماشي بقلب طوب احمر، ماشي بطوب احمر في جيبه مش فاهم ليه، وبيبدا يفهمك ان الموبايل ده عادي هو بيبعته مشاوير وبيجيبه ويجي وانا تمام. ودي مشكله ماشي عديناها.
انت ما جبتهاش معاك النهارده يعني، ما سمعتش الافيه بتاع البيتزا ده صح؟
مين امي؟
الوالده يعني.
لا امي مش هتسمع الافيه خلاص.
مش هتعمل لك بيتزا تاني لو
مش هتعمل مش مشكله. بس على ذكر الام يعني انا لغايه دلوقتي مش فاهم يعني برضه دي حاجه ثانيه بحقد عليها. الاهالي بقت متصالحه مع الموضوع ده صح؟ بس زمان كان اللعب ده بالنسبه لي
هو البوظان.
انا سايب
يعني
البيت ده.
انا شايف ان انا كبي سي جيمر اتظلمت في موضوع اللعب. دلوقتي اللي هو انا حاسس يعني اكيد يا طنط انت حضرتك اللي هو بتقولي له سيب الكتاب ده وشوف لك حاجه تنفعك.
تبدا تشوف كاتب ابن خالته.
ركز في مصلحتك.
ايوه
يعني.
ايوه.
ابن خالتك رانكو اعلى منك.
ابن خالتك رانكو اعلى منك دلوقتي ما ينفعش. بس لا انا يعني انت اهلك كانوا متصالحين معاك في الموضوع ده؟
في الجيمنج عموما؟ خالص.
انا ما كانوش متصالحين معايا عامه بقى مش في الجيمنج بس.
اصلا؟
في المطلق يعني فكره ان انا كنت موجود دي كانت مشكله. بس تمام الموضوع عدى. ففكره ان في اهالي النهارده دي حاجه جامده قوي يعني. بس فعلا انا مبسوط قوي ان انا معاكم النهارده يا جماعه، ان احنا نعمل ايفنت بالحجم ده في مصر. دي حاجه جميله. انا فخور ان انا موجود هنا النهارده. فيا ريت نحيي بقى الناس اللي اشتغلت على كل ده. قول لهم بقى سخنهم بقى.
اجان كريم بيقول لكم ان هو مبسوط بالايفنت رغم ان هو الراجل ما هواش حتى موبايل جيمر، ولكن نسمع تحيه كبيره جدا للناس اللي شغاله على الايفنت MPL MENA. اهم حاجه ان انت مبسوط معانا ومبسوط بالايفنت.
ومبسوط بال $30,000 قوي يعني.
مبسوط بال $30,000. حيوا كريم يلعب تحيه كبيره قوي.
الله يخليك. مش عارف اصل دي بتاعت ممثلين المفروض كنت اجي كده
يعني اشكر الناس.
شكرا يا جماعه والله العظيم. ربنا يخليكم على هذا التحيه، هذه التحيه يعني.
شكرا جدا لكريم يلعب اجن.
شكرا يا جماعه.
اعتقد ان احنا اقنعناه ان هو يبقى برو بلاير لان هو عجبته ال $30,000 قوي. هو قالها لي 3 مرات.
هو انا اقتنعت بيها بس اصلا.
اقتنعت بيها رايح تلعب دلوقتي. شكرا جدا. حي كريم يلعب تحيه كبيره قوي. وزي ما انتم شفتوا يعني الراجل عمره ما كان موبايل جيمر، ولكن هو مبسوط جدا من البطوله بتاعتنا ومبسوط بالاجواء، وبيحيي البلايرز وبيحيي كل الناس اللي كانت قائمه على البروجكت ده وما زالت عليه. واعزائي الحضور احنا كمان مش هنأخركم اكتر من كده. انبسطت جدا بوجود كريم معانا اللي لقيته فجاه على الستيج وفجاه معاه مايك وفجاه بيعمل كل حاجه في العالم. ولكن احنا كمان مستعدين ان احنا نخش للجيم الثالثه اللي ما زالت مكمله بين فالكونز وجيكاي. فقبل لما نروح اظن ان كل الناس اللي قاعده هنا اتفرجت على اول وتاني جيم. عجبكم الجيم؟ ما عجبهمش الجيم. طب عجبكم الجيمين؟ ما عجبهمش الجيمين. طب مش عاجباكم التورنمنت كلها ولا ايه؟ عاجبكم اي حاجه؟ مش عاجبهم الجيم ولا عاجبهم الجيم التاني الجيم التالت. طيب قبل لما نروح للجيم التالته البلايرز اوريدي على الستيج، فانا مستحيل اخليهم يبداوا بالانرجي دي. قبل لما نبدا جيم تالته عايز اسمع حماس الجمهور. بتجوش غير بالعين الحمراء والله. لازم اهددكم ان مش هنروح الجيم غير لما تزعقوا. شكرا جدا للجمهور. تعالوا نتجه مره اخرى الى التالنتس المعلقين الرائعين بتوعنا ياسو ويونس ودوم بيك في الجيم الثالثه. يونس تيك ات اواي.
I'm looking forward to compete against Aurora Turkey because we lost to them last year. So I hope we get our revenge.
اكتر منطقه متحمس ان انا اواجهها الفلبين اكيد، لان هم تقريبا اقوى ريجن، كسبانين بتاع تقريبا كل الام وورلد كسبانينها. اي دبليو سي تقريبا مش كلها بس كسبوا مثلا كذا واحده منها. ام سي برضو نفس الكلام، كله يعني هم اقوى ريجن، بناخد خبره كويسه لما بنلعبهم. تيم فالكون فلبين وتيم ليكويد فلبين بيبداوا شويه في الدرافتات بتاعتهم، واس ار جي ماليزيا برضو بيبداوا شويه في الدرافتات بتاعتهم.
If I will choose that who want to face in other region, I will choose like Indonesia, and to be specific, I will choose Onyx Indonesia. I wanted to meet again is Kyrie, because Kyrie is like my friend, because we're on the same hometown, we're just like 10 minutes away to each other. I want to face Kyrie again because friendly rivalry, because we're on the same hometown, so I just want to fight him.
Boyet declaring that he'd like to see Kyrie once again in the international stage.
Yeah, and I believe if I heard correctly, they were like 10 minutes away from each other when they were in the same team. I'm gonna assume that that's their houses. But other than that, Coach Paui Burn looks like he wants to go up against Aura Turkey because last year they were the one who eliminated Team Falcons, I believe. Meanwhile, for the other player, it was a mix of the Filipino teams, right? The TLPH, the Team Falcons PH, the sister team, and also SRG. SRG right now in the team or MPL Malaysia, they're doing pretty well, even after the whole shenanigans with Cram as well. I don't know if I should talk about that. It might be a mistake, but hopefully they can recover before the playoffs and be at full strength, because SRG is definitely one of the stronger teams in the whole entire world. Not to mention their gold lane Innocent arguably is also the best in the position in the last tournament.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I feel like in terms of Innocent's career, for the most part, we also remember a lot of players coming in from the World Championships. But let's watch this video first.
هو طبعا اقوى ريجن الفلبين. اي تيم في العالم او اي بلايرز في العالم كلها بتحلم انها تدخل الريجن ده، بسبب طبعا ان كل التيمات اقوياء وبيلعبوا بدرافتات مختلفه وبلاي ستايل مختلف، فحرفيا الميتا كلها بتبقى طالعه من الفلبين يعتبر.
اكتر منطقه انا متحمس اخش معاها في منافسه اكيد طبعا هتكون الفلبين او بي اتش في موبايل ليجندز 100%. ده اقوى ريجن في اللعبه من زمان جدا، من 7-8 سنين هم المكتسحين كل بطولات العالم، مفيش حد غيرهم بيكسبها، وطبعا هيبقى حلم لاي حد في العالم ان هو يكسب الريجن ده في بطوله عالميه وياخد منهم تايتل واحده حتى على الاقل. لو في لاعب عايز اواجهه تحديدا ميد لين لميد لين، اوف كورس هيكون سانجي من تيم ليكويد بي اتش. الهدف بتاعي الاساسي هيكون ريفنج، لان انا اول بطوله عالم رحتها كان القرعه خلتنا ننزل ضد بعض اول جيم وكسبني بصراحه، فعايز ريفنج يعني، او اتليست اقدم مستوى كويس ضده في الميد لين.
انا اكتر ريجن طبعا متحمس ان انا العبه ريجن الفلبين، بالذات التيمات اللي هي التوب فيها، بسبب ان انا طول عمري كنت بتفرج عليهم بتعلم منهم. عايز يجي الوقت ان انا العبهم واتنافس معاهم واوصل لمرحله حلوه يعني. اكتر لاعب حابب العب قدامه الصراحه كي بوي، عشان ده كان بالنسبه لي يعني بتعلم منه كتير، بالنسبه لي لعيب جامد، فحابب اللي هو اخد الماتش اب ده.
I honestly wish that we could understand Arabic or at least be treated with subs. But Sheffin, we've heard like names here and out. I mean, Sanji was mentioned, even Kiboy was mentioned from one of the players as well in that interview. I feel like they were mentioning players that they looked up to, and no doubt Kiboy, one of those roamers, I would say one of the foundations of MLBB esports in general.
Wow, that's a big praise, especially coming from a Filipino. Yeah, Keyboy seems to have a lot of respect from other players as well. Even PH players give their props towards, especially Keyboy and Sons, the duo mid of Onyx ID. Like, this is the pillar of what Onyx ID is all about. Highly mechanical skills, but not doing too well over the course of maybe like the last a few tournaments internationally, but hopefully they can bounce back. And Onyx ID looks like it's gonna be inevitable in MPL ID playoffs. It's gonna be played in, I believe, 10th of June. But right now, this is the decider on who's gonna go to MSC WC in Paris for the MENA region, and the second placer will also go towards the wild card. So if any of them were to lose out on this match, there are still hopes to actually get to the main event, even though it is slim for me.
Yeah, very hard, and we could also see the overall things to brush up here in the first few games, and hopefully they are able to find that as we head on towards the game number 3, considering that there were some glaring issues for both squads, especially in game 1 and game 2. A lot of chaotic team fights, a lot of overextensions, but maybe they're still feeling things out. You know, maybe they're still 1 foot in the water in this series, about to dive deep in what they want to do, and hopefully that's the case, because right now for this series it has been awfully close for both teams here. We haven't seen a game where one team makes all the right decisions and goes in for a 10k and closes it out. You know, that's the usual thing that happens in global MLBB, but now we're seeing fight after fight and gold leads that don't even extend past 5k.
Yeah, the first thing that you want to do before beating the other team is not to really beat yourself. You know, not making mistakes is the first step. Play super safely, especially if you have a more conservative kind of like composition. But we're just gonna jump towards the third game draft here. We're gonna be playing on Broken Wall. Seems like Team Falcons still staying with the Eve ban, despite them finding a lot of success in the first game, and the Freya ban still stays for themselves too.
Yeah, one of those standard bans coming in from Coach Powie Burn. And now for Coach Costa Rica, they have the option to take away the Harley here. It was really hard for them in game number 1 to deal with Boyet's Harley. Even if they, let's say that they were able to limit the snowball in the early game, it's still very much hard to pace up with the Harley come level 6, level 8, where the Harley just auto clears whatever it's in front of it. And with the ban, it actually opens up more emphasis onto that Harley, but looks like they're going to go for the Zushin instead. A very tight swerve here for Team Falcons, and they're tossing over the jungle problem for Geekay. Are you going to go for Suyo? Are you going to go for Harley? The Leomord is still open for anybody here, but looking at Boyet's last few played games, it's Guinevere and I believe the Harley. And for Geekay, it was the Guinevere in game 1 as well.
Yeah, and for Team Falcons, they might want to go for the Guinevere here, especially with the fact that they already secured the Jushin. The knockup combo is already there, but this is definitely a curveball for Coach Powie Burn, because usually Coffin is not really the one who played Jushin. He wants to go for the Valentinas, but and that is why I believe GK didn't really even consider to ban the Jushin, because they feel like they know they're gonna have that Jushin in Red 1 and Red 2, but Coach Powie Burn decided to give the Zushin towards Coffin. Hopefully it's actually gonna work out. And I like this Alice pick because they already see what Alice can do to a Guinevere comp when the execution is not really that crisp for either of the team, and decided to pick this Alice to kind of like deny the Guinevere pick. But Team Falcons, it looks like they want to go for a full-on early pressure here with the Khalid and also the Leomord. It feels like an alter ego draft in M7 if they can actually go super aggressive once that Phantom Steed is available. And Geekay Esports, literally everyone is on the table.
Yeah, especially the Hylos. I feel like Hylos will be really good here for the side of Geekay if they want to have a very strong front line, and I think deny what this Leomord could do as well by mid to late. But they're going to go for the Claude instead, banking on that gold lane early on and taking away options in the hands of Sano. And I'd like to believe that they're already eyeing to take away the carry as well. Just making sure that it's still going to be either the Clint or maybe a Granger, both of which gonna have a lot of trouble burning down the Alice come mid to late.
Yeah, but the Harith is still available too, despite it not really a good matchup against the Claude. It's gonna lose out against a good Claude in the lane, but against a Harley, you might want to make sure that the gold lane is not really that available to get bursted down by the deadly magic, so the Harith could come in handy for Sano for Team Falcons. Good ban here coming in from Team Falcons, just getting all the beefy boys in the front away from GK. The first one is Kacha. You might see the next one is going to be maybe something like a Glue or Hylos for themselves. Now for GK, still nailing down on the options in the gold lane. Harith is going to be banned, so it looks like Team Falcons just have to settle with something that they're maybe more familiar with. It feels like GK, as you said, well, we might be baiting for a Clint pick. They do not mind a Clint pick here, despite it being quite dominant in lane against a Claude, but come the late game, it's gonna be a squishy target, it's gonna be easily targeted, and you cannot get away from Analysis.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, Farsa would be an amazing mid lane here for Geekay, but they're gonna go for the Gord instead, still going in for the burst with the Harley, and this has been a rising duo that we've seen so far in MLBB Esports. A Gord plus a Harley. They don't really care who's in the front lines. They're gonna burst down whoever is there. They just need a bit of hold, and I feel like that's what we're expecting coming in from DK come pick number 5. But for Team Falcons, they're still looking for their gold laner and potential XP. So in terms of options, they do still have the Clint. The carry is also available. I dare say the Bruno could be a better pick here, but they're still gonna go for the Clint, and this time with the Terizla in the XP lane. And there's 0 late game here, brother. And they are easily countered by this Belleric. I've seen this in MPL Philippines. This does not end well for the lane ward.
Dude, I do not get the last 2 pick from Team Falcons. I do agree. I think the Bruno was a better pick, but even I would go for something like an Airthal just to stay safe for Team Falcons. And that Terizla pick, I don't know why you would pick a Terizla against a Harley jungle. Usually as a Terizla, you want to punish the frontliners, and so far the only available frontliner to be punished was that Alice before that Belleric was getting picked. So I don't think this draft is pretty good from Team Falcons, but we'll see though, because Team Falcons, there's a reason why they are multiple time champions in MPL MENA, and maybe they can actually carry quote-unquote subpar draft for themselves. GK, I think, has a better advantage here despite the very unique Belleric pick. It's also definitely a way to counter this in front of you heroes like Leo Mort, right?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be up to Cuffin this time. I really hope that this guy builds Sky Piercer, because without it, don't feel like they could get the damage to finish off targets coming in from the side of Geekay. And for this Belleric, I feel like they're well researched. This has been the bane of great Leomord players in the Philippines. I've seen Leomord mains, Leomord one tricks getting absolutely wrecked by a lot of Bellerics here, right? When Barbiel comes in with Phantom Steed, I think the Dryad, or what was the power of a Dryad? I forgot the ultimate coming in from this Belleric. It's just going to be a big challenge here to the side of Team Falcons to actually get that snowball that they want. And looking at the entire composition for Geekay and Falcons, it's quite obvious that late game is a big advantage for Geekay.
As we're going to jump on towards the Land of Dawn for game number 3 in this grand finals of MPL MENA Season 9. Geekay Esports versus Team Falcons. It pretty much comes down to a best of 5 from now on. The one who gets 3 first after this is going to be the one who is crowned champions of this region. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Here we go.
Yeah, game number 3. And as you said, whoever gets the first goes to 4 games first will be crowned champions of this best of 7 series. And this time around though, Falcons going in for a more aggressive position here early on, actually blocking off the entrance as well of Boyet, farming up alone with no leash here on this lane ward, which means that Seno will probably finish off faster than this lane ward, but just only by a fraction of a second here. But I feel like Boyd is actually farming at quite fast, and this might just be a marksman emblem Leomord that has risen in popularity after the slight changes. Yep, that confirms it. That's a marksman emblem Leomord.
Yeah, getting that extra farming potential, and you don't really have to build any kind of like attack speed extra for yourself to farm. But yeah, you mentioned the Sky Piercer for the Jushin earlier, I think, Womi. But thankfully for Team Falcons currently, I don't think they're lacking in damage, especially in the early game, right? They can just bruise through like brute force through the composition of GK in the first objective, I believe, if Boyet has the Phantom Steed. And you already have that mid-prio going on for you with Coffin and Troll pretty much dominating Quanok. I believe he was getting poked down to almost 0 HP earlier. Thankfully, the Flicker is still there for himself. But we got also a redeem code for you guys to use.
Yeah, it's rating redeem codes in this live stream, and this is for the PCU campaign, which means that we've hit a certain number of viewership. So congratulations to everyone watching right now. Redeem that code, and now first turtle already spawned. And in terms of control, it seems that Team Falcons already starting it for themselves, but GK does have tools to actually engage in this one. No ultimate available yet for Shen, and Sanji already blocking off the entire entrance, which means that this will be a free turtle for the hands of Team Falcons as Sanji goes in around that purple buff. The Alice with the counter set goes in for Troll, and looks like Seno will be able to get his purple buff, and Boyd has to make a run for it, but Sanji still blocking the way. Nice pickup here on Aizen. They're going to be able to survive that fight, and that's going to be Geekay getting 1 kill, but the turtle towards the Falcon side.
Yeah, it's not that bad for Geekay, right? Despite them losing out on objectives. I think Quanok was not level 4. He didn't have that Mystic Gush before the turtle fight even begins, and that's why they were super passive. And Shen is actually on a Revitalize on this Bellaric, so he cannot be super aggressive. He has to wait for the opposing team to come to themselves to be able to be effective. And you know, he hasn't had the ultimate just yet at that time. And Bellaric before level 4 is pretty much just a walking tree. Not much utility for this guy. And the second objective might be different. It really depends on how good Aizen's setup will be. But Team Falcons definitely has the upper advantage in terms of composition, because this comp, I think, is pretty much built to win on neutral objectives, Wilmy.
Yeah, definitely agree. They have the burst damage, they have the sustain. All they have to do is to land their abilities, and of course, maybe bonus points if they're able to dodge the Wrath of Dryad coming in from Shen. But regardless, even if it does land, they have the sustain to back it up. So I feel like for Team Falcons, the play here is to just get all 3 turtles, try to get a snowball, try to win off of that. Meanwhile, for Geekay, just buy yourself some time. Yeah, you don't have to rush things. The longer this game goes, the better for Geekay. You have a Claude. As long as you don't get inhibitor turrets getting destroyed by minute number 12 or 13, you're fine.
And once the DHS hits for this Claude, I think he could already fight despite him quote-unquote lacking in items as a marksman. But there is a lot of magic damage from GK, so most members of Team Falcons gonna be focusing on the magic defense. But now, Throne of Ruin gonna be set up for GK, but did not land towards anyone. Troll in the back line, good penalty zone towards Quanok and also Shen, but not much going on there in terms of damage. Troll still in the front line, trying to deal damage and getting the passive, and was able to get away from this situation. Coffin was the only sacrificial pawn, but it looks like Sanji's gonna follow through. 3 kills for GK. I don't think that's a good trade for Team Falcons.
Definitely not a good trade. They did get turtle number 2, which gives them a slight XP advantage. I think so, but already equalized by 2 kills. Gotten by Geekay as well. So at this point, it's still anybody's ball game, and Sano looks to be in trouble. Deadly Magic won't be able to take down his life, but Troll looking in for that Raging Sandstorm might just overextend because of that. It's a 3v1, but down bottom lane, a 1v1 between Aizen and Sanji. But we all know that's just going to be the minions for both the XP laners here. No deaths throughout the map, just a lot of ultimates being thrown, and Geekay Esports still dead even against Team Falcons. This is tolerable gold lead from Team Falcons.
Okay, Troll has to be a bit more precise on his execution, man. It's not even about, like, you know, trying to get the ultimate towards the Harley. It's like he didn't see where his teammates were at all. There were 0 follow-ups potentially for the setup, so why would you even go for that? So from now on, Troll has to be a bit more cognizant on what's going on around him, especially him being the main frontliner, him being the main, I guess, like, spearhead of Team Falcons. And just gotta be a bit more safe and aggressive at the same time. Now, second or the third turtle is about to come up. Looks like Yaga will be able to get that DHS, or already getting that DHS by now, and he should be active from now on.
Yeah, definitely. This is, I think, Yaga's time to either double lane or to actually join the fight. Team Falcons trying to get perfect turtles here. Going in with his Alice Throne of Ruin. Seno actually gets the third turtle away from Team Falcons as the fight resumes. Wrath of Dryad in the middle of that fight as the Blazing Duet comes in. Crimson Beacon trying to buy some time here for Team Falcons and pulls down Shen, but stun lance coming in from Quanok forces out the Mystic Gush, and boy, it goes down. Geekay able to take down 2 plus the turtle. Falcons lose out in that fight.
Yeah, all built in the hands of Aizen. Their beautiful setup with the Throne of Ruin, pretty much shooing anyone away. But some members, especially Boyd, was stuck in the front line, and that Wrath of the Dryad, man, sometimes it kind of lulls you to sleep because you haven't really seen Balaric that often, so you don't really see the full potential of this hero. Look at that, Throne of the Ruin on towards 3. The Wrath of the Dryad is there. He didn't even need to use a Flicker, which he doesn't have, you know, because there is already a hero that needs to be punished. Mystic Gush was a bit too late, but still a kill in the end with the Glowing Wand proc. GK is up 5 kills with no retaliation in that department. They are also quite dominating in terms of economy.
Yeah, and this is bad news if you're Team Falcons. You invested so much in your early game and you're losing in the early game. We're about to enter the mid-game mark, and Sano isn't even wounding Aizen even for a bit. And that's just bad news for Team Falcons. Their main damage dealer isn't dealing much damage against Geekay. And as we talked about earlier, Chef, and as this game goes longer and longer, it actually favors Geekay more, considering that they do have a Claude currently 0-0-4 in this game. And by this time, I feel like he's already completed at least 2 items and half an item on his 3rd item for the Swift Trinity. So we're actually going to check that out. Yep, that checks out. 2 items and a dagger. So one more item and he gets his Swift Trinity. And that, I would say, spell GG for Team Falcons, unless Geekay throws out a losing team fight. No, Aizen out of position in that bottom lane, forced to flicker out.
Okay, but I don't think Team Falcons can use this opportunity to burst down the Lord here. If they're brave enough, but in the mid lane, there are some maybe turret takes and also deadly magic towards Sanji, I believe. Just a bit of poke before the real fight begins. Long lane definitely favoring Geekay Esports currently. And now Geekay Esports can just wait. Time is definitely on their side. Team Falcons are the one who is a bit more desperate with this kind of composition, as they're trying to gamble on this Lord fight. Now, the Mystic Projectile connecting. Quanok still trying to poke down some members. So penalty zone and also Raging Stance from the back line. Getting 2, and the Lord will be taken by Boyet. Now Coffin super low. GK strikes back in the mid lane, or in the front line though. It looks like Yago was able to secure a kill. And now Troll, the next one on the chopping block. Looks like they don't want to chase just yet. This Khalid will go away, still giving his life, but looks like Geekay will get the outer tier turret at the bottom lane quite easily.
Yeah, and with 2 kills plus a turret, this is a winning trade so far for Geekay. Calls in for a Burbiel, but it seems that Geekay able to fend off members coming from Team Falcons. They will be staying down bottom lane to try to clear this Lord early on before it even hits the turret, but I feel like it's a bit too late. This is going to be a turret going to the hands of Team Falcons, and I have to correct myself. That was pretty fast. coming in from Geekay as they're able to defend. Total win coming in from Geekay despite losing the Lord. Throne of Ruin, however, used defensively. And Quanok goes down with a dive coming in from Team Falcons. It looks like they have been compromised here. Aizen has to go back. Nice coming in from Cuffin, but he will be surviving that deadly magic as Sino goes down. Man, Geekay was already holding that ball well, but they dropped it.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to continue to drop it here. Yaga super aggressive, but it looks like he was able to clear the lane. He goes back to Troll waiting for him. Now Yaga is going to get bursted down by Sano. There you go. That's the potential of the Clint. 2 kills. Now make it 3 for Sano. Might be 4 after this. It is going to be 4 for Sano. It's a triple, baby. And it looks like Team Falcons is trying to get back on track here with this comfort pick.
Oh yeah, but definitely back on track. Equalizes the game, gets a few stacks in his Sky Piercer, and that's the early game advantage they have. Suddenly clocking in 11 minutes, losing out 2 turrets. And Geekay already defended that Lord well. They took it down early on in the bottom lane, and then they overstayed in the mid lane. But I feel like that's more so in the effort coming in from Team Falcons, especially with Cuffin going in with the early Crimson Beacon to potentially go in for Quanok. And I think during that time, Quanok didn't have his flicker. So Geekay, after losing Quanok, as you said, dropped the ball even further, still tried to defend that mid lane turret despite not having the tools to clear the waves.
And now the same problem still persists from Team Falcons. It's gonna be a clean in the late game, so you have to get through or pretty much pass by all these frontliners of Geekay Esports that is literally built to peel. Maybe Aizen is leaning more towards kind of a setup kind of tank, but for this Bellaric, especially, his job is to keep Quanok safe. His job is to keep all the backliners safe with that Revitalize as well, so he has to be a bit more careful. Quanok just poking away some of the HP bars for Team Falcons. The Lord fight still continuing, and the Lord is gonna be half HP, getting resetted by Team Falcons.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna dance it out. Sanjay taking the brunt of the damage coming in from Deadly Magic, and now with the Deadly Magic removed, Falcons make the call to take down this Lord, but looks like they're gonna go for the fight first. Phantom Steed already called as well, but that's still going to be Seno taking it with a retribution, but Yaka goes down in the back line. Great dive coming in from Cuppin as no DPS is left for Geekay here. Boyet still comes in, finds Quanok. Sano gets another kill, but the Deadly Magic comes in back online to get that kill. And wow, a flicker coming in from Aizen, slowing down 4 people coming in from Falcons, and Falcons might have overstayed their welcome as Seno bursts down another one. Great Winter's Crown, and now Troll gets a bit of HP back, but Aizen is getting hard to kill here. Geekay might just need to escape, but obviously this is going to be an ally. Still a 3-4-2 trade. Falcons, despite getting a lead, loses out on the Lord, and now evens out the game.
Yeah, a bit of a hesitation and also sporadic kind of execution from Team Falcons. Troll had a good idea to pretty much go for Quanok first, getting him to a full combo of Raging Sandstorm and the slashes over the first kill. The damage was almost enough, but there's really not much follow-up from Team Falcons. They prefer to go for a more safer route in the Lord bit. Sometimes you just gotta pull the trigger, man, if you really need to get that one hero that really gives you trouble. And that is Quanok. Team Falcons now, they're just trying to deter some of the incoming threats in the mid lane, in the top lane, but it looks like the second tier turrets are starting to fall both in the mid and bottom lane. Thankfully in the long lane though, Team Falcon's second tier turret are still intact.
Yet another roller coaster of a game. A few minutes ago it was Falcons taking control of it with a 2.5k gold lead, and then Geekay even several minutes earlier, around 7 minutes, and now 15-minute mark. It's dead even. Shen finds Boyet, but it seems that Geekay wasn't ready to make a burst down, and now gonna re-enter that fight, but that Alice hits no one with Throne of Ruin, has to reposition himself. Sano getting caught by Seno and make that a clutch kill coming in from this Harley, and Boyet goes down next. Looks like you're gonna go for Sanji instead. It's gonna be a 4v1. Flicker out on Sanji, but looks like he wasted that battle spell. Geekay alive with 5 members, trying to win game number 2 with Cuffin and Troll left to defend.
Not much going on here. Mystic Gush immediately a bit too early there, but it doesn't really matter. The waves are coming in from Team Falcons. That's the only hope that they have. The Wrath of the Dryad getting Troll down to 0 HP. They're just gonna clear down the top turret, and the next wave is incoming. It is all over in game number 3 right now. Geekay, after losing the first game, was able to strike back and more. 2-1 for Geekay. Team Falcons is definitely try to climb back up from now on.
Yeah, and look at those crowd, that crowd. Oh, the Geekay fans going wild after that win. Again, the last time that these two teams met was in the upper bracket semi-finals, where Geekay Esports wasn't able to secure a win against Falcons, and I feel like that fed the confidence that Falcons had entering this grand finals, even declaring that he wishes they won't go 4-0 against Geekay. But now Geekay is ahead 2-1 against Team Falcons. This is gonna be a tough challenge for Team Falcons.
Well, remember when I said in this kind of series, you just gotta fall back and lean towards the comforts. At this point, just scratch that out of the table, man. Like that's not a good advice. Like I'm wrong. I'm very, very wrong. You know, maybe comfort in other heroes, but the Clint is just, in the word of Sean Deitch, I don't know if you know him well, utter woke nonsense. That was terrible. I really do not like that. But that last team fight from Geekay Esports was really, really good. The misdirection, you know, a lot of things happening in that jungle, in that purple buff pit. But Zeno out of nowhere in the backline, just really good flank with the deadly magic towards Sano, the perfect target. And it kind of went as much as I expected. The early game completely went from Team Falcons in terms of objectives, but the more time goes on, the item builds up for Quanok, for Zeno, for Yaga. It becomes even more harder from Team Falcons to burst on the front line, and it is all over. You know, and I like the itemization from some of the members of Geekay Esports, especially Quanok. He actually built the Enchanted Talisman after the Glowing One, knowing full well that he is here mostly for utility instead of damage. They already have an abundance amount of damage. Even the Alice counts as early game damage as well. So at that point, you just want to prioritize to spam that Mystic Projectile more, and the pokes as well. You know, the HP percentage based item with the Glowing One working out for you. So, you know, intelligent itemization coming in from Geekay Esports, and the early Winter Crown as well from Aizen is also pretty good, knowing that he is in the front line trying to just you know, stay alive. And there's a lot of buy time method from Geekay Esports with the Rise of Giant or the Mystic Projectile connecting. A lot of things that can shoo away Team Falcon's whole team from going towards this Alice.
And not only that, the re-engage potential as well from this Harley pickup and the Alice just sustaining the hell out of all of those team fights. Team Falcons, I feel like they weren't really prepared by late game, considering how much investment they put in towards the early parts that didn't even work out. The most that they've gotten here would be at around the 12-minute mark, where they actually got their largest gold lead at around 2.6, and that was the moment where they were able to get that play against Geekay in the mid lane and translated that to 2 more turrets and a bit of chip damage on that mid lane inhibitor. But other than that, it was downhill from there. As you said, the moment that Swift Trinity locked in on that Claude, it was not actually a good time here for Team Falcons. And now by a game ahead, Geekay is heading on to game number 4, looking to get match point. If anybody were to ask what were the expectations for this series, a lot would have said 4-0 for Team Falcons. But now we're living in the timeline of 2-1 Geekay.
Yeah, for a good reason as well, right? And I think this is exactly how it went for Onyx ID and AP brand in M5. You know, hopefully we're gonna have a long series here. You know, to cast. It's gonna be super fun here in this late of a night in Southeast Asia. But MVP of the game earlier, it looks like we're gonna show it. Who's it gonna be? Dun 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 dun. It's gonna be Zeno. A lot of good flanks as well. He went to go for this do-it-all build with both the Starlium and also the Lightning Truncheon as well. So a lot of burst damage, a lot of penetration, also pretty much a glass cannon build. And he was only getting punished once throughout that whole team fight. And I think part of that is because there's really not much catch potential from Team Falcon's side. The Terizla is there, yes, with the penalty zone, but there's a reason why Terizla is picked usually to punish the frontliners, you know, the immobile frontliners, not the Harleys, you know. If you get the Harley towards the penalty zone, that's really good, but chances are you're not gonna get the Harley, man. I'm still not sure about the blue 4 and blue 5 picks from Team Falcons. Like at this point, it's just should've, could've, and would've. The Clint and the Terizla was like, huh?
I agree. I honestly agree 100%. It would have been, I think there were better picks. But for Team Falcons, as you said, I feel like it's comfort. It's mostly what the players are comfortable at. I feel like if Coach Poweyburn is letting his players decide what to play, or maybe give them comfortable picks, maybe it's better if they actually just apply certain meta drafts, especially heading onto a game that is very important for them, considering that if Geekay wins game number 4, that's technically match point for them. And look at the heat map of this Harley, all over the jungle, of course, getting kills as well all around the objectives. And the most important one was a kill on the marksman Saano in that last fight, and that definitely changed the entire game after that kill.
I think from now on for Team Falcons, the idea is to not only stick with the fundamentals, but just try to get all the quote-unquote fundamental heroes from Geekay Esports. And I feel like the Gord, the picks that Geekay secured so far in this match, except for game number 1, is super easy to execute. And in this kind of series, when it really all comes down to like 1 mistake or 2 mistakes that can decide the whole game, you want to make sure that your composition has as big of a margin error as possible, so you don't really get punished most of the time. Like Kwano can just, even if he misses on the Mystic Projectile, even if he misses on the pokes, you can just do it again, you know, rinse and reset. That's it, over and over again. The only thing he has to worry about is getting picked off, or like the dives coming in from the Raging Sanford, the Crimson Beacons and all that. But chances are you're gonna be super behind in the black backline, and the Balearic is gonna be there for you to peel.
And maybe as we wait for the next few games, we're also gonna treat our viewers with, once again, another redeem code there for you to claim. If you're lucky, there's diamonds. If you're unlucky, it's fragments. But there are multiple codes that's gonna be shown across the entire live stream. So just keep your eyes open, stay with us despite not having games being played as of now, and maybe you'll get something nice. You know, there's always a stroke of luck for anybody in play in MLBB as of now. And I feel like if you're Falcons, it's going to take more than luck. It's going to take a lot of thinking, honestly, and a lot of rethinking, especially for that Clint pick. And as you said, currently 0-2, and it's not looking good. I feel like at this point you drop that. Yes, it worked out for you in the regular season and early on in the playoffs, but let's reset the way that we look at the grand finals. I feel like the stats don't matter as much as it does for the players. If you're 0-2 in that hero, let's try to find something else. You know, I'm pretty sure this guy knows how to play some carry. It's impossible to not play some carry, dude.
Yeah, I feel like they're just leading towards the regular season statistics, which surely they know damn well that you're not supposed to lean on that. It feels like those kind of stats is just like a lamppost for a drunk person. You know, you can lean on it, but you can't really get you home. That's the idea. So you're supposed to work with the new stats that's provided in the playoffs, and so far it's not really working out at all for this Clint pick, despite boasting a 5-0 record in the regular season, man. And I'm still stuck on the idea on why the Clint, why the Terizla, especially with the fact that it feels like Geekay Esports were like proposing this gambit, right? Pick the Clint, please, for the love of God, pick the Clint, and they're just like hook, line, and sinker. I don't care. I'm taking the bait. I don't know. Maybe it's ego. Maybe it's more comfort. And I'm really wondering whose call was it to get the Clint. I hope it's not Sano himself, because yeah, man.
And there are other options, you know. I still remember you mentioning Irithel. I feel like if you put Irithel in that scenario with a Purify or maybe even a Sprint, I feel like that offers more survivability against a Harley compared to a Clint that literally stands there, you know? The Clint likes to be stationary. Usually when you do your damage, you're standing there for like half a second, and to be fair, it's only half a second is all it takes for a point-blank deadly magic and poker trick to burn through your entire HP bar. That's what we saw in the last team fight. A point-blank deadly magic with some poker tricks in the air already casted, and that was less than a second of burst damage for the marksman. So yeah, I think there's going to be a switch of sides for the upcoming game number 4, which means that Harley should be available for the side of Geekay unless it's banned, because last game, or the last time that they were blue side, they played something else entirely. I think they went in for the, I can't quite remember, was it the Leomord? Or no, it wasn't Leomord. I think they actually played the Harley. Oh, well, let's just get back to it later.
Yeah, we'll get back to it later, but yeah, we're gonna be in a second, we're gonna see the drafting phase for game number 4, so bear with us just for a second. This is the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 9. It's kind of crazy that it's already Season 9. It feels like, you know, time goes by in a flash. Like, I still remember I'm still casting with a rinky-dink setup for MPL MENA Season 4 or 5, I think. You know, late into the night like this. I think it was like in a living room with barely any lighting going on and all that, like really bad camera with a laptop webcam, you know.
And now, after a few years, here you are again, late at night, casting MPL MENA in a different
still with a bad setup.
So, well, it doesn't look that bad. I'm running just a ring light right in front of me right now, so things are working out, I guess.
I have a ring light too, but it's like 3 meters away from me because there is nothing that I can put it on here. It's technically not my house, so I gotta settle with what's here, you know. Do you know that man, I live 10 hours away from MPL, Uomi?
That is an insane fact, Chef, and the fact that you're gonna cast MPL Indonesia later on means that you will be probably sleeping in the bus. Am I right?
Well, you know, I already got here. Like this is like an hour away from MPL. Usually every weekend I travel 10 hour from my house, you know. Yeah.
All right,
I guess
that's
it's
honestly
a bit better. We're just gonna jump towards the 4th game draft here, still in the dangerous grass. So far, the bands are pretty much the same, and Team Falcons still stays in the blue side. Was it blue side, right?
Yeah, I feel like it was Geekay's turn to pick a side, and they actually stayed in red. Oh no, this is gonna be Harley. Easy. Harley again, bro. Harley plus whoever you want to get. You bait out the Clint, you bait out the Leomord, you do it again. Oh my.
Yeah, but I think Coach Pawi Burn knows damn well to not pick that Clint in blue 4 and blue 5. I would be very surprised if they actually throw down the same gauntlet again. But Geekay Esports, it was a Harley and what was it again? Oh, yeah, Alice. Kind of denies the Guinevere pick or potential Guinevere pick from Team Falcons. And I'm really not opposed to a Khalid and a Leomord pick. I think that's probably the best pick you could have, secured in this blue 2 and blue 3. That really sets up for your early game objective, and that is a hard composition to go through if you are a Harley on the opposing side trying to just steal drive-by tunnel steal. But it looks like they want to pivot towards more of a utility here, Warmy.
Yeah, very interesting swerve here from Coach Bowieburn. After what happened with that Beleric pickup in game number 3, they realized that they need more tanky front line for the jungle here, which emphasizes even more that this cannot be a Clint game. This Fredrin puts more pressure towards the side laners of Team Falcons to actually pick something with a bit of damage or a bit of shred. So, which means that Geekay has the primary option of just removing those shred options on the side of Team Falcons. Potentially they could just take away the Harith again, plus the Claude, but they're going to take away the Arlet first, which means that they're going to limit the XP lane choices first. And I guess this is also respect for the amount of combos an Arlet could pull off with a Fredrin.
Yeah, I think it's more that rather than the nailing down the XP, but we have an interview here on the stage.
او مخضوض بصراحه. يعني انا كنت شايف ان تيم الفالكون يعني هياخد ايزي وين بناء على ايه؟ على شفت مثلا الجي كي في الماتشات اللي قبل كده او في ماتشات المباريات المباشره ما كانش الاداء ده. انا مستغرب من الاداء اللي انا شايفه ده. انا شايف حاجه مرعبه، شايف لعيبه اشتغلت على نفسها، لعيبه طورت من نفسها جدا، وفي نفس الوقت مستغرب من درافت الفالكون. يعني
وحقيقه هو فعلا مستوى فريق الجي كي اللي كان في البلاي اوفس اللي خسر بنتيجه 3-0 من فريق فالكونز مش هو ده اللي بيلعب النهارده. هو اكيد حضر مفاجآت، بس قول لي ايه الدرافت اللي مخليك مستغرب من ناحيه فريق الفالكون؟
اللي انا مستغرب منه هو الماتش الاول كان عادي، الدرافت الطبيعي بتاع تيم الفالكون بس انا شفت في الماتش الثاني درافت غريب من ناحيه ان الخمسه بيكون انيشيتور. يعني انت معاك في الماتش الثاني معاك يعني حد زي بلو، معاك فالنتينا، معاك بويد بيلعب بجوينيفر، معاك فوبيوس، انت عملت انيشيت، انت بتكسب تيم فايت. طب مين هيبروتكت؟ يعني انا شايف مثلا حد زي سانو ما كانش واخد راحته في الجولد لين، كل لما الجيم يليت بيطلع دامج، بس هو فعلا مش واخد راحته. طبعا بكايه كوينوك ان هو يلعب بجورد دي انا مستغربها، بس فعلا افكتيف قوي في التيم فايت بشكل مرعب، بيجري ورا الكيلات وفعلا بيجيبها وبيلاقي سينرجي عالي قوي بينه وبين شين بيخليه بروتكت. انا مستغرب، انا يعني بجد
بصراحه هو الغريب ان دلوقتي شفنا ماتشين قدر يفوز بيها فريق الجي كي.
And yeah, that wraps up the Falcons draft. This time they're going to go for a Shredder in the gold lane with that Claude and a Sora in the XP lane, but it seems like Geekay will be the ones actually going in for the Clint instead, plus a Beleric once again, despite not having that Leomord on the side of Team Falcons anymore. So for Geekay right now, not much late game for them, and Falcons, on the other hand, finally playing something else, no longer the Clint.
But I don't get the knife pick from GK with the Clint, man. Like, I think the Cloud will do just fine. Even if Team Falcon secured the Clint, then so be it. I don't think that's really not much of a trouble. I like the Sora pick though from Team Falcons. That's one way for you to dive to the backline. Expect a lot of the damage form Sora to come up more often than the setup Sora, because they really do need that to get through the backliners of Team Geekay. But one thing that I guess the silver lining for Geekay Esports is, despite them not really having that shred in the gold lane, they do have some kind of sort of shred in the mid lane and also in the jungle with that magic damage. So I guess Geekay has something going on that can solve the Fredrin problem.
Yeah, I guess that's something that we have to wait for the moment that we enter the Land of Dawn. But so far, the burst damage coming in from the Harley will be very much respectable, paired up with the mid lane combo as well with the Mystic Gush. So as you said, that does answer the Fredrin problem for a bit, but Geekay does have more than one problem with the Sora potentially going to the back line paired up with the Khalid. So it all boils down to how they're going to position themselves inside the upcoming team fights, especially early on around the first few turtles of this game as we head on to game number 4 of this grand final. Last game, it was already Geekay Esports turning the tides against Falcons after their game 1 victory. Now it is 2-1, and if they win this game, it's going to be match point for Geekay, which will already be an upset in the eyes of many.
I really hope that Geekay lose this game and these two teams realize that you shouldn't be picking Clint in a grand final. Maybe I guess we got what we're asking for. I asked for weird picks for each region, more of an identity picks, but so far the identity hasn't been working at all with a 0% win rate. But hopefully, it stays 0 after this.
Yeah, the Clint has not been working out here in the grand finals. The regular season is a different story overall, but I kind of get why they're picking the Clint. But then again, you want to look at the updated stuff, and the updated stuff tells you that Clint doesn't win you games. And with Sanji playing this Sora, it's going to be very interesting on what kind of form that he's actually going to use, considering that you did mention that Storm could be or Thunder could be the choice here, considering that the backline is the main issue here for Geekay. But it's going to be a while before the next big team fight. Actually, I'm quite surprised that both teams here are just playing it out, no big all-ins just yet.
Yeah, I think the only Team Falcons are the only one who has a say on what's going on in the early game. Geekay will try to play it as passively as possible because they have a Gord and also Belleric. The idea is to punish, not to initiate, especially with the Revitalize as well. And before Belleric hits level 4, it's pretty much just a walking tree just to be admired at. But now, so far, really not much going on. Just a slight economy advantage from Team Falcons, especially after the mid-trio. They were able to deny some way from Quanok, I believe. So that's something they can build on in the early game. Oh, look at that. Good stun coming in. Quanok super low. He's going to get punished. It might be 2 here. Shen pops the Revitalize, but bonked by Boyet. But damage still continuing. Troll will be the one who is taking the kill. He has taken 2 kills out of the entire 2 that they have, and still going on super aggressive here. Still has the heal to shoo Xeno away. Oh, it's a solo kill down below, and it's also a kill in the jungle pit. What is going on, homie?
What is going on? Suddenly Team Falcons flips a switch, they get the turtle, they get a solo kill downstairs between a Claude and a Clint, and they go for another play down mid lane, bonks the 2 of them, and yet another conversion for Team Falcons. Geekay Esports, a chef, and it feels like I'm watching a different Falcons right now. It feels like the last few games was just a mirage. And now I've finally found the Oasis. This is not the Falcons that we watched early on.
Yeah, it really feels like that, man. Maybe they're, getting their form back here, and Troll is just super aggressive here. They're finally playing with the winning condition here. The fact that they already have the mid-trio going on for them with the Jushin and also the Khalid. Even Chen currently is still before level 4, so you can see how dominant these 2 guys here, Troll and Coffin in the mid lane. So they just play with that. Just play with the fundamentals, man. It's as easy as that, especially with the opposing roamer being a super passive one. You can pretty much be as aggressive as you want, as long as you don't overextend, and taking some turret aggro for you, then you're not gonna get punished at all in this early of a game.
Yeah, and that's what we've been seeing across the last few minutes. Aggressive maneuver after aggressive maneuver coming in from Falcons. They're still going to go in for an invade here. And Boyet already threatening another Retribution steal. And I feel like he wasn't able to get it, as a Retribution was used here for Xeno, able to take down his own purple buff. And I feel like with that, Retribution will be still up at around 5 seconds cooldown the moment that the second turtle does go up. but that doesn't matter that much considering that Team Falcons, they want to fight in this upcoming turtle. And I feel like if you're Geekay, you just give this. Try to find a trade elsewhere.
There's absolutely no way you're contesting this, especially against a Fredrin. Their first skill also functions as a second retribution. And even then, look at that. This is a sign of an elite team, Uomi. Troll knows that looks like Geekay was gonna completely concede the neutral objective, and he's just guarding on the other side of the map, which is Sano. Very intelligent, and now they're going for a orange buff steal. So far, it's looking perfect from Team Falcons. Now Boyet is gonna go for a taunt and a bonk as well as a kill secured. Shen super low, pops the revitalize, but it will do him nothing. Throne of Ruin, a desperate attempt. Now Yaga is in the party. Not much damage though from this early Clint. Boyet still very much strong. Aizen still wants to go for a kill and a secure towards Sanji, but now Yaga might be going for a secure kill here. Not much going on. Sanji is still at a 1 HP bar, and Falcon once again playing it perfectly.
Yeah, no conversions coming in from Geekay, and Sano just farming it up in the bottom lane already with his first kill of the game. In fact, that was a solo kill against Yaga, and things are looking great for Team Falcons. This feels like the Falcons that was introduced to us a few years back. This is the Falcons that ruled the MENA region for months upon seasons now, and now they're going to look in for their next big fight in the mid lane. But it seems they're just going to rotate down bottom lane instead. Yaga and Shen might just be in trouble here. A big rotation coming in from Geekay trying to respond, but Cuffin calls the trigger here. Quanok looks to be the first target. Look at the burst damage coming in from Troll. Takes down Quanok. Aizen looks to be the next target, but Blood Gleam isn't pressed. The taunt came in time. The flicker is there, however, and now Shen looks to be the next target as he goes down for Sano. And now Team Falcons, they are ahead by 10-0. Cancels the recall coming in from Aizen. Goes in for the orange buff. And nothing is left for Geekay to take.
Yeah, at this point is Team Falcons' game to lose out on a comeback angle unless 5-man Throne of Ruin, 5-man Mystic Projectile. You know what? Hell, why not? 5-man Deadly Magic if you can actually do that. I don't think you can do that. But Falcon, so far 10-0, no retaliation at all. 6k gold lead in 7 minutes. That is close to perfection, and so far they're playing it beautifully, man. Even in that exchange earlier where they were able to get a kill towards Quanok, they know what to do. They nail down on the weakness, which is the bottom lane. It's a Clint, and also Bellaric. It's easy for them to dive with 4-man. And not only they're just not committing towards the bottom lane dive immediately, they just completely intercept the incoming backup with Quanok and the whole team. And now they might be looking for more Shen though. Still trying to guard the purple buff here. Aizen still in the front line, and Falcons playing this beautifully.
Man, the last 3 to 4 purple buffs was all invaded by Team Falcons. Granted, there were a bit of purple buffs that was secured by Seno with the Retribution. The fact that he used that Retribution still makes it sad. It's a free reign over Team Falcons inside their own jungle, and Troll is already overextending behind that turret, providing much needed vision and kill pressure on the side of Team Falcons. They want this turret bad, but looks like they're gonna call to delay it for a bit. Mystic Projectile doesn't land coming in from Quanok, and it seems that nobody in Geekay could buy the time that they need. Aizen trying his best. Boyet going in for the front line instead, and Shen throwing out his taunt but doesn't land. Aizen goes in for the Throne of Ruin, doesn't really land onto anyone, and gets the kill. No! Raging Sandworm onto Troll on the back end, and looks like it is going to be a kill for Yaga, but looks like the Sora is already in the back line. They're going to go for Shen instead. It's going to be a 1-4-3 trade, and Boyet lives to tell the tale. Geekay finally gets their first kill, but to what price to pay?
Too big of a price to pay. Finally on the board, but in the end for Geekay, it's still pretty much a big losing trade. And now all they can do is just turtle on the base as the Holy Shield in the bottom lane will be popped under 9 minutes. So far, Team Falcons is doing everything correctly. Really zero mistakes so far. See how it looked like when you're not picking the Clint? Life is just better, man. Life is better.
Yeah, life.
You know, your kids are doing well in the house. Your wife's happy. You know, it's just how it is. It's easy.
Money in the bank. What else? A good vacation booked in Boracay, or maybe somewhere in Bali, Indonesia. And now you have Lord Boyet getting the first Lord of the game as well. Also, the last 3 Eternals. Life is good when you're not picking Clint.
Really feels that way, and hopefully, the evil in me wants another Clint pick, but hopefully no more Clint pick for the sake of professionalism. My own professionalism, because I usually go off the track when these things happen. And now Team Falcons, right now, they're just playing S5, trying to just scout out all incoming situation in the jungles, and maybe if there is a knockup or 2, they can actually commit towards a set here. 4 of them is grouping up. This might be an angle for Sanji.
Oh yeah, definitely an angle for Sanji, just waiting on for his flicker troll, looking for the Raging Sandstorm onto the backline, finds Yaga, and looks like Sanji goes in for the torrent form instead, stuns up 2 people. Aizen, Quanok forced to flicker away, and now Shen forced to fend by himself. Make that another kill for Falcons as they take 3 lives with them, and now forced to scratch their heads on camera, caught on 4K. Geekay needs to defend against 5 members of Team Falcons.
Not looking good at all, and that is an understatement. 9k gold lead in under 11 minutes. This is some incredibly dominating game that Team Falcons played so far. They're getting desperate, trying to get some kills here with the Mystic Gush, but the damage is just not enough just yet. The Radiant Armors are there for every frontliners of Team Falcons, and they're up 10k right now, Womi. And I like the itemization coming in from Team Falcons as well. Coffin actually builds the Silence Robe, I believe, after the Glowing one, knowing full well that he is one of the main target of this Harley especially, So even if there's a flank from the Harley, he is not going to be able to get bursted down that easily. Combined with the shield provided by the Crimson Beacon and also the dashes, he is almost untargetable. And there is really not much setup from Geekay's side. It's only Throne of Ruin.
That's true. And I feel like Yaga is a non-factor. This Clint is a non-factor as well, considering that Troll has been bursting down this marksman by himself even. Honestly, I'd like to take a peek on the item set here for Troll, because I'd like to believe there's at least 1 damage item in this Khalid, considering how much damage he deals. That can't be just base damage, so I'll be waiting for the items to show up later on. But as of now, it's closing up to be an 11k gold lead in the hands of Team Falcons, and they're denying much of the map against Geekay as they set up for the next big lord spawning 15 seconds from now. Clearly, Falcons have everything that they need to take this lord. It's gonna take a miracle and more for Geekay to contest for this one.
Yeah, they definitely need to look for a miracle, but miracle does not come by itself. You gotta find an opportunity to make it for yourself. But even then, what do you do? Because this is a composition that relies on the opposing team to dive in and you getting the punish with the Wrath of the Dryad. So now it's almost 0 utility for almost everyone from Geekay Esports, even Shen too. Especially Shen, I would argue, with the Revitalize. Not much going on for Geekay so far. Up to 11k gold lead, as we're going to take a look at the items right now. Almost 3k gold lead for this Jushin over the Gourd. And you know damn well that Gourd clears the minion much faster than the Jushin. That is so jarring.
That's true. And it also surprises me that this Khalid doesn't have any damage items and has been bursting down Yaga left and right. So, which means that they're just that ahead, I guess. Like 0 survivability for this marksman of Geekay, and Team Falcons looking to end this game with a Lord push down bot, with Falcons looking to make a play up top and mid lane as well. And looks like they're not gonna spam their Mystic Gushes as well. They're gonna go in for this defense. As of now, top lane is the objective for Team Falcons.
Oh, not really that good of a wave management here from Team Falcons. All 3 hitting at the same time, but not much set at all. From Sanji, gotta watch out though, he has the flicker, and there you go, Shifting Skies, Raging Sandstorm immediately, and also the Blazing Duet comes in from Sano. Trolldo's gonna get taken down, first kill, or second kill by Yaga. Members are falling down left and right. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Aizen still under the turret, trying to get some kill, trying to deal some damage and all. Looks like the Bonk will's able to get Xeno down to 0 HP. The mid turret is super low. They still have a wave down below. Team Falcons, despite all of that, still winning on the trade.
Yeah, and a very surprising defense coming in from Geekay. And looks like Falcons will still try to end this. 5 seconds onto Quanok. There will be an immortality here for the Belric and none for the other as Shen goes down and Quanok finally up once again, trying to clear his way out of this fight. And Boyet, very low in HP, buys an immortality right before he dies. Here comes the Winter's Crown reset, but only buys him a bit of time. And that's going to be a stack for the Skypiercer. Holy, Sheffin, I did not know this was going to end this way. How did DK defend with an 11k gold lead Falcons?
I think it's mostly overextension and also the fight is just too sporadic. I thought the combo initially was pretty good, but the response from Geekay was so immediate. The tough boots are working out so well for themselves. They were able to flicker out of the chain CC after the shifting skies, and there's really not much punish coming in from Team Falcons. They're super reliant on Sano's damage. He's pretty much the only real damage dealer that Team Falcons has currently in this late game, aside from Sanji that can use that Thunder Form. But so far we haven't even seen a single Thunder Form. Mostly Sanji is just there to use as a setup tool, but now Yaga is able to get away from the incoming damage or incoming danger with the conceal play of Troll, and he's still safe.
And that honestly feels very scary if you're Geekay. I feel like they did time the flicker coming in from Troll, but now with complete battle spells, Team Falcons has all the tools to secure this Lord for themselves. And oh wow, Geekay's actually gonna risk it. Shen going to provide some vision. Aizen in the vicinity, trying to stun up Void, but Void secures the Lord. As Cuffin goes in with the Crimson Beacon, finds Quanok, and Shen is forced to defend on the other end of that fight. Xeno repositions with the deadly with his space escape, but Aizen goes back to that fight. Sano still alive, however, going in for that Aizen instead with the Winter's Crown chosen with that Blood Gleam. But looks like Aizen's finally going to go down. Shen looks to be next. This is game for Team Falcons, and looks like they're just going to clear out the minion waves and take this game, equaling it out to 2-4-2. And this gives us a series, Sheffin.
Yeah. What do I say, man? What do I say? Stop picking the Clint. Stop picking the Clint. 2-2 currently in this grand finals. It's building to be a really, really good series here, Wolmy. Very competitive from both of these teams. But yeah, a bit of mishaps in the late game for Team Falcons, but the lead is just too much for Geekay to deal with as they secure game number 4. And all the Team Falcons fans are very happy with the result because you know, if you're going down or if you're in a position when you're losing 3-1 in a best of 7 series, that's almost a death sentence, isn't it? You know, that's why a 3-1 comeback is such a big deal, you know.
It is a big deal, and thankfully for Team Falcons, they wouldn't have to go through a 3-1 comeback. So now it's 2-2, and things are just heating up here in MPL MENA Grand Finals. Both teams still working their way upwards of this best of 7 series, and as much as we've been looking at this game in the lens of Team Falcons being the more dominating team and now showing their true form in game number 4, man, I feel like this is gonna be a long night for everyone here. I feel like it's gonna be like 5, 6, 7 games at this point, and oh wow, hopefully Geekay has an answer to that, because that was one hell of a game coming in from Team Falcons as we head on towards the highlights. And this is going to be quite literally a kill reel for Team Falcons. There's not much Geekay has done in this fight.
Yeah, it's definitely a highlight from Team Falcons, but it's a bunch of lowlight from Team Geekay. They dropped the ball immediately in the first neutral objective, man. Even in the mid-prio, they were not able to weather the storm, which is the trouble when you're picking up Belric. You cannot really be super aggressive. You don't really have a lot of wave clear and also early game damage. That way, you really rely on your survivability to just get the minions, and you cannot do that against a Khalid and a Jushin. This is the prime mid-prio combo that deals a lot of damage in the early game, and that CC also is ridiculous as well. The last fight here, I think, you know, Geekay, if the position were equal, they could have, you know, Keyword could have won this fight if it was this sporadic. But, you know, it's already 10k gold lead, so it doesn't really matter.
And that's the harder part for Geekay right now, just solving another problem in their hands. They already solved the Guinevere problem, they already solved the Leomord, and now with the Fredrin, I feel like that's even a bigger problem, but I feel like that could be fixed with one pick. I'm not quite sure why we're still looking at a Clint as a viable pick in here in the grand final. Hopefully, as we look forward to the next few games of this grand finals, we don't see our resident cowboy anymore, because I think it's already proven and tested throughout the last 4 games of this grand finals that Clint doesn't win you games.
Yeah. Look at the KDAs though from the side of Team Falcons. Coffin with a crazy 9-0-14. And I believe he didn't even have the Sky Piercer, so kind of a lost opportunity, but doesn't really matter. A win is already secured, and he probably deals the most damage anyway. Yes, he deals the most damage with Sano. Very much expected. 0 tower damage for Geekay. That is ridiculous, especially in the grand finals. I mean, to be fair, they don't really have a composition that, you know, you don't really have a Moscow, you don't really have that long lane presence, right? It's mostly built for a 5v5 team fight. Unfortunately though, the team fight is not initiated on your end. You have to respond. This is a response kind of draft. So yeah, it's not that great in the current meta game, especially if your opponent's execution is precise. But speaking of precise, it will mean 9-0-14 for Coffin, once again MVP. I believe second MVP in this match for Team Falcons.
Yeah, game 1 actually, both of the games that Falcons won, it was Coffin that secured the MVP. Game 1 on his Eve performance, now in game number 4 with his Zushin performance. So hopefully we do see a lot more emphasis on Coffin making the plays for game number 5, considering that next game will be deciding match point for any of the teams that we're watching right now. And yeah, this is a guaranteed game number 6 because we went down to the wire 2-2. And for all of our Southeast Asian fans watching the MPL MENA right now at this hour, hopefully you guys are hydrated, hopefully you guys are well rested, and if you guys are working on a night shift or maybe enjoying a night out with your friends, hopefully y'all are safe. It is a Saturday night, or oh no, it's a Friday night here in Southeast Asia, and for our audiences in the Middle East or the Western world out there, I'm pretty sure it's still early. Quite there, you know, maybe around dinner time, perfect time to eat.
Yeah, but for Southeast Asians, this is demon time right now. We should have been sleeping for a while. But yeah, it is what it is. You know, gotta get the moolah, gotta hustle here for us casters, and also at the same time we are treated to some pretty good Mobile Legends action here in MPL MENA. We got what we asked for, the weird picks, the identity picks of the region. It seems like it's the Clint, but yeah, unfortunately sometimes you just gotta brush off your identity and make a new persona at this point, man.
Yeah.
Just you can still be basic and interesting at the same time. You don't have to be different and interesting.
Yeah, there are multiple picks that has been ignored for quite a while now that we hopefully will get to see soon enough. The once we go back to game number 5. And you know what I kind of appreciate though for this series, that I feel like there's no big breaks between the games. I think teams are given like a maximum of 5 to 10 minutes to regroup and recoup and just say, hey, let's stop this, let's do this instead, and move on towards the next game. I feel like that's a good thing for this series.
I mean, they better do that, man. I feel like I know like why is that, but I'm not sure if I want to say it here. You know, it would be uncouth. Oh yeah, we are going towards game number 5 here. You know, hopefully for the viewers, we'll go full game 7. Hello, let's go. Let's go. No 6, only 7. Only 7.
Only 7, you know. But as of now, I feel like we also need to take a break here before we head on to game number 5, because things are heating up. We're 2-2, and MPL MENA will be back after this short break.
帰ってきたぞ。飛来神の術。俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな子供騙しか。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。飛来神の術。俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。飛来神の術。俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome back to what is shaping up as one of the best grand finals MPL MENA has ever produced. Currently, we are 2-2 in this best of 7, and we're still going to be your casters for the entire series in the English coverage of the MPL MENA grand finals. Still with me is Sheffin, and we're going to introduce you to the action that is MPL MENA grand finals.
2-2 so far after a 1-0 win for Falcons. Yeah, then 2-0 for Geekay. Now Falcons strike back with a very, very convincing win. 10k gold lead, almost 11k. It was super fast as well. Crisp, clean execution from the multiple times MENA champion here, deservingly so. And you can see the level of experience that they bring out to the table in game number 4, man. Hopefully they can continue with this track, and hopefully Geekay somehow can manage that, because I think when Falcons is on the top tier shape, then it's gonna be super tough to beat them.
Yeah, and we did see that top tier shape last game. Very dominant gold lead in the first few minutes of the game. I believe it was around 10,000, 11,000 come the minute number 10 or minute number 11, which meant that the side of Geekay didn't really have tools to deal with it, especially with the Clint not scaling well towards the late game. So my prediction coming in here in game number 5, Sheffin, is they're going to switch sides, so which means that Team Falcons securing the Clint in game number 5 and ensuring that there might be a game number 7 here, Sheffin.
Just want to say, if there is a Clint in this drafting phase, Womi, you're solo casting it. Good luck. I'm bouncing up. Hopefully I still get paid, though. Hopefully
the moment that the Clint goes in, Sheffin says goodnight.
Speaking of getting paid, though, we got some redeem codes for you guys. Why don't you redeem these codes? Down below, Soar Beyond Limits. There you go. Might get diamonds, might get fragments, might get skins. You might get Womi's whole account.
Yeah, that's true. That's worth around. I'm a world collector at this point, so I'm not quite sure how much that's worth. But you get a lot of skins, so make sure to get that claim. What? Sorry, how many dollars did you say?
At least $5.
At least $5, at least $5 worth of stuff. So make sure to claim that code that popped on your screen, and hopefully you do get a trial skin for Clint and you pick it with your friends. How about that? Let's go. Hey, Clint and RG is not half bad, Ranked game, Clint, not half bad.
Yeah, how is it Clint on MPL PH, by the way? I think it's only used once in MPL ID so far, and I didn't get to cast it, so I didn't really get the opportunity to see it. But Savero has been using it a lot, I believe, right? At least twice for Onyx PH.
Yeah.
The Onyx PH seems to have some kind of bias to either Bruno or the Clint, I believe.
Yeah, they usually get the Bruno or the Clint against Claudes. So I don't know how Onyx makes it work, but I feel like it's mainly because Super Prince is also relegated into playing mages that also carry, like Zushin, sometimes a Selena, stuff like that. If you have a mid laner that could actually carry the game, I feel like having a Clint to set up the initial burst, they're just technically going in to change responsibilities. Usually it's the gold laner that cleans up, right? But a lot of times the mages in MPL Philippines, they're the ones to clean up after the initial burst. That's what I.
Okay. So maybe they can use that in game number 5 here, because I'm not sure, man. Like Clint, one of the strength of this hero is to win the lane, right? You have that early game damage going on for you with the first kill as well. The bulk damage is insane, but you lose out on a 1v1, I believe, against a Claude earlier. I guess it's not gonna work like that the
out of
whole
nowhere.
way. I think maybe once you get level 4 for the Claude, I think the playing field not only will be leveled, it would favor the Claude just by a bit, especially if you build that warrior boots for the Claude. But we are going towards game number 5 draft here. It looks like the bans are gonna be exactly the same.
Yep, and we are heading on to Broken Walls for the first time. The first 2 games was back-to-back Dangerous Grass. Then we head on over to what I believe was it Broken Walls as well last game, or was it another? I'm quite sure that wasn't Dangerous Grass. I think that was Flying. No, that was Dangerous Grass. We were back-to-back Dangerous Grass, and now we're heading on to Broken Walls for the first time ever, and the Zushin taken away, which means that the Harley will be a priority here for Geekay. Throw them a curveball. Lock in that Clint. No, I'm kidding. Maybe Zushin taken away. Soyo has been completely ignored in this series.
Yeah, it has to be the Harley here. I'm not sure why they're taking a while, but maybe there are some other picks that I forgot about. You know, it is gonna be the Harley. I wonder, like, I think Fanny is not really a playoff hero. Like, too much risk. Once you have a single mistake, then the retaliation will be like tenfold for the opposing team. But I wonder if these two teams are just completely gonna be abandoning the Fanny the whole series for 7 games. You know, maybe they have it in their pockets if there's ever an opportunity to pick it in the second phase. Not now, maybe.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're gonna play the Fanny, you would never want to open it up early too, considering how much the Hilda, the Hylos, or even the Gatot Kacha could pose a threat to your basic existence as a Fanny. But looks like Falcons will be securing a Valentina instead with a Phobius that automatically takes away a potential Sora pick here for Geekay. And I feel like the Gord is still pretty much the option here. Somewhat of a Gord Khalid. I feel like that's the safest thing to actually get, and they finally get a carry as a late game shredder onto the hands of Yaga, and now an Alice as well for their XP laner. Next pick here for Team Falcons, they could get a Claude and just call it a day. You know, there's nothing bad about basic.
Yeah. Claude, well, technically it's not the greatest matchup against the carry, so if you want to play it a bit more conservative, I guess Granger could work for the gold lane, but I'm not sure if they want to go for the gold lane here first. But I guess it could be banned for Geekay Esports here in the second banning phase. I'm actually more of a fan of a glue for Geekay Esports instead of the carry, because it's a really good matchup against the Phobius. If you want to flex it towards the XP lane, you cannot get bursted down by the Valentina too. So I don't really see why Geekay did not ban the glue there. It looks like they're gonna go for your pick here, Womain. The Claude has been finding a lot of success in the series, especially against the Clint, but now it's gotta be a carry. It does have its uses against the carry, despite the true damage is gonna go through the Blazing Duet either way, even if you use the Wind of Nature.
And to be fair, I think the Phobius will be a big wall for this carry later on. But it will, I think, even out by late game. The moment that this carry is able to get his 4th item, maybe a Malefic Gun, they're going to take away the Kaja. And I feel like this is just a precautionary step of not getting a potential Kaja carry combo. This has been very popular for the past few years of MLBB Esports. It's one of those techniques that you pull out of a random playbook, which almost guarantees a kill for the team that drafts it. So just playing it safe here. Team Falcons taking out the Gatot Kacha as well. Roam bans across 2 teams. as we head on to a picking phase that has less and less roamers. The high loss is still open. I think if you're looking for suppress Franco, the Grok is also open to take as well.
I don't know why Kalea is not the prime option instead of the Kaja. Maybe, there is no like bug, right, for the Kalea? Like, I'm not sure, because so far in this series, it's been completely ignored. There you go, finally we see a Kalea here. If Team Falcons did not pick it, then for sure Geekay will pick it for themselves. But now, Geekay is left with not much of an option unless they want to go for something that's super basic like a high loss. I guess that's the only way you want to go for, or the only roamer you want to go for, to top it off for the mid lane here. Oh, Zutian, I guess that's a really good answer to the Kalea combo. You want to use the Fury of the Phoenix to kind of like retaliate from the incoming, combo of Team Falcons. I like this. I like the last two picks from Geekay Esports.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. It's just the loaded with magic damage and true damage. So I feel like Falcons could just do themselves a favor, and they won't really build much armor in this game. And so far, both teams are looking to have great drafts entering this very crucial game number 5 here, considering that both of them actually got what they wanted. You have Burst on the end of Geekay and late game insurance, and also a way to retaliate against this Kalea. Meanwhile, for Team Falcons, you have this combo with the Kalea, the Guinevere, and the Phobius. Definitely something that they want if they go team fight centric with the Claude as well. So both teams here definitely did get what they want out of this drafting phase. It's now going to be up to both teams to just execute it better. And I feel like I want to pull it back, reel it back in, based on our conversation early on, that the margin of error here is very important. And I feel like the margin of error for Falcons is a bit shorter, considering that they do have a Claude. That guy just presses one button and spins around.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a one cycle kind of hero for the Claude, for the Kalea. So if it messes up, if they mess up, then it's gonna be super hard for you to come back, compared to the carry, which can, even if you don't have that speedy light wheel, the ultimate going on for you, you can still do consistent damage for yourself. That true damage is still gonna come through. And also, one thing that's still a problem for Team Falcon's composition is the only real damage dealer here is that Claude, right? So come to the late game, you have to be over reliant on this gold lane. So make sure you want to win the early game for yourself if you're Team Falcons. But it looks like Team Geekay also drafted a pretty good early game composition from themselves. Although the neutral objective for the first one, I think it's gonna be favored towards Team Falcons with the Kalea and also Phobius in the front line. And here we are, game number 5, MPL MENA Season 9, a grand final once again in Geekay Esports versus Team Falcons with Wumi and Sheffin casting this game.
Yeah, and after that, the last win coming in from Team Falcons, the expectations have returned for Team Falcons. Everybody thought that this was going to be a quick 4-0 or maybe a 4-1 at best, with Team Falcons dominating the region once again. But Geekay has proven that they deserve that first seed in the regular season, that they deserve the recognition that they've had entering this playoffs despite losing that upper bracket match against Team Falcons. So they just have to recover from that terrible game number 4. Now Troll looking to survive in this 2v2 fight in the mid lane, forced to flicker out with the attack speed debuffs coming in from Shen here, and a lot of poke coming in from Quanok as well. Cuffin, however, reaches level 2 and still in the front lines. A very bad trade here for Team Falcons, losing out on that flicker for Troll.
Yeah, so 2v3 though in the Lethal Wonder. It looks like it's gonna be taken by Boyette with the Retribution. So good one there, despite them not really having that numbers advantage. Emblem though, not much. Nothing that's super special right now. So, Festival of Blood for this carry, and also Fighter Emblem. So he is super sustainable, especially if you proc that passive. Even to the minions can heal up just fine. Yeah, it's just all normal for both teams in terms of emblems.
And we also have another code here for you guys to claim, so make sure to claim that before it disappears right in front of your screens, or you could just replay it anytime. It just so happens it might be a limited claim as we head on towards the setting up of Team Falcons for the first turtle of this game. They are able to control the river quite well with this Kalea pick, but it looks like High Loss and the gang for Geekay trying to re-establish their presence around that as we head on towards this short poke down towards the gold lane. I feel like I believe that Seno, already level 4, has the ability to burst down Aizen here, who's still going to look for his level 4 appearance. And the turtle will be started here by Team Falcons, and looks like a fight will be breaking out there at the back line. Kwanok forces the Fury of the Phoenix, but Shen just sustaining into the back line, trying to look at Sanji as the turtle is secured here by Team Falcons. The Phobius goes down, Aizen takes a kill, and that's going to be a 1 for turtle in our first fight of this game number 5.
Yeah, Geekay lost that fight for the objective, but at least there's a kill there towards Sanji. And if you get a kill on towards the Phobius in this early of a game, then you kind of cut off the early game potential of the Phobius, which is super high as well. So that's a good thing to build on towards the second turtle from now on. If you are Geekay Esports, as we're going to see the replay here, the Fury of the Phoenix was stolen by Coffin, and the level 4s was late for Geekay Esports. That's why they were kind of late in retaliation and also starting the fight. But to be honest, they can't really start the fight either, because they're on a Harley comp compared to the more utility-based Boya to the Guinevere. So gotta play it a bit more safe. If you're on a neutral objective, just look for fights, look for kills, and they do get that. A single one towards Sanji.
And it's very important that it's also the Alice who actually, I feel like if you look at the members coming in from Geekay, yeah, it's either Seno or Aizen who wants those kills early on. If Aizen gets the kill early, that at least ensures that they have a respectable front line come mid-game. And if Seno did get that kill, that would have been a very early genius one on the hands of Harley, in which case a much needed item when you want to burst down Troll, who's fairly tanky already at this phase of the game, despite it being just early on. And we are entering the 4-minute mark, 25 seconds before the next turtle spawns, and Team Falcons already in prime position to potentially get another pick off. Troll has the flicker available with his ultimate as well, so this might just be big for Team Falcons. Seno has to double check where this roamer is.
Yeah, thankfully Shen is in the front line, just keeping tabs on literally where everyone of Team Falcons players are. And now Troll just eyeing out or trying to just scout out the bushes, setting a position for himself to potentially get a pick off here, but not much target for, or like from Geekay's side, especially the mid lane. Kwanok still has his passive intact, so it's gonna be hard for him to pretty much immediately jump towards this Ziltion. Yaga secured the corrosive side, so I guess that's a power spike, but now Shen, some poke damage and also some trade towards Troll here. Not much going on. Shen just gonna be jumped on. Vitalized Fury of the Phoenix and also the Throne of Ruin in the front line. Boyat still half HP, still pretty much strong. Can he actually get the turtle though? That's the question. Troll super low as well. It's gonna be a kill towards the high lows now. Fight still going on. The turtle's gonna be secured by Zeno, but Boyat's gonna get taken down by the cards of the Harley. It's a 2-kill plus the turtle for Geekay.
And I feel like that's a trade one for Geekay, definitely. Just securing also a 700 gold lead against Team Falcons. As we watch the replay, lots of ultimates already being pressed down the moment that this fight starts. Nobody actually holding back, and I feel like that was just a clutch retribution as well, coming in from Sino, just giving his team quite a boost with the shields. And it might be small, but that actually discourages Team Falcons to stay further in that fight. And I feel like a bit of hesitation spelled the doom for Team Falcons in that fight, as the gold lead actually bounces up to 1.5k as we head on to the 6-minute mark. And so far, still no big turrets in the mid lane falling down. It's just going to be a trade-off down bottom lane for Team Falcons, but I feel like they did end up wasting a lot of time there, as Seno looks to get a kill here towards Troll with a deadly magic, but does miss out on 1 tick of damage, which means that Team Falcons survived that encounter.
Good body block there from Boya, just preventing the poker trick to connect towards the deadly magic. That's a glorious pathway by Coffin. Just trying to get away from the incoming danger and try to set up for a better farming place here for Boyet. So far, not much happening after the whole thing that happened in the turtle pit. Some turrets getting taken down. Sano taking the outer turret out of top lane, so that's something that Team Falcons fans are happy about. All the auto turrets in the top lane are gone. Meanwhile, for Geekay in the bottom lane, they still have that intact. As we're going to take a look at the items here, mostly it's just going to be a pretty standard build for most of these heroes. Nothing too crazy going on. Early Genius 1 has been secured there for the Harley, so anyone is on the table, definitely. If there is a combo, he will bite on it now. Shen super low, already half HP. Glorious Pathway has been popped. We have Phoenix connecting to pretty much everyone from the Falcon side, but the Lord or the Turtle still secured by Boyet as they're just gonna bounce out of there. That's the right idea, but now Sano with a little BMI up front, but he's not gonna take it.
And clutch retribution coming in from Boyet and zero retaliation right after. I mean, Geekay did try with that Fury of the Phoenix, but sadly, I think it was clear for Team Falcons that they're gonna go in and go out. There's no fighting that needs to be done. If Boyet gets it, it's nice. If Boyet doesn't, we still go out and try not to overextend our stay there. As Shen actually pulls the trigger here with a Glorious Pathway. Aizen on the other hand, but nice on here coming in from this Boyet pickup. It looks like Troll was the first one to go down. Kwanok is the second. Yaga still free hitting, and what a flicker throwing a Bruin as well. Coming in from Geekay as they take down two more. Shen still alive. Aizen with the plays coming in for Geekay. And it's going to be a 1-4-3 trade as Aizen makes the play for GK.
Unfortunate, the combo was not there for Troll and Boyet. That was a Tsunami Slam, but Boyet was not really in place to use the Violet Requiem immediately, not really connecting to literally anyone. So zero use on the ultimate from the Guinevere. Good knockup from Troll, but the Fury of the Phoenix is there as a failsafe. Somehow Yaga is still alive, was able to get a kill too towards Troll. So they try to get a kill, but get killed instead.
Yeah, and what's insane to me is Yaga still held on to that Purify. He didn't use it, despite it being available. Full trust in his teammate with a Glorious Pathway, and hopefully the Fury of the Phoenix denying the follow-up coming in from Team Falcons. And Geekay has taken control of this game like last game didn't happen, and we are looking a seesaw of a series so far. For Team Falcons, they've been trying to look for team fights before objectives, but sadly, I feel like the positioning coming in from Geekay has been quite good. If I'm being honest, Seno has been, for the most part, hidden against Team Falcons. Aizen has been zoning out of his mind, and Kwanok has been using his ultimate to perfection. If I'm being honest, Fury of the Phoenix seems to be well communicated across all members of Geekay.
Yeah, I think I gotta give some props to Shen as well. He's always there scouting out the bushes, and the placement of the Glorious Pathway is always perfect. Whether it's for disengage or whether it's for initiating a fight, it's always perfectly placed, very crisp for this Hylos. He knows the limits of this hero, it looks like. GK wants to bite on the Lord. Now Troll, concealed play, who's going to go for. Here, if the Finn is going to be popped, it's going to be Aizen taking down the Lord. Boyet with the Winter Crown, but he's going to get taken down anyway with the Harley. Zeno gets the kill. That's 2 plus the Lord for GK, and they are rolling through Team Falcons right now, Womi.
Oh no, for Team Falcons, they did not expect it to be this hard coming in for the objectives. Aizen trying to overstand, actually giving a bit of space here for Geekay, and I feel like he has been playing out of his mind for the past few minutes as another fight breaks out here in the mid lane. Cup and forced to flicker, and Glorious Pathway used as well with the Revitalize, still alive, and Sano couldn't finish off the kill, but it seems that the carry next target here, and he's trying to lifesteal his way out of this, but Sano's DPS is more than enough to take him down as Boyet looks for Shen. A lot of HP here for the jungler of Team Falcons as he takes another one, and Troll healing himself up with a passive, but Seno goes in right in time, looking for Boyet next up. That'll be magic to finish him off, and that's going to be a 3-for-3 trade, and Aizen is still alive.
Yeah, but at least the Lord is going to crash down to the bottom lane and also top lane. Some turret hits as well, I believe. No, not really, actually. So I guess Team Falcons, that was a decent Lord defense, or not even a Lord defense. The fight happens before the Lord strikes. Yeah, good one there from Team Falcons, just kind of like deterring the incoming potential bigger damage. As we're going to take a look at the items here once again. Nothing too crazy going on. Swift Trinity has been secured by both marksmen, but it looks like Yaga will go on ahead and try to secure that Malefic gun after this. Same with Sano, I believe. Yeah, like there's no way he's going to go for a Win of Nature with the amount of magical damage from Geekay's side. A bit more conservative build there with Boyet securing that Radiant armor. He's sacrificing his potential damage, but at the same time, you need to be sustainable against these kind of heroes, man. The Harley, the Alice, the Chushin, even the Hylos deals magical damage. So you do have some kind of like urgency to build that Radiant armor, even though you're kind of like a semi-fighter kind of jungle.
Yeah, Shen, however, going in for the Growler's Pathway, revitalize as well. Backline dive here, coming in with a Tsunami Slam that all negated with that Fury of the Phoenix as Troll goes down. Sanji looks to be next. Boyet has to jump away to safety. The turret goes down next, and that's going to be a 2 for 1, actually a 2 for none, plus 2 more turrets as Geekay gets an inhibitor town in mid lane. And they're going to go for the bottom lane instead, plus the jungle creeps here. Geekay has taken full control of this game, and Team Falcons have scattered for the last few fights.
Once again, if you're using a Guinevere comp, the one thing that you have to excel at is synergy. At least the combo has to land, and 2 times after this, the combo did not land at all. I feel like Boyet was just a tad bit late, just a sliver of second late there with the Violet Requiem, and the knockup did not channel towards the knockup from the Tsunami Slam did not channel towards the ultimate from the Guinevere. Now Shen just keeping tabs on the frontliners of Team Falcons. It looks like Boyet going for the Hail Mary gets killed by the speedy light of Yaga, but now the damage is also coming through from Team Falcons. 2 kills secured, but the retaliation is more than enough to make them get back from the situation. Yaga still chasing Coffin down. They want to trade damage here, the Valentina and the carry. Looks like they're just going to back off both of them. And Team Falcons, I would take that any day of the week. Any equal trade is a winning trade for a losing team.
That's true. And with that, I feel like it also delays the Lord take here coming in from Geekay because they don't have the retribution. The same could be said, however, for Team Falcons. So it's going to be 2 skinny dudes fighting for this Lord if ever they do try to secure this for both their teams. No retribution in sight, but Boyet is already running towards that corner. Here comes the stuns coming in from the Fury of the Phoenix, with Boyet right in the corner, and looks like the retribution will come in time as Falcons get that Lord. Pays the price, however, as Geekay goes in for this fight as well. Doris Pathway used as well. Sano goes down, and looks like Troll looks to be the next target as Sanji already falls. That's going to be 2 people left to defend for Team Falcons. They did get the Lord, but looks like Troll won't be surviving to tell the tale as Seno lets him go away. They're going to go for the base instead. They don't want to say anything anymore because they want to get this game. Geekay for match point.
Wow, what a call. What a call indeed. Some teams would have backed off after they secured Boyet with a kill there from Yaga, but no matter. They just want to go for a full-on Hail Mary kind of play there. Geekay just pull the trigger. Shen with the Glorious Pathway, beautifully placed as well in that hallway, in the alleyway of a jungle. And that was able to secure the game for Geekay. 3-2 right now. They're up against the defending champion Team Falcons, and they might have you know, the get back here after what happened in the first match in the playoffs, Womi.
Yeah, and this is just going to be very, I would say, high pressure for Team Falcons. You've been dominating this region for the past few seasons, and now you're in this place where you entered the playoffs. You 4-0'd this team. You 3-0'd this team in the upper bracket finals. And now in the grand finals, where you might be able to secure your stay in MSC in the upcoming Esports World Cup in Paris, you're now behind by a game. It's going to take one more win, one more winning composition from the side of Geekay to get a seat that was already named after you. People expected Team Falcons to dominate this series, and now Geekay might just complete one of the biggest upsets in MPL MENA history.
Yeah, see what it looks like when the marksman is not a Clint, you know? Yaga was
yeah.
able to sustain the hell out of this in every team fight, to be honest. And this is a pretty bad situation for the carry, if we're being completely honest, because he's on a Purify, man. He's kind of forced to use a Purify. Normally, if you want to play a carry, you have to make sure that you can rock the Flicker, because carry, despite her having a dash, the dash not really having that much range to begin with. So you have to be really safe if you're rocking a Purify here, but good job from the whole team for Geekay, knowing full well that this carry needs a lot of help to be able to be sustainable and also dealing damage at the same time. So that's why he took the Fighter Emblem plus the Festival of Blood plus that Fury of the Phoenix. A lot of peels are focused for Yaga this game, and he was able to make sure that all the investments that his teammates are bringing to the table is gonna be paid dividends.
Yeah, and that Zetian pick definitely helped out a lot in this game. Every time we saw retry battles between the two junglers, it was littered with skills left and right, mainly with the Fury of the Phoenix and Throne of Ruin coming in from Aizen as well. And if I were to pick my MVP here, and again, I'm welcome to anybody else, but for me, it gotta be Aizen, dude. Not only did he get one of those lords in towards the late game, but he was also able to get crucial pickoffs with the Throne of Ruin as well, zoning out multiple members. That's my pick. Honestly, at this point, it's either Aizen, Quan, or Yaga. But honestly, all of them actually played well for this game number 5. All fulfilled their roles. It just so happened that some did a bit of extra, you know. By far, that was not a perfect game coming in from Geekay, but they did play all of their win conditions by heart. And there you go,
yeah,
our MVP, Yaga.
Yeah, in game number 5 here, Yaga is the MVP. And just want to remind you all, this is in-game MVP, so we do have our personal MVPs as well. I would have given it to Shen, to be honest. Maybe like the Hylos never gets MVP, right? The job of a Hylos is not really something that's glamorous. There are no big skills, there are no big CCs, there are no big damage that this hero can deal, but most of the part he's doing his job, man. Just scouting the area before the teamfight begins. Make sure you keep tabs on where everyone is from the opposing side, and also that Glorious Pathway is most of the time perfectly placed for this Hylos. That's why I'm leaning more towards Shen as the MVP. But you're right, there are a lot of players from Geekay Esports that perform on each of their own role. Even the Zetian, even though it's like it's MVP by system in a way with the Fury of the Phoenix. Like obviously you are gonna be there being the main difference maker when the objective fights begin, but at the same time, like, he's doing his job really well.
Yeah, and then for Geekay, a very well-deserved match point here against Team Falcons. And it's insane to think that around 4 hours ago, Sheffin, this was a series that Boyet even mentioned that he wishes not to go 4-0, and I bet he already regrets that wish as we move on towards this game number 6, because things are not looking great for Team Falcons, you know.
Yeah, but we got some redeem codes for you guys out there that's still waiting for the next match here. There you go. Rekbzvu. You know, redeem it right now to get some fragments, potentially some diamonds, maybe some skin or trial skins. I actually don't know what's inside it, so it's complete mystery. Maybe you get some actual money out of it.
Yeah, or maybe a redeem code for another redeem code for a selfie with Sheffin, and when you do watch MPL ID live, you know, that might be a thing. Maybe. Who knows at this point?
Maybe you can redeem an MSC slot from that.
Oh, if I can redeem an MSC slot, I'll play in the wildcards, bro. That's fine. Wildcards and bailout. Dude, the moment that you get to wildcards, you already get a hefty amount of money. That is already good money. You know, just win your 2 games and call it a day, you know. That's it. Yeah. I leave it to Team Liquid, Onyx, who else? Celor Red Giants. Okay, you get the $1 million prize pool. I get the $1,000. That's still 1,000.
Set the pride aside and prioritize the moolah. That's just how it is for most of us here. You know, sometimes we're a bit too materialistic, and for a good reason, especially in this day and age, man. don't think I can
Oh,
go deeper
man.
than that because for reasons
For
cannot
reasons.
be named here, especially here in Indonesia. Not looking very good.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
we're
draft
heading
pick,
on
anyway.
to our game number 6. Thank you to our director that has given us a way to bail out from that conversation as we head on towards the banning phase with Hilda taking away once again. And of course, I wonder if they're going to give the Harley, especially on expanding rivers.
That is definitely a question. I guess even though Coffin. Oh, what?
Okay.
I mean, you're still gonna pick the Harley, right? I'm not sure what the clit ban here is for. Maybe they are having a lot of trouble if they want to pick the Jushin against the Khalid. But at the same time, you want to pick the Khalid after the Harley pick if you're a Geekay. So I'm not sure. So far, I'm feeling like this Khalid ban is a bit counterintuitive.
Yeah, honestly surprised. That gives a free Harley for Team Falcons, and now Zushin. Man, I wish somebody plays the Suyu, dude. Somebody play that, dude. Yeah, it's been a while. The usual exchange between two junglers, at least for this metagame, is the Suyu to a Harley. But it looks like they're going to go for the Alice instead. And I feel like if you're Falcons, perfect time to go for a Phobius or a Glue. You know, just take out the Glue option, or maybe a Glue plus a Gold Lane. That way you mitigate what Geekay could do with a potential Harley snowball.
Probably got the Claude here too. Like you have some kind of shred towards the Alice and also some dive potential. You already have a dive with the Harley as well, so you can kind of like go toe to toe, match it up. It looks like they want to go for a more conservative route here. Uomi with at this point, like when it's match point for Geekay, they want to play it as safe as possible, and nothing spells more safe than this Eve, which is so far in the series has been banned for most of the time. Finally, Coffin has a chance to use it for himself, and they got the catch as well. And so far, it's been again like these two teams are playing it really safe. They're like these two compositions so far, they have a clear winning condition. It doesn't really require us to be played with a lot of risk. So yeah, like I think this is the way to go if you are backed into the corner, especially in Falcons.
And with the Moskov ban as well, this limits the matchup to a potential Claude versus Carry like what we saw from last game, or potentially even the resurgence of a crowd favorite pick, Clint, here, in case they do want to get some additional burst physical damage. But with the Laymore taken away, Geekay is still looking for their jungler. The Harley is already secured here for Team Falcons, so they could just chip away towards the options here for Geekay. I'd like to see a potential Fredrin ban as well, or maybe even a Suyu. I feel like they could give away the Fredrin, considering that for the side of Geekay, they don't really need much more frontline. They need more high uptime assassins, I would say.
Ooh, interesting. I like that Cloud ban there. So now Geekay, like if I don't think they could go for a carry here, despite it being a good matchup.
But they picked first.
The RWM is gonna punish you. The Deadly Magic's gonna punish you, and there's not much range to work with. And I feel like the idea for Geekay was to pick the Claude in Red 4, and Falcons will pick the carry. Goodbye, Uomi. You're solo casting.
All right, good night, Chefin. Director, please just tell me when he's back, okay? Yep, that's a Clint locked in for Geekay. And so far, Clint has not won any games here in this grand finals for MPL MENA. And we have directly, I would say quite directly, said that this Clint is not working out so far, but maybe this time Geekay has a plan for it, considering that this might just win them the championship. So hopefully they have something prepared. Chefin, are you alive now? The other guys picked Drizzla and Granger. It's not that bad. I think it's okay. It's an okay matchup. Oh,
Finally.
Finally,
you get what you asked for. Yeah, that's the most obvious Granger pick I've ever seen, man. Like, and I like the Drizzla pick here too. Usually I don't like it so far in this match so far. But you have two frontliners in front of you, the Hylos and also the Alice, so you can trap both of those at the same time. And this Clint, man, it's not the most mobile hero out there. So if you want to use the flicker in the middle of the zone to punch the Clint, then it's definitely there. That's definitely a good opportunity to use it. So yeah, I like the draft when there is no Clint. So obviously I'm going for Team Falcons. Geekay, what is zero games win out of 3 games? Okay, why? For what reason? Do you hate yourself?
We're about to find out, bro. This is their most important game of the series. They worked their way up to a 3-2 lead. And now they trust this Clint, man. They trust it with their lives. They trust that this Clint will book them a ticket to Paris and represent the MENA region. That's how much trust they put in towards this cowboy with 2 guns. Okay?
It's insane. They trust the Clint more than I trust my mom. Like it's actually ridiculous. Hopefully, I'm always welcome to be proven wrong, man. I always say this when there is some weird picks. I saw RQ pick Gushin and I immediately say, hopefully I'm wrong, but this is a terrible pick. And right now I'm feeling like it's a terrible pick. And once again, hopefully I am just yapping here. I don't know what I'm talking about. Geekay though is looking to prove me wrong here with that Flid using the Impure Rage. And this is potentially Uomi. It's gonna be the last game of this Grand Finals.
Yeah, unless it goes down the wire, in which case Team Falcons is hoping to go to and reach that Game 7 mark. And our viewers over here in the English broadcast of the MPL MENA, I hope you guys are still enjoying this series. And this has been such a treat to watch. We are seeing MENA's finest duke it out in a 6-game series. And now we're heading off towards this game where Geekay could just seal the championship here and there. And this is going to be quite historic for MPL MENA, considering for the past few seasons, it has been Team Falcons who has been dominating the MENA region.
Yeah, some kind of personal vendetta as well from Geekay. Not only they got swept in the previous match in the playoffs, but also that matchup in the previous Grand Finals in Season 6 when Team Falcon's whole roster was in Twisted Minds. It was a Grand Final of Geekay versus Twisted Minds, and they were not able to get the W in that final match of the season. Hopefully, it might turn out different here for Geekay Esports. And it looks like Xeno was able to win out that Lethal Wonder battle quite quickly before it even begins.
And to be fair, this will be, if ever, Geekay does get this win against Falcons, their first championship in MPL. I'm pretty sure the whole organization is already on their tippy toes right now watching Team Falcons against Geekay. But as of now, we are still looking at a very neutral early game where nobody is actually trying anything that's too risky. And rightfully so, you're entering a territory where one mistake could be fatal for the entire series. And Boyet on this Harley game will be crucial into securing what could be a really good laning phase here for Sano. In which case, the Clint is already not looking that good.
Yeah, Boyet, look at that. Already level 4 that the magic is intact and Flicker is going to be used by Yaga immediately. Good reactions though from Yaga. He's just going to back off, try to heal up in the base. And that's just going to be it for Boyet. Some good pressure in the gold lane here, just exhausting the resources from this Clid. And the next time they want to dive, there are no flickers for the Cowboy.
And as of now, the turtle will be started here for the side of Geekay. No jungler in sight just yet, but Expanding Rivers will give him an expressway going in here in the turtle pit. And both XP-lators are level 4 as well. But Troll, on the other hand, together with Shen, still no access towards their ultimate, still on level 3. I feel like both junglers will be starting off with their buffs first, but Shen looking to pop that Revitalize early. RWM lands onto 3, but Shen goes down. Coffin looks to be the next target here. The Zu Shin picking off that E, but Boyet is taken down by the Alice as well. It's going to be a 3-4-1 trade-off, and Geekay gets a clear lead against Team Falcons.
Once again, Aizen on the Alice popping off Wumi over and over again. The Throne of Ruin really brings ruin to Team Falcon's day. And the follow-up as well from Xeno was immediate, man. So far, it's looking pretty nice from Geekay despite them not really having that early game momentum for themselves. But gotta watch out. Top lane though, it's gonna be a deadly magic towards Yaga. He has the second skill to get away, but no more flickers at all. And say goodbye to the cowboy. He is gonna be killed with some magic from Boyet.
And Falcons did get a good kill in the top lane. Mid lane, however, I think it was Geekay who tried to get a kill or a trade off against Troll, but Troll was a bit too tanky there to actually get a trade kill with. And now Geekay, despite losing their gold laner up top, still ahead by 1,000. But I wouldn't sit that as safety. And this is something that I feel like Geekay has to understand. They have to support Yaga whenever that the flicker is down. They have to make sure that they know where the Harley is, because he basically, Yaga on this Clint pick, the moment that he burns his flicker is a free kill every time the deadly magic's up.
Yeah, they gotta divert the attention though. It's tough because for Geekay Esports, with the composition that they're rocking right now with the Hylos and the Jushin, you want to make sure that you're winning out on the neutral objective, right? So Shen has to be present in the Turtle team fights, but at the same time, Falcons or Team Falcons, they do have that experience working out for them, so they know which button to press in this kind of position, and the right button to press is to pretty much punish Yaga in the other side of the map with the Harley, because the kill pressure is huge in this early of the game, and they can't really fight in the neutral objective. There you go, boy, and once again going for Yaga, and I think Yaga should take care of himself from now on. This is just a pretty obvious gang in the top lane, but now Yaga might be ganked on, still has the flicker, but it's gonna be out of deadly magic as they're gonna leave him there. Oh, he's not dying. I think he still has the heals, or maybe the damage is not enough, but meanwhile Geekay will take the total for themselves, so I would count that as a W for Geekay.
Yeah, that was definitely a W for Geekay, and Boyet is already being zoned out as well by Shen inside his own jungle, as Troll offers a bit of help here for their jungler. And with that, the flicker was burnt here for the Clint, so I feel like if you're Geekay, you want to have some extra attention, but Quanok forces out Crimson Beacon, RWM flickers out of it, but Sano providing a lot of damage as well coming in from the Rhapsody, takes a kill. The Mage goes down here for the side of Geekay, a bit of overextension on the side of Geekay, and Team Falcons, they translate that to a kill, but I feel like while everything was happening, there were a lot of stolen camps as well on the bottom side of the map, plus a turret, so still Geekay won that trade.
Yeah, Geekay, like, they're rocking a Suya right now, so they can counter jungle, they can jungle it at a really fast rate, so even if they lose out in a kill battle for Geekay, they can somehow salvage the situation with the fact that Xeno is on the other side of the map, just farming the hell out of every camps available. As we're gonna take a look at the items here. Interesting magic shoes for Aizen out of all the things that I noticed. So maybe he wants to be the main initiator here with the Throne of Ruin. He wants to have that as soon as possible in every time possible. And also that Skypiercer priority for Xeno. So far still sitting at a 0 kill. But after this, it might proc here after some good sets potentially from Aizen, which is definitely the case for the matches that he played with the Alice.
Especially with that flicker. Aizen is already, I would say, has the hot hand here for the Alice, but Boyet did suffer quite the damage on that right push mid before the turtle starts, and that means that he has to heal up while he takes this purple buff. And Geekay establishing position around the last turtle of this game. Seno starting it up with the arrow. And looks like Shen will be zoning out 3 members. And here comes the Alice ult. They're going to get Sanji. Boyet being zoned out as well. They completely drop the turtle instead. And Yaga looks to be the target here. Flicker away out of that AOG. And look at Seno just zoning out a lot of people as the Gattakachi goes down. Boyet comes in with a space escape once again. And Cuffin looks to be in the front lines of Team Falcons as Geekay restarts this turtle. But they get out of that place. They have to sustain. Everybody calls for a reset.
Yeah, I like the decision from Geekay here. No need for a gamble for a turtle because that was the KO. Meanwhile, though, top lane, Yaga surely dies this time, but Aizen does not want to let Yaga's sacrificial act be useless. But now Geekay with the jungler gone, surely this is an opportunity for them to take this turtle for themselves. The retribution is already there for Zeno, still sitting at 0 kills despite him securing the Sky Piercer. But Team Falcons does not want to get or lets the Suyo to have an easy objective here, just shooing everyone away. Now Glorious Pathway once again by Shen, super early in the team fight. Now some Lantern Flare trying to stack up some knockups by Quanok here. But now AOG is not able to... Oh, it's actually connecting onto a Shen, but now in the front line, Aizen once again being a nuisance. It's gonna be a turtle take for Zeno, and he finally secures the Sky Piercer stack for himself. Sanji super low. He was able to get away, but now Aizen in the front line tanking up a Storm, and he is unkillable on this Alice.
Oh, wow. Aizen playing out of his mind here. Despite the ultimate coming in from Sanji, the penalty zone landing onto 3, and Cuffin just making sure that RWM's placed well. Cuffin might be in trouble. Shen looking for that pointy thing right into his face, and he does get that kill. And a turret as well going to the hands of Geekay. Going back to that team fight, dude, Falcons played that well. They already landed their ultimates, but Geekay's sustain, I honestly didn't notice how much sustain they had until I saw it right in front of our eyes.
Really is, especially with the revitalized Shen and Aizen being the pretty much the pillar of what Geekay is trying to do so far. Shame it's not really highlighted on the MVP because so far I feel like those two are the most prominent members of Geekay in this match, man. The job of a frontliner, sometimes it's a thankless job, but it is what it is. Shen, a lot of times it looks like an early glorious pathway, but he knows that his teammates was able to catch up in time, and he's also just wasting all the resources from Team Falcons. Same with Aizen as well. Not only Aizen is wasting resources, he's also there being the setter. So he's doing 2 jobs at the same time with his Alice.
And for Team Falcons, on the other hand, I think what's good for what they're doing right now is they're still protecting this mid lane turret. And that really hampers what Geekay could do around the map. The moment that mid lane turret falls, it's going to allow Geekay to invade more freely. And it's going to be really hard for Team Falcons to defend Boyet if that's the case. But Troll will be seen here by Quanok. And nice bush check coming in from Sano. The Death Sonata just landing onto 1, making sure that it is known for Geekay that everybody is in that RBM. And it seems that Sanji will be the one giving vision here for Team Falcons. This might just be a very important lord here for Geekay to establish more control in this game. Troll being carried here by Quanok. Crimson Beacon still available, used defensively against the Deadly Magic. The Lord is being reset, but Aizen doesn't land onto anyone. RWM right in front of this Lord as the Lord follows Geekay once again. But Aizen right in front of 3, and that's going to be Boyet getting that Lord, but he is traded immediately by Yaga as Shen is still alive. No kills going to the hands of Team Falcons. That's going to be a 2 for none, but the Lord going to the hands of the Falcons.
Unfortunate mistake by Geekay. I can see the idea. They want to fight. They want to use the economical advantage to themselves and also some Sky Piercer stacks from Zeno. But unfortunately, they were not able to fully reset the Lord. And finally, Boyet gets a neutral objective for himself. It's the first one, I believe, in this game. As we're going to take a look at the replay here, you can see that some members of Geekay were still pretty much too close to the Lord. They want to fight, but the Lord is still having an aggro to one of the members of themselves. At least Boyet gets taken down. But now the conversion on this Lord is 1 turret up top. So that is a pretty small win from Team Falcons. Let's see if Geekay can actually defend all the other turrets as well. It looks like Boyet is going to beeline towards the bottom outer tier turret. And he's just going to get that. It's not too bad for Geekay in the grand scheme of things. But it is still Team Falcons' win in that exchange.
I mean, they did lose around 500, 600 gold in terms of economical advantage here for Geekay, but that's really a tolerable amount despite of it all. And for Team Falcons, right now, they have to find kills here for Sano. It has been quite a while as Sano sat on that Sky Piercer with close to 0 stacks. It's either 1 or 0 stacked on that Sky Piercer. And so far for Team Falcons, it's been hard for them to find winning team fights. I think Cuffin has been landing perfect RWMs, but for some reason, Geekay is just so beefy. They couldn't really translate those great ultimates into immediate kills.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to the targeting. Can you get Yaga? Can you get Quantum? But now Shen's getting bursted down. The damage is already there. Glorious pathway. And also the Revitalize to get away from the danger. And somehow, someway, the Horsey is still alive despite all the resources being poured towards the Hylos. That is just how tanky the frontliners of Geekay currently are.
And that's scary if you're Team Falcons. All it took was just one Revitalize and one ultimate, and that's majority, 70-80% of the damage from Team Falcons being thrown at that one target alone. Sure, that was a great call from Team Falcons that there's no Revitalize for the next 40 seconds of this potential Lord fight. But then again, that sends a clear message. You cannot go for the horse. You need to find Yaga. You need to find Seno. So far, 2-0-5 in this game. A perfect Suyu game so far. Just has to secure that Lord. His last Lord, Team Falcons, despite having a losing team fight, secured that big objective for themselves. It's up to Boya to extend this series as the Lord is being started here by Geekay.
And now, good knock up there by Troll. Sano is already 3/4 of HP, and now Glorious Pathway once again in the alleyway. Flicker forward is going to be Aizen going for it to Sano, but RWM is perfectly placed, but not much going on right now. No members are locked in the RWM. Looks like a kill was secured towards Aizen. Now that's a retaliation, a kill towards the Galakacha. Kwanap and Yago will try to get away. Sano was able to get away with the wings as well, and he lives to tell the tale. 3 members from each team are really, really low. That was a close one.
Very, very close. Too close for comfort. If I were Geekay, I'd lose my mind in that fight. One Death Sonata would have been an immediate proc on that Sky Piercer that gained around 2 to 3 stacks in that fight. So it's very good call for Geekay to just call it off. Don't fight the Granger anymore. The moment that he regains his bullets, you're probably going to be pages in his Sky Piercer. Just retake the Lord once you're full HP, and we're back at it again. This will be part 2 of that Lord fight, but looks like they're going to go for the Blitz here. Yaga looking to secure this Lord quite quickly, but it's going to be Sino going in for that Retribution. Great AOG takes down Yaga, but Aizen on the back line stuns 2, and Sino looks to be the next target here for Troll. Kwanov gets a kill onto Sanji, and Troll looks to be the next, but looks like the damage coming from Sano too much to take already. 6-0-6 in this game. Lord secured for Geekay, but Falcons is slowly taking over this game with this Granger.
Yeah, I know the economical advantage is almost gone, especially after this mid-tier turret take for Team Falcons. They're starting to regain their momentum, and they want more here. Going for Quantum Crimson Beacon, though. He's still safe after the Deadly Magic. Now Sino still trying to clear the wave, still has the wings intact. It's gonna heal up to full HP after this, and they're just gonna back out. Good one coming in from Team Falcons. They forced out an inhibitor turret at the mid lane. It paid off, really paid off.
And now they have to defend a Lord, and this is looking to be a quite easy clear if Geekay decides to just let it happen and go in for other objectives instead. But this might be the turning point here for Team Falcons. If one of them gets picked off, this is going to be huge for Geekay. But if they're able to defend against this Lord without any inhibitor turrets lost, this will be going to be a good game for them. That one pushing lane in the mid lane will just give them so much real estate. As I think Aizen goes towards the back line, they're going to go immediately for Sano. Face actually not getting that Granger as they have to go back across this turret. Winter's Crown already used as well. Sanji goes down, but Aizen finally getting shut down here by Sano, who gets another stack out of that Sky Piercer. Thing is not getting good here for Geekay. That Sky Piercer is getting hell of that for Sano.
Yeah, but at least Shen was forced to come back to the base, right? So now they don't really have the frontlaner to pretty much tank his way or tank their way towards another second tier turret in the mid lane. As we're going to take a look at the replay here. Very aggressive coming in from Geekay Esports. Just using that momentum and also how fast of a follow-up that you can have when you're using that Glorious Pathway plus the Throne of Ruin combo. Unfortunately, though, Yaga as a clan will not be able to catch up to the team fight to target the backline. He's forced to play front to back, so they gotta figure out a way to pretty much solve that problem. And I think Zeno will be the one who is solving that problem. He's the only member of Geekay Esports that can just dive in the backline, deal damage at the same time, consistent damage or like big damage, and also get away, especially if he has the wings passive still intact for himself. 2.2k gold lead for now for Geekay Esports, with 18 minutes already elapsed in this potentially final game in this grand finals of MPL MENA Season 9.
And now we're heading on to probably the most important lord of this game, an 18-minute lord in this game number 6, where Geekay is poising themselves to get this lord with the long lane in their favor. And this is one of the best case scenarios for Geekay. The lord directly away on the opposite lane that Falcons have to answer again and again. And they could just play this out well. If they play this out perfectly, this might just be a free lord. They have to be patient. They have to be aware. And they just have to make sure that their marksman stays alive for this game.
Yeah, unfortunately though for Geekay, in terms of poke, I think they're kind of outnumbered here and also outranged with Ranger and also Eve at the same time. So it looks like Team Falcons wants to take this gamble if there is an opportunity that's presented. Kwanok though might be looking for an angle here, flanking. But no, Deadly Magic is still there by Boyat, not much damage even after the Deadly Magic. That Shen flickers behind his coffin. He no longer has the flicker though. Aizen's gonna lock him down to the ground at the front line, but looks like the whole team of Geekay Esports is baited. Zeno is the only one left alive. Zeno will somehow deal damage at the same time, and now Coffin might be next. The Sky Piercer is still there. No! Immortality was bought by Zeno, and also the Winter Crown. Can he stay alive? The answer is no! Zeno got taken down. It's only Aizen left to tell the tale. 4-man strong is Team Falcons.
40 seconds. No, we were looking at 20 seconds for Kwanok here. But there's a big minion wave down bottom lane. They're looking here for Aizen. The Immortality is already bought, and he's buying so much time for Geekay. And another minion wave clocks in. 10 seconds for Kwanok. This might just be GG. Team Falcons extends this series to 7 games.
Amazing display of skills. A sigh of relief for Team Falcons as they prolong the series to 7. Wow. Who would have thought? Who could saw this coming? A full 7 games in MENA. A lot of people are predicting 4-0, an easy victory for Team Falcons, but we are here for literally, officially, the final game of MPL MENA Season 9 Grand Finals. It is a treat to watch this with you, Omi.
Yeah, oh, definitely a treat, Sheffin. Thank you so much for for not leaving me after that Clint lock-in, and it still persists, brother. Clint is now officially 0-4 in this grand finals, and sadly, it took another game for us to realize that Clint doesn't win you games, and that was the most important Geekay game out there. They trusted it, and they died with it.
I am disappointed. I am disappointed indeed. You know, I said I wanted to be, stay still
Proven
at 0%, but yeah, I'm wrong. I'm always wrong in life, man. Like, that's just how it is for me in my life so far. And now Game 7 is gonna be underway, whereas we're gonna take a look at the highlights of what happened in that game earlier. It was going pretty well for Geekay Esports. Even in that Lord fight, I don't think they were able to, or they are properly using the long lane. As you said, well, there's no way they're gonna lose the long lane, especially after the inhibitor turret from Team Falcons was already get taken down. They still have the tier 2 tower intact. So I'm still trying to find the replay after this on what actually happened in the team fight, because that was so sporadic. And this is also one of the trouble when you're playing a Clint, right? You get locked down super easily. If you're playing a Claude, you have the Purify, you have the BMI. Hell, even the the Blazing Duet gives you extra movement speed, and also the
shield.
The shield at the same time. So that's a lot of things to work with as a marksman. You are very sustainable as a Claude. Combined with the fighter emblem, then you are almost unkillable if you are shifted enough. And this is the last team fight there. I feel like Team Falcons was able to make it sporadic enough so that all the damage dealers are isolated with the opposing damage dealers, and they have the advantage in that kind of occasion. I said it earlier in terms of poke battle, man. Coffin and Sano definitely has the advantage over the member of Geekay, which only used Chushin and the Clan. So it's tough. It's really tough.
Yeah, definitely tough. And that was a tough 20-minute game to endure, especially with the side of Team Falcons, who really wanted to extend the series to game number 7 for them to have another shot at getting this championship. And for Geekay, even more so, it's 20 minutes of almost having that championship. Almost at this point in time, Sheffin, if they won that game, they would have been already getting like hero shots across the stage. They were already getting paparazzi around the corner, and also just overall jumping for joy. But right now they're inside their locker room replanning the next game, and potentially hopefully next game nobody picks Clint. You know, it's 0%, guys. It's at this point, please. I know Sheffin was the only dude here who's wishing not to see the Clint, but I will be that second dude now. As we enter game number 7, I do not like how it looks like right now in this best of 7, but our MVP in game 6 would be once again Sano. And actually, no, this is the first time that we're going to look at Sano as an MVP, and he will be our game 6 MVP on this Ranger.
Yeah.
I'm
still gonna the Clint pick, man, because like usually when you pick a Clint, you want to have that lane dominance. Even at that game, you get absolutely dominated by the Granger, and also the fact that Harley's rotating around the map. Then what do you do as a Clint? You're just a single cowboy. You don't even have your horsey. I mean, technically you do have your horsey, but it's not even there. It's only on the stable. You don't really bring him everywhere on the map. You know. You don't get to tell the horsey where to go, unfortunately, okay, my brain is not braining anymore. Who's the gold lane for Geekay?
That's okay. The roamer for Geekay. That would be
the gold lane.
Oh, the gold lane. That would be Yaga.
Yaga. My bad, dude. It's 3 a.m. in the morning in Indonesia, so yeah, you gotta cut me some slack, man.
That's okay. It's also around 4:30 a.m. here in the Philippines, so the both of us, honestly. But it is what it is, man. The longer this game goes, the more memories we make here with the players, and they don't even know we exist. They're in their own world right now, fighting for their dreams, and we are just storytellers, hoping to be part of that story. And now we are heading towards its final chapter. My guy, it is game number 7. We joked around this game 7 a few hours ago, and now we are living in that reality. And for Geekay, it was almost the championship, but then again, Granger snowballed. My God, that was 7-0 at some point in time.
Yeah, and this is one of the games that it's super hard to reset, right? You have the game literally in your hand and you just throw the ball away. Like, the advantages are for you. Like, that's the game to lose for your team. So I'm wondering what's going to be the pep talk in the locker room. Is it just purely, let's just reset. Let's treat this... let's just give it all our gut. Like, what's gonna be the exact wording of that? I'm very curious on that. But I think I said it before the match, right, Wilmy? When it comes down to the wire, game 7, this is where you come back to comfort, and that scares me.
Oh, well, maybe there are other comfort picks, maybe it's no longer the Clint. I'm wishing there are other picks, but a Game 7 pep talk. You know, that's a very good topic to talk about. I really wish that we have like mic'd up moments on coaches like this one, or maybe just glimpses of how they talk to their team after like a tough win or a tough loss like that in game number 6, considering the gravity of the situation. And just for our English viewers out here, we'd like to reiterate the prize pool that we have here. So for the first place of this tournament, they will be getting 30,000 USD, and of course a ticket to MSC 2026 happening in Paris for Esports World Cup. And also for the second placer, they're still gonna get 13,000 USD, and that's 1 in 3, not 3 and 0, and a wild card slot for MSC, in which case a very tough place to be in. You do not want to be in the wild cards. There are a lot of great teams there.
Yeah, even I believe in the last wild card in M7, we kind of expected Virtus Pro to be one of the teams that instantly qualified or almost guaranteed to qualify to the main event, but they got beaten down by, I believe, Geekay Esports out of Turkey, the team that is pretty much always the second to Aurora Turkey in that region. But somehow, some way, the power balance is shifted towards the Turkey region. Man, shout out to that team. Virtus Pro, I think, was the better team, but Geekay Esports just. The draft were better at the time, and hopefully the draft is also better this time in game number 7 for both teams, man. Like oh man, we keep coming back to that point again. I gotta be honest with you, I'm tired of talking about it. I'm already tired on my own. I'm even more tired imagining it.
Oh man, no. Well, we don't have to imagine it for a long time now, because Game 7 will be underway in a few moments, and this will be a very historic moment, so we will be back after a short break.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ、子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ、子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome back to the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 9, and we're going to be your casters for tonight in this final game number 7. It's Womi with Sheffin here. Sheffin, how you doing? Still alive?
Barely. What if there is a plot twist, Womi, and we're gonna have a best of 9? Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, that would be amazing. That would be a treat for everyone who loves to see high action MLBB.
For sure. And we're gonna take a look at the bets right now here for the final game officially. The final game of MPL MENA Season 9. Not only it is the last chapter of this book, it is the last page currently. Game number 7, it's do or die from both of these teams. We remind you all that the stakes are higher than ever here in MPL MENA. MSC slot for the first placer, MSC wildcard slot for the second placer, as the bans are pretty much gonna be on brand. The usual bans. Freya is not gonna be available at all. Cho has been banned for 7 games in a row, I believe.
Yeah, both roamers are really good Cho players apparently, and I think this is a very warranted ban against Boya. We did see how well Falcons played around that Brethren early on, and wouldn't have been surprised if they focused on that pick in this Game 7, this Grand Finals. So with that first pick, I feel like you go Zushin here, but the Zushin is banned, so Suyo, maybe a random Suyo or Claude in the first pick.
Phobius. Phobius is still
that too.
For both teams right now. You know, if you want to secure the first objective and also deny some picks, especially Assassins, Phobius is the way to go. But there are still other heroes that are still available, I believe. For example, no one that come to mind, unless they want to go for something like a Fanny against a Phobius first pick, which is crazy. I don't think that's going to be the case. Baxia, though. So far, there's a lot of Baxia bans so far this series. Double so far there. So it's interesting to see that it is this prio in this game number 7.
And I feel like Baxia is still a very safe pick here, and that also discourages a potential Hilda pick here for Team Falcons, because they also don't know if this Baxia will be a jungle Baxia or maybe a roam Baxia, though I do believe that this most likely will be a jungle Baxia. It's still a somewhat of a flex for the side of Geekay. Meanwhile for Falcons, very honest pick here, taking up the Eve in the mid lane. No Zushin, so free reign here for this Eve, plus a glue, which also eliminates a lot of the early game pressure coming in from this Baxia in case they do fight it out in the Lethal Wanderer. And now Geekay with the Baxia pick, you would need to follow this up with at least one of a late game marksman, and hopefully we do get to see a late game marksman, not a Clint.
I think this is gonna be a Claude and a Khalid. You know, Khalid just to enhance the killing pressure in the early game with the Baxia. Once you hit that shield unity, it's almost guaranteed that you're gonna get a kill. And the Claude has been working on so far is fine. This series just wins you the lane, and also being that nuisance in the backline to the Eve, and it's also not really that great of a target if you are playing with blue. So yeah, very much expected for Team Falcons currently. At this point against a Baxia, just go for the carry, man. Like, I don't see why you would not go for that.
And you don't really have artillery mages yet, so but they're gonna go for the Leomord instead, and that does give them I would say early to mid good tempo against this Baxia, given that he's able to farm up, and that's the problem with Leomords in general. If they're not able to get their War Axe in Endless Battle, it's not so good, especially up against a Baxia that goes online on item number 1. Now we're heading on towards the second banning phase. The Zetyan taken away here. Spectacular Zetyan game was displayed early on, and I feel like in terms of mages, when you're an Eve, you could potentially win any matchup at this point, the Farsa being not that high prio as well as of late games.
Yeah, I wonder if Geekay wants to dig deep to something like a Vexana, or maybe not Varamis because it's a bad matchup against the Eve. But I'm not sure if that's too one-dimensional. I think it actually is one-dimensional. I think that's good. That's better. The Gord ban just limit everyone that has a range for Team Geekay. So maybe for Geekay right now, they have to settle for something like a Lilia from now on. And it's also fair as well with the Baxia as well. So I guess it's not really that bad in the grand scheme of things. Turisla ban was the first one for Geekay. Then a Harith ban. I like that. The fact that you already have a Leomord, now you are allowed to pick a magic damage base kind of hero in the gold lane. So Harith is definitely a good option. And you do lose the lane in the first, I guess, like 5 levels, but once you have the Starlium set and you can spam with the Mana Force, then it's a bad matchup for the Claude. And it's hard to lock down either if you use a Harith. So now for Team Falcon, Alice will be the choice, and I think it's almost likely to be the carry, unless you know, there you go, that's a dive and health. So you gotta pivot towards Moskov here for Sino, I guess.
Yeah, and this is pure comfort for Aizen. This guy is a Yuzong main, if you know one. And currently, I feel this Yuzong is 4-0, undefeated Yuzong in the playoffs of MPL MENA. So this is where they lean onto comfort. And Yuzong is a winning lane against an Alice. So this is going to be very interesting on how they're going to tackle that lane, considering how snowbally a Yuzong could get the moment that he gets at level 4 before the turtle. And this is it, game number 7 of this grand finals in MPL MENA Season 9. Last season, both Falcons were able to get the big win, and now for Geekay, they have another opportunity to get their first chip in MPL MENA history.
Yeah, it is now or never for both of these teams. Both teams are playing with comfort and also safety at the same time. Nothing too crazy going on in the draft. No more Clint is what I'm happy about. But this is game number 7 right here. The last game of MPL MENA Season 9. A match to decide who's going to be going to Paris immediately on MSC EWC. So the stakes are higher than ever. And also 30k on the table for the winning team here. Last one, they already thrown down the gauntlet, and this is the cards that have been dealt. All that's left is to play it however they want. Uomi.
Yeah, we're entering game number 7. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This will be the stage where the champion of MPL Season 9 for MENA region will be decided. And looking at the region's history, Team Falcons once again won Season 8, so they're looking for a back-to-back here. And in terms of the last 9 seasons of MPL MENA, Geekay Esports were only close in Season 6, losing to Twisted Mind. So now they have another shot at finally getting that chip onto Geekay's name. And they already lost that chance last game. This is their second chance to do so. And a very, very early invade here coming in from Seno, if I'm correct. This is not their side of the jungle, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That was so unfortunate. Sano actually did his due diligence, but not diligent enough. He was trying to spot out a potential invade, but he was just a bit too early to get away from that purple buff spot, man. Like, that was pretty unfortunate, and that is a huge win that you're gonna get in this early of a game. A cam was also taken in top, so Boyet might be late to level 4, and he is very dependent on the Phantom Steed.
And this is not looking good for Team Falcons. They have to find a way to get this Leomord, the orange buff on the side of Geekay, and I feel like they're already working their way towards that. What's good is that they have Troll. They have this glue to potentially buy some time here for Boyet. And it seems that they're going to go safe here for getting the green cap instead. Flicker coming in from Shen, going in for Boyet. Quanok looking to burst him down, and looks like first blood will be going to the hands of Geekay as they shut down this Leomord early. Things are not looking great for Team Falcons.
That was an amazing call by the whole team of Geekay. Not only that, that little maneuver with the shield unity, trying to get that knockback from behind, so now you get it closer to your team. So that's really good stuff coming in from Geekay, from the whole team, especially Zeno. And now he can get the orange buff from his side, and also the turtle as well, because there is no Phantom Steed at all from Boyed. So far, it's looking like Geekay will get everything from Team Falcons.
And I'm honestly surprised that they didn't go for a fight in the blues on the purple side of Team Falcons here, but it seems that they will be trying to steal off that orange instead. Sano going in for the SOD, but it seems that a great ultimate coming in from Quanok traps Troll inside, but Cuffin forced to cancel that RWM. Yaga still doesn't have damage on that Blazing Duet. Phantom Steed called, and now a Throne of Ruin, not really ruining anything on the side of Geekay. And I feel like Geekay still got what they wanted, just not everything in that list.
Yeah, again, they won the gamble. They know very well that Team Falcons will try to shoo them away from their own orange buff, but they still took it anyway, because knowing the fact that he has that ultimate working for him, Zeno was able to deter a lot of damage incoming from this E, from the glue as well. And Quanok with the RWM stolen was able to counter that with a lot of damage for himself as well. Phantom Steed from Boyet just to respond to the incoming threat here, and Boyet gets the chem, thankfully.
Oh yeah, imagine losing out after using Phantom Steed. That would have been incredibly tilting if you were Boyet. But right now it's still going to be 40 seconds before the next turtle spawn, and Sano forced to flicker out quite early because of that blazing duet. And if I'm being honest, I feel like that was a bit too preemptive on the side of Sano. Maybe he wants to keep his HP bar quite fat before that turtle, as it will be spawning 20 seconds from now. But Geekay definitely in the driver's seat. We haven't even seen a petrified play coming in from Aizen yet.
Yeah. Not even a single Black Dragon form, I believe, from Aizen. And looks like there's a petrified combo here in the bottom lane. I don't think it's gonna kill him just yet. Oh, it's actually gonna kill him. The Poisons was able to whittle down his HP bars, and that was a kill towards Sanji. And now they're setting up towards the second turtle easily here without any EXP lane on Team Falcon's side.
No flicker onto Sano, no XP laner for Team Falcons. This is a free turtle, doesn't even have to use his retribution, and now they're free to take another green camp on the side of Team Falcons as Geekay Esports steamrolling into a great early start, plus getting some plating as well. But it seems that Team Falcons looking for a trade down bottom lane. Black Dragon form is available. They might be wasting their time here, and they actually don't pull the trigger. They just get the XP lane, Crab.
Yeah, this is tough. And when you're playing against a Yuzhong, not only it's most likely a winning lane for the Yuzhong. Oh, hold on a second. Raging Sandstorm. Shen has to be forced out to pop the flicker, but it's all fine and dandy because Lord, or the turtle is about to come out in about 80 seconds. The Raging Sandstorm will be there, although the flicker will not be there. It looks like it's got to be engaged, but Team Falcons definitely read that one out a bit too deep here. Now, Quanok stolen the glue ultimate. Now it's gonna be a mount on towards Boyet, and he's gonna get the kill with a grab with the slam pass combo. And now it's Quanok's turn to be mounted with the Patrick, the real Patrick this time. Sanji though still tanking up a storm with the Alice, and Zeno will just go back to where he's from. That was an amazing gamble, and somehow it paid off amazingly by Geekay Esports. They were diving with 2 against 3, Womi.
And it's a heavy gold lead already in the hands of Geekay, with almost 4,000 in their pockets against Team Falcons as the invade continues here for Seno. Thankfully for Team Falcons, they're able to get this orange buff, but the purple buff might just be tightly contested here. And in terms of retribution, you're looking at level 8 versus level 10. Quanok, still no ultimate available, as Shen will be trying to zone things out. They're not gonna actually pressure hard on this one. The retribution was used here for Sino, but the last turtle will be available to take as well for Team Falcons. The retributions are not available for this fight.
Looks like they want to fight here. Coffin in trouble. It's gonna get taken down easily with the RWM, and now finally Bradley confirmed has been popped. Aizen though super aggressive in the front line, and this is why it's been banned. It's one of the prio picks for Geekay Esports, but Sano is there with the Spirit of Destruction. Now it looks like Yaga will try to join the party here with the Blazing Duet, but it's a bit too late. Not much damage just yet. They want to try to chase Sano, and he is out of the fight with the Spirit of Misery as well. That's a win for Team Falcons convincingly as well. Only Boyet gets taken down, but the retaliation is much more for Team Falcons.
I'd like to believe that puts them back in the map. 3-0 for Coffin on this eve. No retribution is available. Boyet's still far off, but able to dash in to get that turtle for Team Falcons, and now they have to call out. They have to find a way out of this, and it seems that they have to pay the price for Sanji. It's going to be a turtle and a kill going down, but still Falcons looking for a way to go back in this game.
Thankfully though for Team Falcons here, Quanok is more of a utility hero, and he has to use the RWM to be able to make as much of a difference as Coffin. So far he's been using the glue ultimate a lot more, but once the late game comes, when your HP bar is much lesser than your opponent, it's gonna be harder for you to use that, so you gotta have to settle for the RWM. And as long as Coffin stays out of sight from the Valentina, that should whittle down the potential of this Valentina by a lot.
And so far, we're still looking at Geekay controlling the map quite well. And slowly but surely, Yaga has been chipping down onto this bottom lane turret. BMI has been used as well. And that's going to be the turret going down towards the hands of Geekay. And so far in terms of gold, Aizen ahead by 700 against Sanji, but clearly the gold gap exists mostly onto Shen, who holds 1,200 more than Troll. And next up would be, I would say, Yaga with around 700 to 800 compared to Sano. But mostly, this 4K gold lead still will materialize in a full-out 5v5 team fight. Not so much during 3v3s or 2v2s, in which case Team Falcons would like to see more of those.
Right now for Geekay, it's all about not making a mistake. They've been here before in game number 6. The exact same situation. They were dominating, leading by 3k gold lead once the late game comes, and they were not able to use a clear advantage on the long lane. And once again, it's a clear advantage on the long lane. They still have their outer tier turret intact, only inhibitor left for Team Falcons. This is the time for Geekay Esports, man. They've lost the exact match before against Twisted Minds, against these 5 members of Team Falcons. Now, this is the time to strike back and say to the world that they belong in the MSC in Paris.
And now they're trying their best to hold on to this Lord. This is the first Lord objective of the game, and Sano's tasked to just put in some side lane pressure. And I feel like Geekay knows this, so they're going to go in for the Lord. They're blitzing it already. Yaga still holding on to that Lord, as a lot of skills are just going down onto that back lane as Lord goes down to the hands of Geekay. RWM used for Cuffin. SOD lands, trying to look for Shen here as they get a kill towards Quanok. Boyet no longer goes all in, and that's going to be the Lord going to the hands of Geekay. But it seems that Team Falcon still looking for more blood after getting 2 kills.
Yeah, they have a lot of wave clear too with the Moskov, so I think this is gonna be a quick Lord take here. Looks like Shen's gonna get jumped on, still has that rune to get away, but Boyet will just try to be disciplined and clear the Lord for themselves to make sure that Geekay will not be able to utilize this Lord properly. Shen is just going to be there to scout the situation. Super aggressive. Is going to be seen on the front line on his own. Only Shen is there to back him up. Yaga will try to join the party here. Good grab and pass combo. And now Yaga will just try to whittle down the HP from this ally. Sort of ruin towards the Lord. But it looks like the Raging Sandstorm is there. The Blazing Wood is also there. Yaga gets the kill. Yaga gets the execution. The front line, though, it looks like Xeno's going to get brought back out of the end by Quanok. Trying to get someone there. Super low is Sano in the back line, but was not able to get punished by the Valentina. It all comes down to 1-1 trade here. All equal in terms of kills.
And no inhibitor turrets going down on the side of Team Falcons. That's something that they should be thanking themselves for, because the gold lead didn't really move much. Honestly, moved down. Apart from the 3k gold lead down to 2.2, Falcons are slowly clawing their way back inside this series 11 minutes in. Apparently during the early game, they were already losing out. A lot of great activations coming in from Sino, invades working out for them. But now for Team Falcons, it feels as if the moment that this Leomord secured the endless battle and the golden staff for Sano, things have been working out well. The SODs have been landing, and that's everything Falcons want. Extending this game. Yes, you're looking at a Claude, but as long as the base isn't getting knocked down, Geekay still has to remain composure.
2k gold lead is definitely not stable enough for Geekay currently. They've lost a lot more before in the exact same game in game number 6. But now in this case, you could argue that the situation is kind of worse for Geekay Esports because the long, or not the long lane only, the fact that their composition is going to fall off harder than Team Falcons' composition. A lot of more damage, a lot more pokes with the Yeef as well. Quanok's utility will be limited, and also that piercing damage from Sano is going to be super hard for you to deal with, especially with the Trinity already intact. He's going to be piercing through literally the frontliners of Team Falcon. They can play it, honestly, Team Falcons. They can play it front to back. But Team Geekay, in terms of execution, they have to be a bit more precise. And there you go. Good RWM take by Quanok.
And this is going to be crucial for the upcoming Lord take. Anytime Team Falcons could just send out the Moskov to apply split lane pressure, or maybe even try to end the game by himself, but SOD has to land, and that's a big prerequisite to take if your Team Falcons, as the Lord is being held now by Yaga and Geekay. No immortalities yet, so this will be a very crucial Lord dance for both teams. And in terms of slow lane advantage, Team Falcons is already slow pushing their bottom lane, so Geekay has to send someone downstairs to clean up over the mess.
Looks like Yaga will be on the housekeeping duty. Looking at damage here, as expected, it's Coffin on top. But now Team Falcons, they might want to gamble on this. Yaga already showed his body in the bottom lane. Now, Phantom Seed has been popped. RWM is both gonna be executed. Ooh. It's gonna be Xeno with the retribution. Got Blazing Dueto in the back line. Is gonna take Boya down to 0 HP. And now it's Geekay's time to shine. Sano though still trying to eye the situation for him to go into the team fight, but it looks like Team Falcons will just back away, knowing full well they do not have the resources to actually fight this one.
And a lot of flickers burned for Yaga, Shen, and even the Petrify coming in from Aizen, but that is very much needed to get that Lord. And now with the Lord pushing upstairs, Team Falcons, they do have the battle spells to try and pick off members coming in from Geekay, but they're running on a timer here. They can't let that Lord penetrate their base because it's just going to give them such a big advantage, Geekay, on the next upcoming Lord. Team Falcons now left to defend down middle lane. They're going to be able to defend bottom lane with this Moskov quite easily, but it seems that the turret in the mid lane will be going down as well. Minions, however, not cooperating with Geekay, and it seems that Team Falcons remain tight under the pressure, and it seems that the Phantom Seed has been used as well. Poisson's in the front line, and Quanok trying to burst down Sano as the Lord goes in for the bump. RWM used here by Coffin, forcing out Geekay, and it looks like Quanok will have to use that Throne of Ruin defensively as well. Team Falcons able to defend. No inhibitor turrets going down. We still have a game, Sheffin.
Yeah, and it feels like this is going to be a long game, possibly the longest game so far in this series, Womi, with the rate that we're going. Both teams are playing it super safe. No more unnecessary gamble from now on. They just want to play with as less risk as possible, just trying to make sure that they're going to get the game in their hands. So far, Team Falcons, they're not really in that bad of a position despite them losing all outer tier and also second tier turrets. They still have their inhibitor turrets intact, and as long as you have a Moskov, man, anything is possible. And in Indonesia, we call it geekable. Any position, when you have a Moskov, when you have a Natan, someone that can clear the lane super fast and also that has late game damage for you, that is possible.
That's true. In the great words of NBA champion Jason Tatum, anything is possible, and that goes with the Moskov as well for Sano. As long as he's able to keep the lane pressure, keep his positioning well and secure, anything is possible. And with that Wind of Nature, it's even more possible. That gives him defensive options against Yaga and his Blazing Duet. 20 seconds before we go on towards the third Lord of this game. It's not yet an 18-minute Evolve Lord, so we might see a prolonged Lord dance as well. But so far, both teams are just waiting up on their battle spells, all of their resources to be available. The next team fight may decide it all, Sheffin. You don't want any regrets when you enter the next big fight.
Yeah, and just a bit of a correction. It's not Jason Tatum, it is Kevin Garnett. So you don't know ball, Romy. As we're going to continue here to cast the Game 7 of MPL MENA Season 9. Last game. You mentioned these two teams has some kind of like personal history before. Season 6.
Oh yeah, that is Kevin Garnett.
Yes.
You're right. Jason Tatum
said Kobe Bryant or Kevin Garnett. You said Jason Tatum out of all people. That is disgusting.
I'm sorry. Shout out to all the Jason Tatum fans.
All three of them.
Anyway, a very important Lord 20 seconds from now will be the Evolve Lord. And Team Falcons actually trying to control their waves out here. No inhibitor turrets taken down last team fight allows them to play this on a more even ground. But Shen, crucial item pickup here. Blade armor right before this very crucial Lord.
Oh, look at the HP bars. Zeno is already half HP. He's not gonna be able to play this Lord Dance as easy as before, especially with Sano in the long lane. Geekay has to figure out something to solve this problem because Sano right now, if there is no immediate burst damage, and something like a Quanok, they're not gonna be able to burst this one, and looks like they wanna pull the trigger here with Sano. He's gonna get chased down. It looks like they're gonna make a kill. Sano flickers behind. He's gonna get taken down by Quanok right on cue with the Spear of Destruction, I believe. That is it. That is the winning play by Geekay. But the job is not over, as the great Kobe Bryant would say. 5v4 still, and Geekay still has to break through the inhibitor turrets of Team Falcons.
And with that Lord secured, Sano 20 seconds out. Team Falcons facing possible elimination in this grand final. Brother, they're gonna go in with this Phantom Steed, able to defend mid lane. Bottom lane, another issue. Half HP chip damage coming in from this Claude. And Team Falcons definitely relieved to see Sano alive, but this is a tough task. The Lord already marching down middle lane, and Geekay looking to end this series once and for all.
Wave management is not really the greatest for Geekay, but they do have that Black Dragon form, Phantom Steed already been popped. Also that Alice Orb. Now RWM's gonna be popped too. Blazing Duet to the backline. Looks like the damage is not gonna be enough. Quanok gets taken down. And looks like Aizen is also gonna get the kill. Chol already goes down though. And now still dealing damage. Sanji the front line. Just dealing the damage, poking everyone down. Sanji super aggressive, getting the kill. And now the immortality is gone for Shen. It looks like Boyan is gonna be there 1v1ing against Aizen. 1v2 actually. Sanji is gonna be the only one left. Meanwhile, Sano is there, the only one left that's not fighting for Team Falcons. He's gonna clear the lane. And now the game is prolonged once again.
Oh wow, and Sano with no immortality, just a win of nature and a dream. Tries to re-enter that fight, looks for Shen. Black Dragon form force, and Shen used the Raging Sandstorm defensive. SOD connects, looks for Shen, canceling out the prayer, and looks like Shen goes down. Team Falcons able to defend, loses out 3 inhibitor turrets though, but we still have a game.
We do have a game in our hands, that is a fact. 20 minutes and counting. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up in a 30-minute game for these two teams because they don't want to play around at this point. No more playing around. There are no reason for you to play around in this game 7 of best of 7. It all rests to the shoulders of Sano from now on in the late game for Team Falcons.
Yeah, late game. It's not really looking good here for Team Falcons. With 3 inhibitor turrets down and so many turrets up for Geekay. Geekay could just play this out, but as you said, this Moskov is a walking win condition here for Team Falcons. Already applying split pressure once again, but this time Falcons already learning from their lesson. Black Dragon form used here. Coffin goes down. SOD connects, goes in for Quanok, flickers in. Sano is out of his mind. Wind of Nature Petrified connects, and he's gonna go down, but immortality is there. Buys a bit of time, but time is all that it takes because he goes down, and the next target here would be the base. It's only Troll defending the throne for Team Falcons, as I think a new champion will be crowned for MPL MENA Season 9. Troll trying to buy more time, but Team Falcons, they inevitably fall, and the minions spawn. Is this actually endable? It's 20 seconds. And they're gonna play around. They know they've won. The champions of MPL MENA Season 9 is Geekay Esports.
Congratulations, Geekay Esports. The personal vendetta, the revenge story has been completed. They fall down in Season 6 against the exact same roster, and they exact revenge here. 3-0 in the first match of the playoffs for Geekay. And it's now a full 4-3. Game 7 was able to be won by Geekay Esports. Against all odds, against all predictions, Geekay Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9 and represent MENA in MSC EWC.
And what a big moment for MPL MENA Season 9, a 7-game series. Geekay Esports finally having their moment, lifting up the immortal cup of MPL MENA once again. Your MPL MENA Season 9 champions. It's going to be Geekay Esports, their first ever MPL MENA champions. And of course, the one and only MSC ticket straight to main stage. And Sheffin, I believe this is the end of the journey as well for us.
It is. On behalf of the English team production, us, Uomi and Sheffin, thank you so much for being here and being a participant as a viewer to the great MPL MENA Season 9 Grand Finals. Once again, congratulations, Geekay. And we will see you on the next one.
عشان خاطر نحتفل مع فريق جيكاي اي سبورتس. زي ما انتم عارفين الايفنت والبطوله هي البطوله الرسميه للام بي ال للعبه موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج. فهينضم الينا دلوقتي على الستيج الهيد اوف ايكو سيستم اي سبورتس ايكو سيستم من مون تون. على الستيج مستر راي اونغ. Would you please join me on stage for the winners؟ نسمع له تحيه كبيره قوي. مستر راي هيسلمهم دلوقتي الجوائز، وزي ما شفنا التروفي تعالوا نشوف الجولد ميدالز اللي هياخدها الابطال فريق جيكاي اي سبورتس وهم طالعين قدامنا على الستيج. عايز اسمع تحيه مع كل ميداليه الابطال جيكاي. كل واحد من دول بطل، فمش عايز الحماس يموت. جمهور ماجيكال مومنت بيحس بيها الوقت كل اعضاء جيكاي، واستلموا الجولد ميدال. استعد لهم لان هم ابطال الام بي ال. فاجانا نسمع لهم اكبر تحيه. مع الميداليه الذهب، مع الميداليات ومع التروفيز، الجوائز مش بتنتهي هنا لان هم مسيرتهم كانت صعبه جدا. فهينضم لنا دلوقتي كذلك التشيك اللي هياخدوه اعضاء فريق جيكاي. اعزائي الحضور مره اخرى بعد ما استلموا الميدلز، بعد ما استلموا التروفي، بعد ما اللي استلموا التشيك، معاهم كل حاجه محتاجينها دلوقتي. فسوا اون 3 2 1 هنحيي الابطال في الام بي ال، تيم جيكاي. طبعا احنا عارفين انه في النهايه اتس اولويز ا تيم ايفورت، دايما بيكون في تيم ايفورت مقدم من الفريق كله، ولكن في حد هو لوحده بس اللي هيكون الام في بي للسيريس النهارده. متوقعين مين هو الام في بي؟ Ladies and gents, your MVP ليا جراند فينالي زنو. شكرا جدا ليكم اجان على الانرجي والحماس الجميلين كانوا موجودين معانا لغايه اخر لحظه. زينو الف مبروك على الام في بي، يو ديد اميزنج تشامب. واجان كده فريق جيكاي استلموا التروفي، كسبوا الجراند فينالي، خدوا الميدلز وخدوا الام في بي اوورد. فشكرا جدا ليكم اعزائي الحضور، ومره اخيره نسمع اكبر تحيه لتيم جيكاي اي سبورت. شكرا جدا كذلك لشركه مونتون على التنظيم الجميل. And special thanks to Mr. Ray Ung again اللودو في سبورتس ايكو سيستم اللي كان منورنا من مونتون عشان خاطر يديهم الجوائز. Thank you so much. It was lovely to have you here. نسمع له تحيه كبيره قوي. طبعا انتوا خدتوا التروفيز وعايزين تجروا، انا عارف خدتوا التروفيز وعايزين تجروا. Pretty sure you're really happy right now. But all of these people right here، كل الناس اللي موجوده هنا النهارده جم عشان خاطر يشجعوكوا. They came right here just to cheer your name. So I'm pretty sure، أنا متأكد إن هم عايزين يسمعوا منكم كلمة. Give one word لفريق جي كي والفانز اللي جم النهارده عشان خاطر يشجعوا لكم. مين حابب يتكلم؟
ازيك عامل ايه؟
أنا زي الفل، أنت عامل إيه؟ أنت اللي تشامبيون، إنسان أنا.
أكيد مبسوط الحمد لله.
قول لهم زعق. أكيد إيه؟
أكيد مبسوط الحمد لله.
أكيد مبسوط الحمد لله. كلمني عن احساسك بعد الفوز، سبيشالي انه دلوقتي انتوا الريبريزنتيفز بتوعنا في الاي دبليو سي، مينا ريبريزنتيفز دلوقتي هم هيكونوا تيم جي كي. فكلمني عن احساسك في الفوز، وكلمني عن احساسك بعد فوز الجراند فينالي.
احساسي اكيد مبسوط، بس ده العادي علشان انا كنت عارف ان انا هكسب يعني. وبالنسبه للام اس سي، انا هنكون اول تيم عربي يتاهل للبلاي اوفس ان شاء الله بتاعه الام اس سي، اول تيم عربي.
اجان كنت اتمنى ان الكلام ده يكون موجود قبل الجيم كمان في فقره التراش توك، بس عجبتني.
بستنى لحد الاخر يعني، ممكن حاجه تحصل.
بيستنى لحد الاخر، يمكن حاجه تحصل لكن مفيش حاجه حصل. اجان اعزائي الحضور شكرا جدا ليكم مره اخرى. حيوا معايا تيم جيكاي. حلو جدا البانتر، وحلو جدا ان احنا بعد الجيم نتريق ونقول كل حاجه، ولكن كذلك مواجهتهم ما كانتش سهله ابدا، لانه في فريق كانوا هم الريننج تشامبيونز وجم النهارده عشان خاطر يميك شور ان هم يدافعوا عن اللقب، وقدموا لنا سيريس حماسيه جدا. فريجاردلس كانت ايه النتيجه، حابب اسمع احلى تحيه كذلك لتيم فالكون. اوكي اجان قدمنا الشباب الوينرز زي فريق فالكونز قدام تحيه كبيره جدا وتو تيمز دلوقتي قدامنا على الستيج ولكن عايز تسقف تاني؟ في حد شفته بيسقف؟ طب نسمع اكبر تحيه لفريق فالكونز وفريق جيكاي تاني والله ما هكسفك. طول ما في انرجي انا معاك، انت هتخلص قبل ما انا اخلص، انا الانرجي بتاعتي في السما ما شاء الله عليكم النهارده بجد. قبل اي حاجه عايز اسمع تحيه للجمهور ان انتوا بجد الانرجي بتاعتكم النهارده كانت رهيبه والله. الفرق اللي موجوده قدامنا دي دلوقتي هم الريبريزنتيفز بتوعنا في الاي دبليو سي، هيكونوا هم الريبريزنتيفز اللي موجودين في المنى، ولكن كذلك هم مش ابطال لوحدهم لان احنا عندنا فريق تاني كلكم بتحبوه قريب الى قلبنا كلنا، ابطال الام دبليو اي افريكان ريجن تيم فالكونز فيجا. ابطال كتير جدا قدامنا موجودين دلوقتي على الشاشه لو انتم بتتفرجوا من بيتكم which is الصراحه حاجه محزنه لان انتوا فاتكوا كميه الانرجي الجميله اللي موجوده عند الجمهور الهائل اللي موجود قصادي ده، وكذلك فاتكوا حماس الستيج. ولكن في النهايه وفي نهايه الام بي ال حابب افكركم ان احنا بعد كل ده عندنا تيم الام دبليو اي، تيم جيكاي وتيم فالكونز، وفي النهايه we may have two champions لكن هما الاثنين they're in one game. فأجان قبل ما اشكر الناس دي حابب اسمع اكبر تحيه لكل الابطال اللي موجودين معايا على الستيج. كنا اتكلمنا عن البطوله بتاعه الاي سبورتس وورلد كاب اي كي اي الاي دبليو سي دلوقتي، وعندي مفاجاه احلى ان الكي موجود معانا دلوقتي حالا وهيستلموه كذلك على الستيج. اوبن ذا فولت، هاتوا لي الكي. الوينرز في هذه البطولة كانوا تيم جيكاي، وعشان كده هم اللي قدروا ان هم يكتبوا اسمهم على الكي اللي اجان هيكونوا الريبريزنتيف بتوعنا في المينا ريجن في بطولة الاي دبليو سي. اجان اعزائي الحضور شكرا جدا ليكم وشكرا جدا كذلك وهيوج شاوت اوت مرة أخيرة لفريق فالكونز وجيكاي وفالكونز فيجا. شكرا جدا للفرق اللي كانت موجوده معانا على الستيج. ثانك يو، يو كان جو انجوي يور تروفي والتشيكس وكل حاجه ونورتونا، اميزنج بيرفورمانس. كذلك شكرا للريبريزنتيفز الجمال بتوعنا للام دبليو اي افريكان ريجن. سهرتنا كده النهارده تعتبر انتهت لان احنا عرفنا مين هم الوينرز وعرفنا مين هو الريبريزنتيف وعرفنا كذلك الريبريزنتيف بتوعنا في الام دبليو اي افريكان ريجن. ولكن لسه سهرتنا مكمله مع الجمهور ان احنا كنا وعدينكم ان احنا هيكون عندنا تريفيا كويستشنز على جوائز دايموندز ان جيم موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج. فشورتلي هنبدا التريفيا كويستشنز اللي هينضم اليا فيها على الستيج واحد من اجمل التالنتس وواحد من اكتر الناس اللي انتم بتحبوها في الموبايل ليجندز بانج بانج سين، وهنلعب شويه مع الجمهور قبل لما نند اليوم. في كام واحد هنا مذاكر قوي الجيم؟ لاف ذا انرجي، بس داري على التروفي الاول. اضمن ان انت روحت كويس بالتروفي، وبعدين سلم على كل اللي انت عايز. معاكوا تروفي وكي وشيكات ما شاء الله يعني، اللي هم لا حسد. فلو نمشي على الجمهور دلوقتي، ما اعرفش ابويا فيها انا دي. اضمن اللي تشيك الاول، وبعدين اشوف موضوع الناس اللي انا بسلم عليها الصراحه. هينضم اليها دلوقتي حالا على الستيج عشان خاطر نكمل فيها التريفيا كويستشنز اللي زي ما قلت لكم واحد من اجمل التالنتس اللي بتحبوها في الموبايل ليجندز بانج سين، وهيلعب معايا في التريفيا كويستشنز. سمعوني اكبر تحيه ل 7 لاست.
بصراحه كان يوم كبير جدا، كان يوم ممتع جدا. ما كناش نتوقع ان احنا نوصل لبيست اوف 7، بس طبعا في جمهور لسه بيكمل معانا لاخر اليوم، اكيد لازم يكون في جوائز ليه مهمه. طيب بص، هم كلهم صحابي، فانت هتختار، هسيب لك انت الاختيار.
اوكي ماشي، اختار انا عشان تبقى فير
يعني،
لان الراجل ده ما شاء الله عليه عارف الكوميونتي كلها. طيب مين حابب يلعب معانا في التريفيا كويستشنز؟ تعال. عايز اخد بعدها بنت، لو في اي بنت حابه تلعب خليكي قاعده قدامنا.
طيب طبعا الجيم اللي معانا هي التريفيا، هي المخاطره. عندك فرصه ان انت تشارك في 3 اسئله. لو جاوبت اول سؤال صح هتاخد 100 دايموند، ولو ممكن تاخد 100 دايموند وتمشي، او
ممكن تريسك وممكن تاخد ريوردز اعلى. ولكن لو خسرت ولا اكنك جاوبت على اي حاجه صح. قرار في ايدك انت لما تجاوب صح. هل حابب تكمل في الريسك ولا حابب تكاش اوت؟
طيب خلينا نبدا. طبعا اول سؤال هيكون سهل ب 100 دايموند. عايزين نشوف لك حاجه سهله. نبدا بحاجه سهله كده من اول حاجه في الشيت خالص. مين المعلق المشهور، او لا خلينا نقول ايه الجمله اللي مشهور بيها المعلق دون بيج؟
اللورد قادم قادم قادم.
اجابه صحيحه طبعا. طبعا جمله الدون بيج.
اوكي حابب تاخد ال 100 دايموند ولا تكمل في اسئله اصعب وتريسك؟
انا هكمل حضرتك.
هيكمل حضرتك انت اللي هتاخد الريورد. يلا بينا.
طيب نبدا بالسؤال الثاني. طبعا لو كسبت هتاخد فوق ال 100,000. لو خسرت اكنك ما كسبتش اي حاجه،
تخسر كله.
طيب ما هو اسم الفريق صاحب المشروع السعودي؟ أعيد السؤال تاني. مين هو اسم الفريق صاحب مشروع السعودي في الموسم ده؟
مين هو؟ لا بص لي انا. مين هو الفريق؟
الفريق صاحب المشروع السعودي اللي هو عمل مشروع سعودي يعني. اللي هو على البنرات. على البنرات اللي موجود على البنرات. مين هو؟ ساعدني يعني عشان نقدر
انا والله ما اعرف. عشان ابقى صريح معاك، انا طلعت الراجل ده معايا على الستيج عشان خاطر يلحقني. هو اللي معاه الاجابات كلها. انا
انت ما فيش حد من صحابك بيساعدك؟
ريسك ولا تكمل؟
انت ما فيش حد من صحابك بيساعدك خالص.
عاملين نفسنا مش واخدين بالنا يا رجاله.
يا جدعان اصل لسه في سؤال ثالث.
يلا انا مش واخد بالي. ثانيه كده اعدل المايك بس. شغال.
فريق تويستد مايند.
اجابه صحيحه طبعا. في الموسم ده كان معانا فريق تويستد مايند، كان بالمشروع السعودي.
عايز تاخد الدايموندز ولا تريسك وتكمل؟
اكمل حضرتك.
هكمل حضرتك انت برضه انت هتاخد الدايموندز. دي جي سبينت.
طيب السؤال الثالث اكيد هيبقى اصعب من السؤال الثاني اللي كان صعب اصلا. فلو كسبته هتوصل معاك 11,000 دايموند.
11,000 دايموند؟
11,000
دايموند ده رقم كبير قوي.
ده تبذير اوفر. ده في افراح بتقف على باكو.
نفسي اكسب حضرتك، نفسي اكسب حضرتك.
يلا ان شاء الله تكسب.
يا رب اكسب يا رب.
يا رب يكسب. ادعوا له يا رب يكسب.
طيب خلينا نشوف سؤال طبعا لازم يكون يليق بصعوبة ال 11,000 دايموند. ما صعبهاش؟
صعبها، هو اللي قرر يريسك.
طيب هو مكتوب عندي هنا مين البطل اللي عنده مظهر كاكاشي؟
مظهر مين؟
مظهر كاكاشي. هو مش سامع حاجه؟
كاكاشي انا مش سامع. مظهر كاكاشي معروف، هيابوسا.
هيابوسا اجابه صحيحه، مبروك عليك، كسبت 11000 دايموند. طبعا مين مبروك يا ضياء. اتفضل. طيب هيكون معانا واحد كمان.
انا اتخذت بالحضن فجأة بس.
هو مورجان اللي بيختار يا جماعة.
اوكي واحد كمان؟
انت قلت واحد ده بقى اللي
بنت يعني. وان مور كونتستنت قصدي. طيب
اوكي.
في اي بنت حابة تشارك معانا؟
بنت بيقول بنت يا جماعة.
بقول ايه؟
بقول بنت يا جماعة.
يا رجالة في ايه؟ بقول في بنت. ماشي تعالي اهو. في بنت، في 19 واحد قالوا لي انا الدايموندز بتغير برضه.
دي حقيقة. طبعا منورانا، عرفي الجمهور باسمك.
ايفي.
ايفي منورانا على الستيج طبعا. ايفي طبعا عرفتي نظام المسابقة؟ نسهل الامور ولا نصعبها علشان هو اكيد الاسئله كلها هتبقى من اللعبه. طيب اسم 11000 ده داخلين على طمع جامد. طيب اسم شريك بوبلاند كوبا. سوري اسم شريك كلاود.
كلاود. شريك كلاود.
وداخل على 11000 بقى. انا قلت
داخل 11. احنا لسه بنقول بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
مذاكره بقى.
اول يعني اول 100 دايموند بس.
انا ما اعرفش بجد.
ديكستر اجابه صحيحه، مبروك عليك، كسبتي 100 جوهره.
اوكي هتريسكي ولا تاخدي ال 100 دايموند وتروحي؟
100 دايموند ايه؟ عايزين 11.
11000. يلا بينا. شيز ريسكي جدا. وان مور.
طيب ما هي قيمة الجائزة للام اس سي 2026 للعبة MLBB؟
كانت 30 صح؟
لا بطولة الام اس سي.
MSC مش بطولة النهارده.
انا من كتر ما قلت
3 مليون.
3 مليون دولار اجابة صحيحة، مبروك عليك، كسبتي 1100 جوهرة.
هل هتريسك يا ايفي ولا تاخدي ال 1000 دايموند ونمشي؟ نريسك دي جي سبينت.
طيب السؤال الثالث. طبعا انت تابعتي الموسم. اوكي. من هو اللاعب الملقب بالجنرال؟
ملقب بايه؟
احنا عشان مستنيه حد يغششها. من هو اللاعب الملقب بالجنرال؟
جنرال. لاعب بلاير ستريمر يعني؟
بلاير كان في بطولة كنا دايما نطلق عليه اسم الجنرال. اوكي؟
I think ان في حد اسمه سمايل.
سمايل بالفعل سمايل هو الملقب بالجنرال. مبروك عليكي، كسبتي معانا 11000 جوهرة، مبروك عليكي. طبعا شفنا ان تشجيعك النهارده كان قوي جدا، فمبروك عليكي الجواهر، شكرا ليكي. طيب احنا يعني هنشوف. احنا كده تقريبا كان بس معانا 2 بس النهارده، فاحنا بنعتذر. يومنا كان طويل، يومنا كان ممتع بجد، انبسطنا جدا بالاداء النهارده وانبسطنا جدا بوجودكم لحد النهارده. مفيش حد هيروح زعلان، اي حد حضر النهارده غير ان هو انبسط بالاجواء اللي كانت موجوده، غير ان هو انبسط بحجم الايفنت. كلنا هنكون مروحين كسبانين جواهر وكتير. انا بوعدكم حاجه زي دي.
شكرا جدا ليك يا 7. واجان نسمع له تحيه كبيره جدا على فقره التريفيا الجميله اللي كانت موجوده معانا على الستيج. حيوا 7 لاست، تحيه كبيره قوي. قبل لما نمشي ونختم اليوم، وبعد ما لعبنا التريفيا كويستشنز الجميله مع الشباب والبنات اللي نورونا على الستيج اللي شاكرين جدا بوجودهم معانا، هينضم الينا دلوقتي مره اخرى على الستيج تيم جيكاي اي سبورتس، وهينضم الينا كذلك من وزاره الشباب والرياضه الاستاذ محمود عبد العزيز مدير عام وزاره الشباب والرياضه، وكذلك الدكتور والاستاذ رئيس الاتحاد المصري للرياضات الالكترونيه استاذ شريف عبد الباقي. لو سمحتوا اتفضلوا معايا على الستيج. وينضم الينا كذلك على الستيج الاستاذ راي اون الهيد اوف اي سبورتس ايكو سيستم في مون تون جيمز، عشان خاطر نتصور كلنا ونحتفل مره اخيره بالشباب الوينرز تيم جيكاي اي سبورتس. أجان أعزائي الحضور، مستر راي، دكتور محمود، أستاذ شريف صوروا كذلك معانا دلوقتي على الستيج، فعايزين نسمع تحية كبيرة جدا أجان للأبطال والوينرز تيم جيكاي اي سبورتس. في النهاية انبسطت جدا 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 ان انا كنت موجود كجزء من الايفنت العظيم ده ومن الكوميونتي العظيمه لعبه موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج، وكذلك لكل الجمهور اللي جه نورنا في ارض مصر ارض التاريخ والحضاره. وانبسطت جدا ان انا كنت جزء من البطوله العظيمه دي اللي قعدت لحد 7 جيمز، كل واحده فيهم كانت في غايه الصعوبه سواء على فالكونز او على فريق جيكي. اجان بنشكر كل القائمين على الايفنت ده، وبنشكر كل بلاير لعب وتعب لغايه اخر لحظه، وبنشكر المنظمات اللي ساهمت في ان اللعيبه توصل عندنا لهذا الليفل، وبنشكر كذلك مجهودات وزاره الشباب والرياضه على ان هم ينموا الاي سبورتس الرياضه الالكترونيه في مصر، وبنشكر كذلك تيم البرودكشن ابطال الحقيقيين الموجودين ورا الشاشه. وفي النهايه بشكركم انتوا كجمهور ان انتوا كنتوا اهم حاجه موجوده في الايفنت ده. كان معاكم مورجان، تصبحوا على خير.